playing Wartale, the thing? Undertale? Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of examples. Usually it's a lot of times when you have a very niche game that has a very select audience that then gains a lot of popularity. That there is, some games navigate it where they do manage to keep things under control, but a lot of times that spirals out of control where the sudden influx of popularity, moderation can't keep up, and again, it really screws up the whole thing. Why are we bonking, Bassett? Undertale is a game. But yeah, so we are beginning a new run today, and you might be like, wait a second, why are you beginning a new run? You did that run during the sponsored stream, and then as you got going in the sponsored stream, you're like, I want to do a new run because I've learned things. The reason we're doing a new run is because of this DLC down here. The one right here below me did just release, and unfortunately, while I haven't checked it myself, I'm hearing a lot of rumblings that existing saved files get kinda screwed up by the new DLC. Not like they're unplayable, but it does a lot of weird stuff around it. So rather than deal with all that, we're just going to avoid that entire problem. So, we did, since the last time I played, also bought all of the DLC. And I didn't say it was given or acquired or the devs gave me key. I purchased them. So, all of the opinions on all that, there is no influencing of that. This is not a sponsored stream. But yeah, so we got all the different starts, and I actually haven't looked at all of these yet. So when we did this, the saves we did the last one, so these are all the ones we started with. So we did the Young Farmers for the first one. That one I felt went relatively well. We did the Shipwrecked Pirate Crew for the next one. I actually really liked that. The Pugilist is kind of a cool one, even though its damage is kind of meh. There's one where we get a tavern. Like, I think this is the start for the tavern DLC. We've got Brothers in Arms. And most of these, they just give you a range of people. We've got the Hunters looking for prey. And people can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm under the impression with pretty much all of these, your starting thing is mostly just flavor text. I don't think it massively changes a lot of stuff. We can start with cheese. We can start with cheese. So, starting with knowledge, this is an interesting one. Because you gain knowledge by discovering places and doing a whole bunch of stuff. Some do have permanent impacts, or they used to. Like it's what -1 morale. Yeah, so that's yeah, so -2 happiness is a temporary one. The +50 suspicion, I'm assuming, is temporary. Honestly, all of these are looking like temporary. They may have reworked it. Yeah, it might not be this set you're thinking, because there's the companions, and I think it's the next set that you choose your permanent penalty, or whatever. So I'm partly leaning towards the knowledge seeking, because to me, like getting a little extra food, a little extra that, like the crowns and all that, are all pretty easy to get. But knowledge, because it is based on getting certain milestones or whatever to get your knowledge, it kind of feel like that's giving me a very strong jump start. And thank you, Jodier, for the 10 gifty subs. That's very generous of you. I really do appreciate that. Gifting out 10 subs a channel means a whole heck of a lot, so congratulations to everyone who caught those gifty subs and all that kind of stuff. I really do appreciate the support and all that stuff. You could be the scholars out and adventure to explore the areas they only read about before. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The knowledge-seeking scholars. Alright. And plus, they're giving me a spearman, a swordsman, a warrior, and a thermatarg. So we're going to have no range. We're all... well, I mean, I guess technically you could throw bombs. So I think we're going to go with the knowledge-seeking scholars. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 1 sub, kicking off the hype train. So, getting another get another gifty sub out there to people in the community. And thank you, Randall Thor, for sniping DG, making sure people don't go without subs and all that stuff. So thank you again for all that support. It's very generous. Already a level 4 hype train. We're like 2 seconds into the hype train and it's already hitting level 4. So thank you so much. I do appreciate that as well. Okay. But yeah, so like the torches I'm pretty indifferent about, but I feel like the knowledge is one of the better things. So if you look at a lot of these R1s, influence is nice, crowns are nice, raw materials are nice, but like all of these are just like material things that really aren't hard to get a hold of. I actually think the cooking pot might genuinely be, materially wise, the hardest to get a hold of things, but the knowledge I feel like is a layer harder. And then I also think, because that still leaves me with the other things to get knowledge, that it would be easier to go. So we're gonna go ahead and do the scholars. We are people who just came out of the local academy, and we're like, we read about all these cool, dangerous places, and I want to see them. Without anything cared. Well, that's new and deeply concerning. Have a terrible secret. So let's see. So we can walk with less fatigue. We have our warriors that gain XP faster. We have more constitution. We have better crit damage. We are curious about everything. You have a terrible secret. I'm assuming, because it looks like it might be a wolf head on the right side of this, I'm assuming one of the DLC, I think, added lycanthrope and all that. So I'm assuming that means I'll have like a werewolf or a vampire or something among us. So sure, why not? If they had a flaw, and this is probably what you were thinking about, JD, is that we have to choose a negative. So we choose what type of characters we're going to start with, what positive they're getting, and what negative they're getting. So we did the positive, all that. So each companion has one, like, decreased carry weight. They lose happiness each rest. They've had an uncommon bout of bad luck, so they have a reduced crit chance. They have a very hard time getting up, so it increases the danger while they sleep. They have a serious lack of self-confidence, willpower. They're not good with their hands. Professional experience decreased in the troop by 10%. So I chose these ones up here before because, like, this one we had a thing where it was +2 happiness for sleeping in the forest, then -1 for resting, to kind of make it a wash. And then the carry weight, it's like, okay, but 1 is not that much carry weight. I'm leaning forward. We are academics. We are not tradesmen. In real life, that doesn't have the distinction so far as the implication about being good or bad with your hands. But that's the vibe we're leaning for. We are inexperienced academy students who are going out in the world and have no real-world experience in anything. And I keep choosing adaptive because, again, I think for my scholar run, you had it so they didn't want to get out of bed. Same rationale. Yeah, no, like, eventually you'd work your way out of this. And this is always when I go back, and I keep always ending up being adaptive, which the idea here is the game, you'll have each zone will have like a level, and eventually you'll kind of out-level the zone, and it's time to move on to the next one, and you'll kind of need to build up your army to prepare. Region locked is better, you feel? Hey! John, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lot of... Rual, you're our only hope. I am so sorry. I am so sorry if I am your only hope. I don't know what has led you to this where I am your only hope, but the things must be dire. Check out Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic. Fellow content creator, friend of the channel and stuff. Does really, really amazing music streams. And it's not just like the music streams of like, hey, you know, we're covering a song or whatever. But we'll actually sit there and be like, oh, hey, here is a song. Things are, everyone has become a broken sphincter. That's really unfortunate. May you all find your toilets in a timely manner. And thank you, Wrongtown, for gifting a sub to Jonathan Ong. Jonathan Ong, you now have some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not, and all that stuff. And I really do appreciate it. But yeah, so, but again, John will happen where someone will be like, hey, there's this whole thing, it's like, alright, we're going to go ahead and have, Yep, Bees is also a fellow streamer. We'll definitely want to get the shout out for Bees with the Knees here in a minute as well. We just gotta wait on the cooldown. But so we'll sit there and be like, okay, we want you to check out this song. And so what ends up happening is John will sit there and like listen to the song for a minute. He'll start taking a bunch of notes, and we'll have a song that they've never heard before. And over the course of like, correct me on the time, like 30 minutes or so, we'll go from having never heard the song before to being able to play like a complete like rendition. And it won't be like the exact same instruments, the exact same. It'll be Johnified. It'll be John flavored. It'll have a hint of John in it. But does a really good job of having like that alteration. It's a really cool process to like listen to as it goes along the way. There's a reason why, there's a reason why so many people hang out there. So highly recommend that. And for a completely different type of content, we've also got Bees with the Knees, who's an absolutely fantastic content creator and is absolute chaos personified in the best of ways. But absolute fun chaos with Bees with the Knees. Very different content creators, these two. But also in a lot of the same circles, a lot of people hanging out between them, a lot of fun. Definitely Bees is a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. Bees is one of the creators that I'm sad that my sleep schedule is what it is, because I don't get to catch enough Bees. But I do manage to sneak in there sometimes at the end of Bee streams. I get to hang out for like an hour, or if my sleep schedule is completely hosed, then I get to see most of a stream. But didn't even mention the ponies. Yep. There is a whole pony vibe thing going over with John that is taking over. Also, I saw the clip of Drongo eating the hard-boiled eggs in your stream for roleplay. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Amazing self-control. Bees is like you blended your favorite fast food and then snorted it. No lies detected. No lies detected. But yeah, both absolutely fantastic. Let me I can only snooze the ad 5 minutes, but I'll snooze it as long as Twitch will allow. Yeah, we've got some good ones. I haven't gotten to collab with Drongo too many times just because of schedule stuff. But the times I have, it's been a lot of fun. Like I did play Minecraft with Drongo, which that wasn't on this channel because I hadn't planned on doing it. Drongo was just streaming Minecraft. I was like, I'll get in on that. So after stream, got in on that, and Drongo was running for sheriff, and I was definitely undermining that effort in a big way, which was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun chaos. I really wish I had been streaming for that. I mean, honestly, probably not, because I was getting pretty tired at the end there. At the end there, I was like, I need to get back to my home and go to sleep. And I had become deputized as the sheriff, like the sheriff's deputy or whatever. I was like, it took me way too long to figure out where the hell I live. I'm going to resign. I'm suggesting you make Drongo the sheriff. I mean, we have our own unhingedness. I tend to be a lot more in the dry, subtle, unhinged kind of way that you actually stop and go, wait a second, what did I just watch? Is the moral daddy. That is not a set of words I ever expected to hear together. But yeah, no, we have a lot of fun here. Let's see, there's always going to be that one wholesome streamer that keeps the group together. This is actually why we end up with maniacs in control. Hey, and also, on the list of shoutouts, let's get Curly in there as well. Curly is another fantastic content creator. Also has a certain level of chaos and all that stuff you can expect there, but really good times. Does a lot of like first-time playthroughs. You need to lurk for MTG, but wanted to send some love. It's appreciated. And also, again, every one of these people I mentioned is awesome. Every single one of these people is awesome, but Curly is also awesome. Also, Curly has big swole brain going on, like data scientist, all that stuff. Absolutely big brain, much smart. Very awesome content creator, also former ballerina. So it is a whole experience over there with Curly. But definitely good times. That's another one that I usually only can manage to catch like an hour of the beginning of her stream just because of schedule, with some exceptions. There's some times that schedules are weird that I can catch a lot more Curly. Curly is also very curly. Yes. The branding is accurate. And that is that a Curly emote? It is a Curly emote. I haven't seen that one before. Yeah, girthy, wrinkly brain. I've never heard of a brain referred to as girthy, which works, also feels mildly cursed. But yeah, so like all of these people are fantastic, and for the record, you put Curly and Bees together, there's extra chaos there. That is a feedback loop of chaos. It is great to watch it when it happens. You want more wrinkles? Yes, wrinkle brain, good brain. Smooth brain, bad brain. All brain is about surface area. More wrinkle, more surface. That to be how your comments go. But yeah, ballerina cute. Yeah, wrinkles are good. Yes, we have brains, allegedly. Anyways, for those who don't know me, as we have a ton of new people in here, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That was with Zero to Hero, no mods to change itemization, big sweaty try-hard settings. It has long since been beaten, but that was kind of the big thing that I got a name for. But I do play a whole range of games. I do like Settlement Builders, City Builders, Tycoons, a lot of simulation, strategy, slice of life sims, so your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, and all that. It's a very, very wide range of games we play here. Today we're playing some Wartales. I am fairly new to this game. We did a sponsored stream the other day, had a good time, and I can't say if the sponsor worked on my audience, but it sure worked on me, because about an hour after that stream I bought all the DLC. So that's not how this is supposed to go. I'm supposed to be making money on sponsorships, not spending it, but you know, it still made money. It's still what it is. But I definitely bought all the DLC. It's like, look man, it's just a good game. Don't judge me. It's not in the budget, but it's happening anyways. But yeah, so we're just getting started because I had a brand new DLC come out, was it a day or 2 days ago? It doesn't matter. Very recently. And I was warned that the new DLC mayhaps break saves. And since there's only single-digit number of hours in the previous save, it's like, we gotta start a brand new save. So the theme we're going on this run is we are scholars. And we're going with the idea that we are fresh out of the academy, so we took that we have the scholarly start where we get a little extra knowledge than everybody else. I don't remember what we gave for our what did we give ourselves our bonus? Because you get to choose a positive and a negative. We can just go back and look. Why am I saying? Oh right, and we have a terrible secret, which is something I don't actually know what it does, but that looks vaguely like it might be an icon that looks like a werewolf or a vampire, so I'm guessing we have a werewolf or a vampire among us, or we are all werewolf or vampires. But we're academics who have a terrible secret, and that we are not very good with our hands. So we are very scholarly people who have not been out in the world. We haven't had a chance to get our hands dirty and, learn a trade or anything. We're fresh out of school. We have a terrible secret. And this is the vibe we're going for. That we are fresh graduates out of the academy who are immediately going to become mercenaries because that's just the way you live. Immediately leave the school and then go to war. And then we were going here. And I was like, I keep every single time we've started a run, because this will be our third time, I keep always going out of adaptive exploration, which is where everything scales to your level, because I always worry about the world getting smaller so far as interest, because you'll want to have similarly leveled enemies, and then you only have certain places. But I have been having a lot of people be like, no, you should do region locked. So I think we will do that, and what region locked means is every area has a set level to it, so you'll have like, this is the level 10 area, this is the level 20 area, and you can still go between all those places, but it means, I'll be in this area and I'll out-level it and I'll just kick the crap out of everything there, and then I'll go to the next area and immediately get the crap kicked out of us, and there's a whole lot of figuring out there, so we'll try that. For this, I've been choosing Experienced because this game doesn't really have the idea of a standard normal default. So Experienced feels like what it's looking for. I'm not here to prove anything to anyone right now, I do tend to have a tendency that when I play a game and I'm new to it, I'll play on whether the normal, default, standard, whatever they use the verbiage for, the automatically selected one. I'll start there, and if I'm really vibing with the game and like, I want it to hurt me, then I'll crank it up. And we do that with a lot of games. But usually when I'm new to a game, I will keep it on the default, because there's some games that the harder level is like, the enemies have better tactics and a better move set, or you have harder varieties of enemies show up earlier, whatever. And that can be very meaningful and interesting. And then there's the games that go, what is hard difficulty? Well, we gave the boss 100 times the health, and then we made it one-shot you. And you go, so I just have to slog through the boss for a full half hour of non-stop combat where if I make a single mistake, I just lose. That's not actually that fun sounding. Or it's like, okay, you get paid almost nothing, and you are going to have to claw every inch slowly and painfully. And it's like, okay, but that's not really hard. That's more, you just drag it on, which can be fun. I actually do like my slow-moving challenges. But yeah, you never stun people who jump right into hard stuff without playing normal first. I get it, especially with a very long story game. One nice thing about this game is you can change the difficulty anytime you want. That way, if you're like, the game's not hard enough, bam, it's harder. Or like, you know what, you're making me drag all this food. I'm actually kind of annoyed dealing with all this food. You can lower it. So I do appreciate that you can change this as you go. The only one that does seem like you can't change it is your save mode. So limited means I can have one save file, but I can save and go back to it, but I can only have the one. Free save is where you can like make 5 or 6 different saves, try different ways for things to go, and you know, kind of suss it all out. And then there's Iron Man, which means there's no take backsies. We're gonna do the limited. I feel like that's a nice balance. Save game. Suffering Scholars. Alright. Yeah, some types of games, the difficulty aren't really good design or difficult. They disrespect your time, yep. And we will do this, which is we're going to start a queue. So if you would like to be in the party, you do !join. You don't get to like choose which character you are or what traits or whatever. It is just kind of first come, first serve. I used to let people be like, well, I want the first pyromaniac, or I want the this. But then I got to a point where I was keeping this list of like 20 names long, being like, okay, all right, we got a new person. Which of the conditions? It'd take me like 5 minutes to go through the list to figure out who's there. I'm like, we're not doing that anymore. It's first come, first serve, but we'll get like people a moment to get their names in, and then we'll start naming characters. But this is our scholarly crew, of which only like one of them looks like they're young, fresh out of school age. Because this dude definitely has seen things. What? Oh, it's just because you have gray hair. It was like, why does she look so much older than I was? Like, oh, they just gave her gray hair. Too bad. I'd be the horse. The horse will be named. The horse will be one of her names. I will probably make it into a war pony, and it will be a frontline animal. He also met those who refused to review the movement and controls too, and then they refuse to change the things they refuse. They say the dev didn't make the game fun for me. Wait, which one? I'm missing the context on what that was. And those who can play the game is too hard, not forgetting it refused to adjust the difficulty. Oh yeah. Yeah, the classic, like, you'll have the one group of people, they'll turn on every single accessibility control and turn down the difficulty. The game's easy now. It's like, yes. Yes, you literally gave it every single possible thing it could do to help you. Yes, it is. That doesn't mean accessibility is bad. I am very for accessibility. But like, that's like being, I turned on item highlighting. Now I see items. I dislike this. And you're like, then turn it off. You just uncheck the box. That's all you have to do. It goes away. It is very different though if those settings don't exist. When those settings don't exist and people complain, then you're like, okay, you've got a valid complaint. Or if it's one of those things you set something and you have to commit to it at the beginning of the game, and then you're 50 hours into the game, you're like, okay, well, if I want to unset this, I have to start a new save file. That can be a major foul as well. Let me just have to be respect. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is get all stuff. And then there's Zomboid, where if you don't do outlines, you sometimes can't hit the right zombie. Yeah, no, that's I very much turn on the outlines in Zomboid. People are like, oh, that ruins the immersion. And it's like, dude, man. Well, like 95% of the time where the hit lands is where you expect it. There's always that one that, especially when there's a zombie on the ground and standing kind of in the same spot, that gets a little dicey. And you definitely don't want to swing if you're hitting the wrong one, because it will get you killed. Alright, so with that said, let's get in here. I was basically waiting for the ad thing. It's a zombie game. What immersion are you worried about? Oh yeah, the conversations of realism in Zomboid. Where they're like, well, this would be more realistic. It's like, here, I'll deliver you the most realistic zombie game ever. There's no zombies. Congratulations, it is more realistic than any other zombie game that has ever been produced. Because the zombie apocalypse, which is very fun thematically, fundamentally does not work. Alright, so we're gonna get our first person here. You are going to be, what is this, warrior? Is this the warrior? What is your class? Warrior. So we're gonna go ahead and get our warrior named here, and our warrior is going to be Ganja Knight. That seems like a very fitting name. So we got Ganja Knight here, and so we can choose your starting weapon. We can give you Small Axe, that if you crit, makes people bleed, or Big Axe, where if you crit, you make people bleed. Now the thing I did learn is I thought, since this one's move was Slash, that I thought Slash would be an arc. It's not, it's single target. Meanwhile, if I use this one, which the move is called Maim, this one does Slash, like does do an arc. It's fine. But we're gonna give you the big axe. You're gonna go smack people, and we can give you a utility skill. And I think in this case, between our options, I'm going to give you Wrath, because that is something we can spend a Valor point to maybe get a kill if you just, once in a while you'll hit an enemy but not quite finish it off. And then we got all our positive traits. So we can choose random, but there's like higher crit chance, higher constitution, strength, nimble, hardworking on. I'm gonna go with random. And funny enough, you can actually give them a second positive trait, but if you do, you have to take a negative. I think for this case, do we want to have our initial people potentially be dysfunctional? I might go that way. Yeah, I think we go that way. For the initial 4, we're taking 2 random positives and a random negative, which means we could get some pretty awful stuff. Yeah, we definitely want it random, because that makes it more interesting. Alright, so I think we got Ganja Knight there. We'll see what you actually end up being on the other thing. Now I've got our Thaumaturge. They basically have this little pot, and you huff your own smell again and again, and then you unleash that smell somehow to hurt enemies around you, and that sometimes that gives other bonuses, like sometimes you can heal friends, sometimes you can poison, bleed, incinerate, and I think corrode enemies around you, all at the same time. So you got your supply, and it's gonna be Pagey Cakes. Congratulations, Pagey Cakes. We can change your utility thing. So what's interesting with this, aim does work with the bombs you throw on this character, which can be pretty cool. I am torn between giving you the first aid to give you a chance of saving someone who's dying, or just being able to huck bombs. I think I'm going with huck bombs. So let's go with our 3 randoms. So there's Pagey Cakes. Next we have a Spearman. Guess what they do? Look, we'll get to the point. They poke people. And that's going to be pretty pictures. Throw javelins? So close. They might actually do that for all I know. I'm still very new to the game. I'm suddenly questioning... Yeah, it's plural. For some... Oh, that's why. I'm out of characters. Okay. I guess you're going to be pretty picture singular. Because there's not enough characters. Alright. We definitely don't need you running. You're probably going to be a step farther from the rest of the melee, because you do have a big pointy stick. So what I'm probably going to do is have you be the one carrying the bandages, because we don't have anyone who's a backliner like an archer to carry them to save people. So I feel like technically you're one of our longer ranged people. And I already feel like we've got the person in there to yell at people and make them fall over dead from being yelled at. And I really don't see much value in giving you a little extra run space. So I think you're there to save lives. Mostly poke people, but occasionally save a life. So now we've got our swordsman. Is this based on medieval times? Yes. And then we've got DG here. I don't know why I'm typing that in chat. That's not where that needs to go. Alright. I always have hesitation with that part of the name. There's like, you'll notice I don't say that out loud. Because it's always what I usually just say DG. Is it okay if I call you just DG on here? Is that good enough? Or like another word there? Everyone does? Yeah, because in a lot of places that second part can be offensive. DG Shorty. Yeah, unfortunately it wants a third character to count. Or wait. Sir DG. You have a title. Okay, so we have a starting weapon, so you get cleave. I imagine that cleaves. You get slice, that's single target. So the question is, do I make you our tank? And give you taunt? So I could take whatever the dangerous thing is and put you between it and all that. Or do we go just probably make you sword and board. And I think the reason we do that is trying to line it up where you can get 2 or 3 people doing arc hits is not gonna work. So you're gonna sword and board. You're the one who stands between us and the thing we don't want hitting us. And then we're not done yet, because the horse gets a name. Because this is definitely not a horse with no name, and it will not be left out in the rain. There we go. And so the horse is going to be, well, pony. That's going to be Harry Palzak. And there is our wonderful set of scholars. Everyone knows the professor's actually Harry back here. They're the mastermind behind this whole thing. This is a fictional world. It's definitely like Wicked and the animals talk and teach class. That pony 100% will become a war pony and be our rogue variable in fights. Because for those who don't know, when you have animals, you don't get to control them. They just do what they're going to do. Yeah, that's, like I said every single time, Darstrider, if you know you're in a headspace where you're going to be less patient, more confrontational and all that, I do sit there and say, hey, them hands, that butt, slide it on down there. If you already know you're in a state you're going to be irritable and probably say things you shouldn't, it is definitely one of those things that you should remove your situation from that. Obviously it is a problem, we'll time it out, but it is one of those things that, like I said many times in the past, well, we can certainly time you out. It's also, if you have the self-awareness that you are going to be combative or whatever, use that awareness. At the beginning, knowledge isn't learnt from books, but in the field. It's this deep belief that led your companions to leave their libraries behind and strike out on the road, hungry for learning and curious about everything. Determined to surpass Alizar's greatest professors, your scholars have become the mercenaries and intend to unravel the Five Kingdoms' many mysteries themselves. It has nothing to do with the fact that all their universities have rejected them. Well, it's not really the way I was leaning for that story, but you know what? Sure. Okay, so we don't have to go through all that initial stuff. We're immediately saving on the opener. Alright, so we do got some shiny stuff over here. But yeah, when you're playing this game, you've got, like, you know, your happiness, your influence, your valor is stuff you use in combat to do special moves, how much food you have, and your money. So you got your basic resources. And this bar up here represents your fatigue. As we walk around, it goes down. When it hits empty, we either have to camp or people start dying from exhaustion, which is bad. There's no Phoenix down. When a character is dead, they're gone. But a lot of this game is based around combat. So we're in, like, tutorial land where you get your first fight is very scripted. And so you're going to see stuff like, it's like, by the way, if you surround an enemy, they take extra damage. Alright, combat. When your turn comes, play any unit you haven't used yet in that round. You can find out which enemy will come into play to prepare your strategy. So if you look down here, I get to use 2 of my characters, and then that lady, or that hoodlum's going to go. Then I get 2 characters, then the other one's going to go. So if we go and we target the hoodlum and we kill them really fast, we can potentially spare ourselves from any real damage happening to us whatsoever. Now you have an arc swing, so I'm going to run you right up here, and I'm going to get you right behind that hoodlum, and I am going to maim you. When you perform a melee attack on a free enemy, you engage them. An engaged enemy can only attack their engaged opponent and has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Take advantage of this with your own units. An engaged enemy who has their back exposed from attack can get bonus attack against them. So these two are hitting each other now, and they won't do any damage till one of the 2 of them get their turn, but that means this guy is stuck. If he tries to run away, I get what's called an attack of opportunity, so I get to take a swipe at him while he tries to run away for free. I'm mostly doing that because that's going to be our first target. So here, your turn is done. So now I get to bring another one. You probably do the most damage, so you're doing 3 or 4 to a hit, and you do 5 hits, so I'm wrong. So we're going to run you over here to get behind the hoodlum. Okay, so we didn't manage to finish him off, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to taunt him, which will force him to hit DG. DG has a shield. It also penalizes his damage. And so that's what we've got here. So at this point, we end our turn. So Hoodlum gets to go. He just got to poke us a little bit behind our shield. So let's run you over here to the Archer, because the Archer gets to go here in a minute. I couldn't quite reach the Archer. Should have gone for the other one. That's fine. It is what it is. Because I can't reuse the other characters, because they've already gone this round. That's what that thing is the end of the round. So, was this Pagey Cakes? So Pagey Cakes is going to go ahead and, you know, inhale some drugs, as you do. And is going to throw a bomb at the Archer here. And that's what you're going to do for this turn. Okay. Oh, you didn't run? You just stood there? That's certainly a life choice. Okay, DG gets first blood. I'm going to run you around here to kind of trap that Archer in there. And I'm going to taunt you to force you into combat so you can't run away without me getting a free hit. You probably need to be next, because otherwise I'm not going to have an angle I can hit you without hitting a friendly. Okay, and you've done your thing. Can I get a bomb in there that doesn't friendly fire? I can. And stand you here. So we've now surrounded the enemy, so we get a bonus against them. We're going to go ahead and have you huff some more, just because, I mean... What else are you going to do? And then, finally, we go and scooch in here, fully surrounding you, and give you a poke in the back. So that archer is having what is known as a bad time. And he tried to run away, so we got a target attack of opportunity, which means we got to hit him before he got away. So if we look at this, we can grab the cloth, we got damage dagger, we got some wood. You can take the bodies, and there is a trait you can accept called cannibalism. I'm not doing that because, one, the bodies are ridiculously heavy, but that is a way to survive, especially if you're doing like thievery and all that where nobody likes you. You can manage. We're going to use a resource to repair the damaged armor on DG, and then DG did gain a level. And it's just notified that we have like all the DLC and they're all triggering those things. So you can go into your level and we can choose a couple things. So I can give you Protector, which means you'll get to use heavy armor and you'll get the bonus of Encouragement, which if I use Encouragement, it means everyone in a nearby, like a fairly large nearby radius. You think there's a different scenario that using corpses, you don't remember? I have no idea. But, you can use this and everyone nearby takes reduced damage. That's very strong. We can get Fighter, which means I can use an attack that hits about as strong as my sword, but destabilizes the enemy, which means it effectively makes their armor not do anything for a couple of turns. Sorry, like basically bypass their defense. And then you get Swordsman. And Swordsman means I will get to do like two attacks instead of just one when I run up. And that can be more damage. I think for DG is our current person who their goal is to stand between me and the things that hurt me. So I think Encouragement is the right place. So we have you in heavy armor, and then we can have you guarantee at least yourself 30% damage resistance on top. The other thing we can do is we can go with these. I'm going to give you Constitution. I'm not as worried about you doing a lot of damage. Your goal is to not die. Alright, now before we get caught up into too much else, normally you unlock your talent points out here. Oh, I should have done this before. I'm going to get Career Plan first. So you get all these little cool things that you can use knowledge, so you can make it so you can run. You can make it so your people use less food or pay less than that. You have a better chance of recruiting people. You can become cannibals. And all that. You can make it where they can become best friends. They can drink together, or that actively hating each other makes them stronger. In this case, though, I'm going to get this one called Career Plan because it seems to be the more valuable one from what I've seen early on, which basically means each time I level, where I saw that I only gave one Constitution to DG, I have the choice of using some of my influence as a currency to give them more. And it's a way to pretty much guarantee yourself some good results. We made one of the greatest discovery. We can run worst scholars ever. No. Slightly better than the scholars that didn't run.
When I think of how many people don't shoe their ponies, it makes me want to pull out the little hair I have left. Tell you what, buy a horse from us, and I'll throw in the horseshoes for free.
Okay, but I'm not actually going to do that.
Although the war in Edarin has been a boon for my business, I cannot help but feel for my poor ponies. I can tell you aren't soldiers. Take them with you if you can. Otherwise, they would most likely end up dead on the battlefield through no fault of their own.
I'm going to be honest with you, Amatress. they'll probably end up dead on the battlefield with
Tell
me
you what,
too.
buy a horse
So
from
let's
us,
sell that
and
dagger,
I'll throw in the horseshoes for free.
because I just realized I had a dagger that I have no use for. And everything else we want to keep. Now, I do wish they had better highlighting of stuff around here. A lot of times out in the periphery, you can find stuff. These ones, like that's the weird thing. Like, that one was highlighted, but this one wasn't. I also forget you can rotate the camera a little bit. But yeah. Unfortunately, everything here, if I want it, I'd have to steal it. We are not well suited for theft. So we're probably not going to do a whole lot of that. Maybe later on we might end up stealing some stuff here and there as needed. But for right now, we're just trying to get to the first town, which is right here. And so, because we discovered 2 locations, I got another knowledge point. So this is what I would normally have gotten my first point. And that's kind of the big thing, is that, we can just hide those. We do get a bunch of those. So I could go over here, and there's nothing I can research over here yet, which is fine. But what it can do is we can give ourselves rationing. So now our people need to eat less food. Because that's how we work. We just, you know, get a little smarter and we know we can eat less food or something. I don't know. Alright, so let's go through all the different things like the blacksmith and all that. So we do have a scholar and an alchemist in our group. I know one we're going to want to make a tinkerer. We can wait to do the professions until we see who we're going to be. Well, actually, I won't be able to recruit. No, we can recruit someone. I'll get it in a second.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Alright. So you've got them. We can go to the town hall.
Are you mercenaries? I'll have you know that we do not take kindly to refugees in these parts.
Yeah, we don't eat when we're hungry, we eat when dinner time comes. We do need as much as we can, we need as much as needed. Yep.
Why, you ask? Because they have overrun our streets and are now taking to the roads. Erdogan is sending our way anything with legs and a mouth that cannot wield a sword. You have your work cut out for you. There is no lack of honest folk in need of help to fend off the refugee menace.
Still don't like that lady. Alright.
For a few crowns, I can polish your armor. Please. I'm so hungry.
And even though he steals money from you, I'm still going to give him the money.
Oh. A little spit and polish here and there. Done. So shiny I could go blind just looking at it. Thank you for all the money. It will be well spent.
And he steals an extra 20 bucks from me, but we'll get that back.
Please, can you spare some food?
And I'm going to give them bread to get some influence, because then I can use that to recruit
I will
someone.
pray for you.
And everyone else here is a vendor that sells food. I'm not going to bother talking to them yet. We'll be dealing with them in a minute. We already have an apothecary. So if we look at our thaumaturgy person, Pagey Cakes, you can do medicine. Can't you, like, punch that dude for 20 bucks? Well, the idea is that we gave him 10 bucks, and then he ran off, and then we realized 20 more bucks are missing. Is kind of the idea of what just occurred there. All right, before I mess with any tavern stuff, we could go in here where we can accept quests and we can recruit people. So let's see what we have available. So we've got a brute who's got a mallet and all that. No traits, so it's clean slate, just a brute. We've got another swordsman. We already have a swordsman. And we've got a crossbowman who has lower constitution and does bonus damage to enemies who haven't moved yet this round. Let's check our party, because I don't remember, because we have Protector, a spearman, a thermator, a warrior. Yeah, so I don't think we actually do have a brute. So I think we're going to bring the brute in, just leaning even farther in our melee situation.
I want to see the world before settling down.
All right. Welcome to the group brute. So what we can do from there is, before we get too late, so our brute is going to be Burning Sun. I still like this message. Tyrem has taken the alias Burning Sun 1 and the companions like it. I like the idea that you could name your person and maybe they'd be like, they've taken the name Burning Sun 1. Your companions roll their eyes at the name. Like, you know, something to show anything but like, not like, hey, I like it. I don't think that is. I think that's just literally a prompt to acknowledge that you changed the name.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
But it is one of those things that I kind of wish there was. Alright, so we got a bunch of contracts here, so we're going to grab both the easy ones, because there's one where we have a group who's causing trouble, and we have some drunkards who are picking fights with refugees. And then this one's an average difficulty. I'll grab it, because most likely as we're doing stuff, we'll get stronger and all stuff. Your name is Harry what? -1, yeah, -1 relationship. You'd have to have it, like, recognize already existing names. Okay. So with that, we've got our people here. I'll go ahead and they've got a scholar. You're already, I was going to say, let's make you into a blacksmith, but you already are one. I don't think there's going to be anything we can do as a blacksmith till we get more materials. And then the other one of the other two is going to become a tinkerer, and I'd probably make the last one something like a cook for now. But let's go ahead and go in the Derelict Tavern, which is one of the DLC.
As the merchant in charge of selling this little marvel, it's my pleasure to welcome you, mercenaries. Take your time, have a look around this fine building and just soak in the atmosphere. Let me draw your attention to the low-maintenance dirt floor and the roof that's never once failed in its 100 years of existence. But the best part, mercenaries? The price. For a tiny, almost inconsequential investment, you can finally become the proud tavern keepers you've always dreamed of being.
And we can buy it for 1 single coin.
Excellent decision, mercenaries. You won't regret it. I'll leave you to your cleanup. You won't be needing me anymore.
We learned how to make creme brulee by cleaning that up, apparently. Oh, I need a woodcutter. You know what? You already have an axe. Sure, why not? I always forget it once you actually click in the circle area. Did we even read the legal pack or have a survey done before buying this property? Well, that's... So, don't spoil it because I haven't gone very far in this. That's what I suspect this is, that this guy sold us this for $1 for, like, an ulterior motive. Like, maybe he's not the legitimate owner and just trying to get rid of it or whatever. Or, like, it's got some horrific debt or something that we're not being told about or whatever the problem. Like, there's some big problem of why he needs to get out from it. So he's just trying to chuck it at the first person to, you know, legally acquire it. But I don't know. It could also be that's just a functional thing. You have a tower in Paris, I can sell you property. Pretty much. The tavern is established, managed by your troop. You can generate revenue each shift. To operate successfully, a tavern requires staff, equipment, and an extensive menu. The tavern's reputation is measured in prestige. Using prestige, you can unlock equipment to expand your tavern. The more numerous, varied, satisfied your patrons are, the more prestige you'll earn. The many ways to attract patrons and encourage them to spend money are comfort, security, and satisfaction, which are calculated at the end of each shift. Would you like to name your tavern? Less than ethical brews. Excellent. Alright, so we need a brewer. What do we even have here? I don't know. Civilians cannot learn a new profession or be transferred to troop. Okay, so these are civilians. These aren't people I bring, or I can make my own people go there. It is interesting. Oh, okay. If I have Harry go here as a pony, you are a mascot, and it makes people more likely to buy drinks nearby them. Okay, I was about to say, like, what can the horse do? So, let's see. Alcohol production is increased by 3, and ages alcohol faster. They both have the exact same thing and cost the same amount, so we're going to bring you on board. And you're a brewer. I also see that you can be a bouncer or the tavern keeper. Okay. So you are making brandy. Fair enough. Pike, cheese, and salt are on a promotion right now. And stringy meat is at a loss right now. Oh, it's saying I can have 2 of them. Alright. So let's go and let's see. Food production is increased by 4, adds 2 dishes to the menu. Food production has 1 extra. Exact same thing. Has a 20% chance to produce delicious dishes, which can be sold at a higher price. You had me at more money. So we're going to go ahead and bring you in. You're going to be a cook. It looks like you can bring in a second cook. I need a tavern keeper. And I need a bouncer. So we're just going to hire everybody. Okay. Because it looks like this isn't coming from my money. I believe this thing there. It's also interesting that you can get a thief to blend in with the patrons to steal from your patrons, but it lowers your security. That's fine by me. So let's go and check our menu again. So we can go to the oven. So yeah, so pike, cheese, and salt are at an increase. So of the recipes here, I don't have pike or cheese, but both of you use salt. So you can have grilled pork and bread is what you're contributing. And you'll do wolf sausage. And alchemist creme brulee, which has a 0% chance of failing or selling. So let's not make that. I mean, I guess it only costs me money if I make it. When a specialty is prepared at the tavern, serving it is set aside for the troop at each rest. A tavern specialty is its trademark, and only one kind can be served at a time. Interesting. Scullions are reminded to not leave the cream in the oven too long lest it explode. So it's a rare dish. It's interesting that we got that, but it looks like we won't be able to sell it. No one is going to buy it at all. So I guess you're just making wolf sausage and nothing else for the time being? That's fine. Yeah, and that's everyone we have. So we basically just chucked a bunch of stuff in the tavern to get it going. So I have a need for more food. I've got 4 days worth of food, and we need more than that. I didn't check any of our people. So what did we get for our random rolls? Okay, so Ganja Knight is a lycanthrope, so you're basically a werewolf. You are stocky, so you can carry more. You're hardworking, so you gain more professional experience. You're stupid, so you gain less XP. And you're carnivorous, which I think is because you're lycanthrope, means you eat meat. As like you don't like the veg. You eat the meat. You also got lycanmorphous, which means you have a 40% chance of turning into a lycanthrope when I use that. For 2 valor points, I might turn you into a werewolf.
I don't want to be a lycanthrope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love. So they use gunpowder instead of nutmeg. That was the impression, is a creme brulee made with gunpowder. Which is mildly concerning. So the big penalty you have is that you level slower than everyone else. So when it comes to just broad leveling, you level a little teeny tiny bit slower, but you do level professions much faster, and you can carry more. And thank you for the Gigantify rate. Randall Thor. I was reading Pagey Cakes and reading Randall Thor, and it became one not word. And then meanwhile, we have Pagey Cakes, who got plus 5% experience because they're clever, plus 5% dexterity because they're nimble, and then minus 5% experience because they're stupid. So you're smart and stupid at the same time, which is a very complicated thing. So basically, these two negate each other, so you just have dexterity. Look. Their books start smart, not street smart. Yeah, so I think these cancel each other. There's 2 ways this could go. One is these could just straight up cancel each other out. If it's additive, they cancel each other out. If it's multiplicative, then what would end up happening here is this would give you the 5% extra, and then take the 5% off of that, and you might actually come back. Either way, it should be pretty much a wash, no matter how they do the math. It's a nothing burger. So you're nimble. That's ultimately, you have just 2 trait slots that are not kind of being used. I do believe there are things you can do to get rid of negative traits. So technically that could work. And then meanwhile, you got pretty pictures. So you've got increased movement. You go 1 tile more than everyone else. You're got a little bit better constitution, but you gain profession XP considerably slower, which is fine. Hey, FMBY. You don't have swole brain, mediocre brain folding. It happens. And then we got DG here, who is thick skin, so you get extra defense. You are clever, so you level faster. But you have reduced critical hit chance, which honestly, for someone who's kind of the one to stand in between me and the bad things, having a bit extra durability and losing crit is not a big deal. And then we got Harry Paulzak, who is our horse, who is strong, so does more damage, can move a little bit faster. Unfortunately, you are depressed, so you have reduced willpower. So you are a sad, strong, and fast pony. I feel like somehow that's my fault.
Those refugees. I understand there's a war in Edoran, but that doesn't mean they can just help themselves.
You touch it, you buy it.
Alright, so we're going to go and buy a bunch of apples. And basically what I'm doing here is I'm spending a whole bunch of my money. I would like to get my food supply up to around 7 days. Just to give me some wiggle room as we travel around. Alright, so we are done in town for now. Yeah, the pony needs more sugar cubes. Okay, so we've got our first mission is up this way. So if we leave town, I think... Alright, so I think it's that route out of town. Yeah, that should take me in the general direction. Oh, hey, wait a second. This is the guy who took our money.
I can polish your armor for... You? How did you find me?
So we can threaten him or leave. I am going to threaten him to get our money back.
Please don't hurt me.
And then we can choose to attack him or leave. Last time I left, and this time I'm going to leave as well. Because basically what's going on here in the map is there's a war going on in a neighboring region, and basically people are being driven out of that region. The locals here don't like the people coming, and so are not willing to help them in any way. And so people are getting desperate and they're turning to crime and all sorts of stuff, you know, to try and make ends meet and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely one of those ones that, like, you can empathize with the refugees who are just stuck in a desperate situation. You can empathize with the local people here who, you know, really, like, yes, they're partly failing to be kind to these people here, but also, like, they're becoming bandits and all that and causing murders and all that as well. So there's definitely kind of a two-edged thing there where some people are helping, some aren't. But because there's so much need and not enough availability, it is creating real problems. And it does seem like they try and go out of the way to make it, you know, someplace you could relate to either group or whatever. That's weird. It says there's just gonna be one dude here? Okay, there is two. Oh, it was them plus the henchman. For a moment I was like, wait, are you gonna, like, really make me just bully one guy? Alright, so that should be the whole crew. So, the leader gets to go first, then the other person. So you're not a very strong one. You are. We'll open up with you. So we're gonna very much, first thing Pagey Cakes is gonna do is they're gonna take a huff of their stuff. We're gonna run them over here. You're gonna drop a bomb here to hit the both of them. And then you're gonna purge that gas. Let's have you try and position here.
Thank you Cuz Jackie for subscribing for 5 months.
And thank you Cuz Jackie for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Let's see. I like that you play the game again. It was a lot of fun for you. Yeah, no, I had a lot of people gave positive feedback. It's the kind of game I usually worry about doing multiple streams of, because it is the kind of game that has a tendency to have pretty fast fall off because of the story side of it. You probably do more damage from farther away. Yeah, we got you pulled into the fight. But enough people were like, yeah, I want to see more. That's like, you know what? Sure, let's do that. Alright, so let's have... Can I get you into range? I don't think the taunt will take if I do that. Yeah, so unfortunately I don't have what I need to taunt. So at least, so someone here is getting slapped by you. There's nothing I can do about it. Now, good news, it doesn't look like you have a poison dagger. I'm gonna try and get surround on you. Yep. So we have surrounded you, and I need to make sure I'm not hitting friendlies. Because you're tanky, you're gonna take a little bit to take down. Their one's gone. Let's finish the job here. So we got Galvanize. So everyone does extra damage for a bit. So I'm gonna run you around to this side. Alright, you need to be a little farther back for the bonus damage. So you're inhaling more of that. You're stuck in melee, unfortunately, so you're gonna do nothing else. That will poison everyone around you. And everyone's just gonna keep smacking you as much as they can. Smacking the guy as much as they can. Oh, you switched targets. Okay. I can get behind that. So meanwhile, you're just gonna get away. Because if you get smacked again, you're in trouble. And you do poison everyone next to you, and it's becoming more of a liability than a benefit. Because it poisons everyone, friend or foe. So smack you. Alright. Hey, and Alanorama on their 5-stream streak. Really do appreciate that. For those who don't know Alanorama, a fellow member of Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, and another fantastic creator as well. So you can go ahead and get a shout out for Alanorama, that'd be fantastic. Because you, I believe, did you also do a stream of this? I want to say you did, if I remember correctly. Like after I did mine? I could be wrong. Yeah, I was worried I was mixing you up. I was pretty sure that was right. But yeah, no, it's definitely fantastic. All right, you want to play more? Yeah, no. After I did the sponsored stream, I picked up all the DLC. So let's repair all the armor that got damaged. We did get a good shield out of here. So let's grab pretty pictures. You gained a level. So we can set you up that every time this unit ends a turn next to an enemy that is not engaged in combat, we gain a Valor point, which lets us use special moves. Every time this unit kills an enemy, we gain a Valor point to use special moves. And Valor support, every time this enemy ends a turn next to an ally that is not engaged in combat, they gain a Valor point. Most likely, the kills an enemy or the Valor support will be the ones likely to happen the most. I think we'll go with kills an enemy. You're probably not going to be a strong source of Valor points. I'm going to use Career Plan, which is the thing I got earlier. And what this lets me do is if we look at this, strength is where my damage comes from as a spearman. So I'm going to go ahead and use my 10 influence to give myself more points. Because more number, bigger good. And I found a lot of stuff like your points are not super hard to come back. Was I a medic? You took an oath. Yep. Okay. So we finished that objective. So let's go. I believe our tanky person was DG. So you get yourself a brand new, not hot garbage shield. Congratulations. First upgrade to someone's kit there. I see there's smoke coming up from here, so I'm curious what that is. We are going to need to rest very soon. So we got some pittance, breads, and a rustic ball. But now we do need to rest or people will start dying from exhaustion. You can rest at a campfire in your camp, feed your troops, pay their wages to avoid unrest. Resting refills fatigue meter and restores valor points and speeds up time. So, looking at our roster, I believe we have only one person without a profession. So congratulations, you are now a tinkerer. So let's find Pagey Cakes. Did I grab the right person? No, I did not. Pretty Pictures, that's right. So you're going to go ahead and do that. And so Pretty Pictures here is going to work on this bench, which means we'll get 2 of her raw materials per turn. The other thing we're going to need is we're going to need a couple of goodies. I'm going to go ahead and have you craft 2 lockpicks. That way if we hit any locked boxes, we can actually do something with them. Otherwise, we just need more cloth and rope and wood and all these things to do anything else. So there's not a whole lot to do there. We can look at our tavern to see what's going on with it. And I've come to the realization, and I'm glad I looked, because I don't actually have what we need. Use this window to move, buy, sell tavern equipment, increase the tavern's prestige, to unlock new types of equipment. When the upgraded version of a piece of equipment is available, you can buy it directly or upgrade the equipment you already own. Okay, so we do have a table and a torch. And we got $250 here. Alright, so we got 4 tables there. So we can get a musician to play stuff there. Interestingly enough, it looks like it can only put those on that wall. And otherwise, they're basically broke, so there's nothing else we can do with the tavern. Alright. Okay, you have a good sleep and all, Randall. Okay, so with that said, we do have knowledge. So now we could go in here, and we got some options for knowledge. We can get the saddlebags. We've already got those equipped, so I'm not going to bother with that. We can upgrade our campfire or our workshop. I think we'll get the workshop as the first thing we grab. And yeah, it is something for all of these. We just need more supplies, so nothing else to do there. So not a whole lot I could do right now. So we do need to have at least one person eat meat. I have just realized we don't actually have meat. So our lycanthrope is going to be displeased with our vegetarian diet today. There's nothing more to be done about it. You're excited to see how the tavern changes the early game? You never bought the DLC. Okay, so we gained +4 happiness for having companions assigned to the fire, +1 happiness from the food. And we have one of our companions who is displeased because we gave them food they don't like. We did gain a little bit of profit and a little bit of prestige and had 8 patrons at the tavern. So if we look at our tavern report, we did broadly have our wages spent, but then this is the profit each one of them made. And so we did ultimately turn a profit. That's good news. There was nothing special that happened that day, so that's good. Alright, so with that said, we can go ahead and break camp. And we will need to go get meat. I'm not seeing anything else up on this hill that we care about, so let's get off the hill. And so where's the next contract? So the next contract is nowhere near us. So I think what we do is we grab some resources and make our way back to town, get paid, and maybe buy at least a little bit of food. Oh, hey. We got jumped by people I didn't see. That's fine, we could just murder them. Alright. So all three of them are there. So let's have you swap positions there and you go down here. And I think, so it's going to be you two, then the one on the far side there. I'm partly tempted to have Pagey Cakes run in there, huff a bunch of stuff, and then detonate out, hurting everything around her. The downside of that is that will put a really big target port on Pagey Cake's back. So drop your bomb here. So right now, if you use that, Brigade 2 deals 80% of dexterity as damage. Okay, so again, what's the range on that? So it's big enough if I run here right in the middle. It will hit them all. Alright, you've done your part. And now I need to get people there to help you. So you've got the axe. You might be able to get here and hit them both in one swing. Maybe one more tile there. Yeah. Nicely done. And that means they should probably go after Ganja because he's closer. And then we get to go. So let's grab you over here with your sword and board. The next one to go is who? So you're the next one to go, so let's plan to get you either killed or tied up in combat before you get a chance to do anything. I didn't know that Taunt used a Valor point. That's fine. We're not going to waste our temporary Valor points, I don't think. Alright. Okay, so we've got them all engaged in melee. So you're going to hit me. You tried to break away to hit Pagey Cakes. Nicely done. I can run you up here to start having you surround. So, we get to go, and then you get to go down here. I'm just gonna have you smack them. Yeah, I was worried that you weren't going to be able to get there. I was going to potentially use Wrath to get the 50% damage bonus. But that was like, I'm not sure you can get in range. Okay, so let's have you move to this side. Smack them. End your turn. And you yell at their face because they got temporary Valor points we're going to lose at the end of fight. Alright. Repair equipment. We got money. We've got relatively crappy armor. We got some playing cards. We got some cloth. And then Pagey Cakes gained a level. So, Valorous Audacity. Every time this unit ends a turn next to an enemy that is not engaged in combat, we gain Valor. Valiant, wait. Every time this unit ends their turn without using a skill, you gain Valor, and if they're standing to someone next. I'm actually going to have them do the wait, because one of the things we're going to run into with Pagey Cakes is if our people are all, like, kind of balled up, because Pagey Cake's attacks are primarily area of effect, there will be times that Pagey can't use any attacks, because she had friendly fire. In those cases, I can have Pagey wait and basically feed Valor points to the rest of the group, so that they can use special moves. So that way, even when Pagey can't land a hit because of just positioning stuff, Pagey could still contribute. And I want to say the Purge is based off your dexterity. So we can go ahead and boost that. So you get more damage. Let's grab that wood. I'm just not noticing the stuff in the woods and aggroing more than I need to. Alright, so let's consider our positioning options. So rather than splitting my troop onto either side, let's put you all on the same side. As we get bigger, I won't be able to do that. And honestly, I am liking the little riskier play here of grabbing Pagey and having Pagey just open up with extra damage. We're gonna have to rest in not too long. I'm not sure. So, gain 2 toxic miasma. Fair enough. And deals 80% dexterity damage until to units in the area. And if I use the second time, I believe we'll get even more. Oh, that is... okay. I should have checked that first. The positioning on this isn't as good as I was hoping for. We can hit all 3 with the bomb. But I'm only going to get... oh no, I get all 3 of those with it. Alright. Do it. So you've managed to almost kill all 3 of those by yourself. And that one's going to die of the poison when it gets its turn. So first one is that wolf. So you're going to run up to this wolf and stick it real fast before it gets a turn. And then the next wolf to get to go is that one. We're going to have you run up and give it a slap. So now we do 50% more damage. And then the next one to go is this one. And then you get a slap. They're demoralized and trying to flee. No, you're made out of hide and meat. We're definitely not doing that running away thing. Run away and our opportunity of victory? Come on. So you're gonna run up, you're gonna smack us once. And then everyone is going to bully. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna taunt you off. So that way that person's not considered engaged. Because they had the free Valor point left over. But you can step a little ways back, because then you do double damage. And we win. I'll repair the damaged armor. And we will take all of that, because that gives me meat. Meanwhile, let's go. That's now all I need to do. Alright, so we have medium armor. I don't actually think anyone's capable of equipping the medium armor yet. Not until they level up. But we do have... no, I take that back. You actually can. We can get a very light upgrade in your armor. So DG's got a very tiny upgrade on their armor. DG is 100% in the we're getting our loot drops and just rolling neat on everything. That's just how it is. To be fair, they are effectively the main tank, so it makes sense. Okay, so let's start by going to the blacksmith.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
And we are selling a bunch of junk. And then sort that all out. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure I've got a good number of resources for working on my stuff. Then we can go into the place here.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
And we collect our bounty.
Here is your reward.
And then we see what's new on here. Alright, so I got another one to go rough up some gang. So I'll add that to the list. And who do we got here today? We've got a swordsman. I already got one of those. We got a swordsman. I already got one of those.
Thank you the _ins for subscribing for 17 months. Rual love Rual pride.
And thank you, the Imps, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. They've been sub the channel for 17 months, which is a heck of a long time, and I appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot. Raised by boars. Willpower is increased as long as they are near a boar in camp. Alrighty then. So yeah, everyone here is a duplicate of a class you've already got. I don't know how many classes there are in the game, but it's not a small number. It does seem to be relatively large. So I don't see myself as leaning into doing a lot of the same class. Unless, like, we're doing a thematic run or something like that. Okay, that's the wrong way. Alright, 1 second. I need to be going, like, straight south. So that's this road. Oh, so you need a pet? Yep, we don't have anyone who's got a spare spot to become a hunter, so we're just going to ignore the hunting stuff. We will get that eventually, but I need more people. Alright, I found some cloth. Love to see it. Oh, we can go to the prison tower over here real quick. Yeah, before we go over here and pick this fight, let's go to the prison tower over here. Because then I can get a set of shackles or two, so that as we're fighting enemies, if we beat someone down, we could potentially pop in real fast to nab them for a little extra money.
The Lady Mayonnaise has offered a reward for any outlaw captured in the region. You should give bounty hunting a try.
Okay, so I grabbed 2 sets of chains. That basically means if an enemy gets weakened enough, I can potentially capture them to then, you know, do what we need to do.
I don't want to die here.
Ooh, sorry, man. You are a warrior, and, no good for me. Crossbowman. So you are clever. You are a pickpocket. So you've got 2 negatives and 1 positive. To give me a little extra XP, you can help bandage. You have reduced carrying capacity. Not really worried about the reduced carrying pack. I mean, honestly, this would give us another person to add to our ranks. That would be our first ranged unit. What do you cost, man? Let's talk.
As long as I am well fed, I will follow you wherever you go.
Oh, you're cheap. Excellent. Alright, so we got our next person on their ranks. We got a crossbowman. And so you will be Banul. Welcome to the team. Now it is the thing that a lot of the stuff will adjust the number of units based on your number of units, is my understanding. So as we build our army up, we will see larger fights. Okay, and we need to camp. Alright, so you don't have a profession yet, and there's nothing for you to really do here. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and check you. So you can get ourselves a cooking pot. This will work out great. So we're going to craft our cooking pot. And place our cooking pot. And congratulations, you now do get to have a profession. You're the cook. Now, we are going to want to, when we go to town, buy a bunch of salt. Because we'll need that. Meanwhile, we can check on the tavern. Nothing meaningful happened today. We made some money. So tavern doesn't have much in there. Yeah, so let's wait till we have a bit more money, and then we'll try and get some more booze variety going on. Expand our menu, all that. We can save this. Go here. Oh, we have more knowledge. So we can reduce our wages by 10%, which is a pretty good one to do early. We can learn recipes, and the recipes have a bunch of different bonuses, because one, learning the recipe means I get to have better food while I'm out and about, which means my food goes farther and saves me money. We also have the tinkering stuff, which is where we can learn to upgrade things. I do still already have the workshop queued up for that, so I'm going to not worry about upgrading this. I think I'm going to get frugality to keep our wage costs down. And then we're going to go sleep. So, let's toss in a beer because I have it. We will toss in a carcass to make our person who needs meat. Oh, your danger is extremely high. I've not seen that before. Sure. I'm more curious than anything. Okay, we didn't have a problem. And showing our shift results, we made a decent amount of money. We gained prestige and all that stuff. I'm genuinely surprised we didn't have a problem. Oh, and we gained stuff from here. So we got a bunch of skill knowledge points. And because every time you max out these, you get real special things you can do over here. Oh, Special Troop Challenge. Knowledge-seeking scholars. Only the most curious adventurers dare the mysteries. Follow this winding road and explore the uncharted lands and all that. Gotcha. So it's implying that we have something special here. That's fine.
Where's them refugees? We'll toss them out ourselves. We'll toss them all out. Yeah, I've been drinking. We all have. How'd you know? You seers or something? Never mind. Leave us be. We've got refugees to clear out of Tiltron.
So, I can attack them and fight them, and I'll get 5 leather. I can give them the couple of beers I happen to have handy and get a bunch of influence. And it also resolves this without me having to kill all them. I think this time I'm going to give them the beer, because the last times I've attacked them, I'm going to give them a couple of beers, and all that stuff. Because that's enough influence for me to potentially recruit another person.
Oh, that's all awful kind of you. We were starting to get thirsty. Think we'll take a little nap. And we'll decide what to do later.
Okay. So we non-murderingly resolved that. We have the salt mines over there. A bunch of the other stuff they want us to do is way down there. I think for right now we work our way back up the road. The back and forth is costing us a bit because we are still eating food and paying wages and doing all stuff as we're walking along. So walking back and forth, if I'm not gaining more out of it, you know, it'll catch up a little bit. Granted, I don't see the game as like so strictly struggle for every single tiny bit of food that that's too big of an issue. Oh yeah, that's the animal thing. We can go ahead and grab whatever this material is. But it's kind of one of those things to not be overly wasteful. Which is probably the difference of when you turn the survival difficulty way up high and thing. Yeah, no, when you turn, I was gonna say when you turn up the survival difficulty, it's probably have to be very very conscientious of your movements to not waste time. Okay.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Alright, so I think we're good with all that. We can just leave. And go into the Feast's Inn. And who do we have here? We got the swordsman, a pugilist, who is thick-skinned, and you. So we're gonna go and take the pugilist.
I've had enough of my nightmare neighbors. Take me far away from here.
Oh, I'm gonna probably get the influence here.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers. Here is your reward.
I thought I was supposed to gain 20 influence for doing that. And that's the whole reason I took it, is we were going to gain the influence. And then I would take that influence to deal with that. So we only got hard contracts right now. So I'm a little disappointed because I would like to get that pugilist, but if I can't afford it, I can't afford it. There's not much to be done there. We do have meat with us.
You touch it, you buy it.
So I bought a big pile of salt. Okay. It did say you would get the influence. That's weird. Maybe at the end of the day. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm curious. Like, if it's delayed, I'm assuming it just didn't work.
Those refugees. I understand there's a war in Edoran, but that doesn't mean they can just help themselves.
So I got a really big pile of salt. I do have a bit of meat on us to keep our lycanthrope happy. Yeah, some of these do get, you get the influence if you pick the right conversation option. Yeah, and that was the thing. The thing we chose is but we would give them beer, and that we would get 20 influence. Like it specifically said that we would get 20 influence. I was like, okay, that put us over 60. That's plenty enough for getting some. It's fine. Alright, so it looks like there's not much for me up here. All the missions we have are all in the south end. So we are going to need to go south. So we got 7 days worth of food. We've got money set aside for wages. Is it a general influence pool or faction base? I believe the influence is just like a broad, you have influence. Not that it's like, I have influence in this region, I just have influence. It's effectively another currency to be spent. That was ore to grab. But yeah, no, I'm glad that we're not like so narrowly focused on our food and all that literally have to be like, okay, am I going down here to go fight these enemies to get a little bit of money to hopefully claw myself just a little bit more food to get on to the next thing?
Stop right there. This salt mine belongs to her ladyship Gonthrond. I can't just let you walk in.
Yeah, so we could pay for entry, we can threaten them, or we could persuade them. I am going to leave. I already have a mountain of salt. I don't feel like it's worth getting myself wanted to get something I already have. If later on, like, there was a shortage of salt or something, then we could potentially deal with that. We got some wood. Got some plant. We got a point in knowledge. So we can go over here and potentially work on upgrading these. Like I said before, I already have stuff that we're not quite able to upgrade, so I think I'm not going to worry about that yet. We can get ourselves a recipe. And we'll want to get a bunch of these. Because the more of these we end up getting, the more stuff I can cook. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the braised chicken. And we're going to go here. We've explored more map, so I got another point from there. Okay.
How could they? We didn't even put up a fight, and they still killed our precious Lucilla. Mad with grief, her father chased after them toward the mill. I hope he caught up with them. These thieves don't deserve to live.
Alright, let me check one thing real fast. Okay. I don't worry about that after stream. So I found some hemp there. We can make rope with hemp. I could steal their ratatouille. I could steal their pike. I could pick the lock on their box upstairs and steal from them there. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, yes, if you really dig into the story, it's like, yeah, bandits killed their family. And all that. Like, that could be a rough story. But it's always ones like you don't, like, dig into it. It's not super bad yet. I do imagine if we pick the lock here, that, you know, it might not be well received by the grieving family for us to do that. Alright. Let's keep on working our way down. Okay, so I think we might want to take this road to the right. Now, granted, I see a location there. Let's go check the location first. And then, honestly, there's a lot of goodies to snag down there. Oh, yeah, this place. Inspect. Give me your wheat. Give me your hemp. Give me your cloth. Give me your money. Give me your sandstone and wheat. Give me your cloth, and a work manual gives me knowledge. Yes, please, and thank you. Get a little bit smarter. Let's see what else we're gonna do here. Like I said, we are still working on getting our tent and all that, so let's not bother with those. Companions will search bodies in more courageous places to find crowns. You gain 5% more crowns when like from kills or whatever. We can have higher capacity training, smooth talking. We're let's like that have things. Your troop can add objective markers to the map. fate makers, we get increased valor and cannibalism. Otherwise, you can get more rare, like more recipes. What's the recipe here? Okay, let's do that. We can now make syrup. And I do see the guy down there. I know that dialogue is a thing happening. This is a little bit of repetition stuff. So last time we did this, we accepted his plead.
He killed everyone. A real madman. I'm injured. Help me.
So you have no traits, but you are a ranger, which we don't have. So there's no good or bad. You are just a ranger. All right.
He killed everyone. A real madman. I'm injured. Help me.
Sure, I'll bring you on. Thank you. I still can't believe that Ricky used us as bait. He was the one to blame, not us.
If he hadn't killed that little girl to steal her necklace, her father wouldn't have fought back, and my friends would still be alive. Take me with you. I have a score to settle with that traitor.
Sure. Alright, and we got ourselves our brand new recruit. So who's going to be our stabby stabber? Our stabby stabber is going to be Randall Thor. I think literally the last run, because this is, we haven't played much of this game, like literally haven't gotten out of the first region. Because I only played it the first time like 2-3 streams ago. And I think Randall Thor also was this same character in that run. I think that was the case. Let's see, every time you end combat near a unit you're not engaged with, every time you kill a unit, or every time you're near an ally, you're going to be one of my main killers. If it's anything like the last time. And we're definitely career planning, giving you more damage. And the troop grows. Yeah, so there's a boss right over there. Like I said, it looks like there's a bunch of ore and all that down here. So even though our objective isn't here, I'm just kind of running around grabbing this, because that's what we use to upgrade a bunch of our stuff in our camp, and blacksmith, and alchemy, and yada yada. So if it's all relatively close and not out of the way, I'm going to snag it real quick. Alright, before we mess with this, is this our objective up here? I think it is. Old Lighthouse. Camp first. Okay, so let's see here. So you're working on that. You are my scholar. Go do scholar things, which means you get to sit at the campfire. And we'll start this by going, here is our cook. Go ahead and make a bunch of bread. Make some wolf sausage. And make a bunch of syrup. You're now an apprentice cook. Love to see it. And we gained a knowledge point. Okay. Before we use the knowledge point, let's go here and see if there's anything we can do with you. So you can make a rope, singular. Which is not enough to get any of the rest of this going. Alright. Let's go to our knowledge points and look at our tinkering stuff. So it looks like you would be able to upgrade the camp or the cooking pot potentially. We can go here. Apparently gained another knowledge point. Let's worry about that in a minute. Okay, so you need a little bit more wood and iron. That's okay. We gained another knowledge point. We'll also add mutton onto the menu. And then before we finish there, let's go to the tavern. That's fine. You got a little bit of money in here. We can go to your recipes. Okay, so pike, cheese, and salt have a bonus. So you've got the wolf sausage. And we will add braised chicken onto the menu. We're expanding our menu. And I do have the ability to add another barrel. And... oh. Well, I don't have any new applicants yet, so... we won't be able to do anything with that yet. That's fine. Alright, so you're done here for right now. Tavern manager... yay! Line go up. All line go up. That's all we care about. And then we need to actually rest. So you will want... we'll use a beer for happiness purposes. And one carcass for the lycanthrope. We'll save our good meat for later. Alright, so our bouncer prevented some customers from leaving without paying, so he got extra money. We did gain 20 influence due to our people's happiness. And so, yeah, we had a pretty profitable day. We got $100. We had 12 patrons. So let's just check before I forget. Do we have more staff that I can hire now? Alright. Ages ale faster, ages ale faster. So they literally all have the exact same thing, so it doesn't matter which one we choose. So I'll go ahead and bring you onto the team. And then you... are going to be a brewer. Let's go into the basement. And you are apparently also making brandy because I didn't realize I didn't have another booze recipe. Which is a little embarrassing. Alright, so let's save that. Alright, so we got 5 enemies on this one. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Got an enemy down there. So we got 2 archers down there. Guy with some knives in the middle here. 2 guys in the middle here. Yeah, I'm starting to get enough people, I won't be able to put them all in one area. I don't want to go about this. Let's go ahead and put you over here with the intent of having you tie up the hoodlum. You two start working on that archer. These are the 2 only enemies close to each other, so I feel like you should be here. They don't seem to have a leader, so let's go ahead. So you got 3 there. I mean, that hoodlum's really close. Yeah, so you are going to go after this one. You're not going to be needed up there. Yeah, so you should be able to go after that one, tie them up real quick. And between you two, we can knock that one down and then start chasing some archers around. And you 3 are going to bully this group. But I do think, like we've been doing, Page of Cakes is going to have a nice little sniffy sniff. Gonna run right on in between here. I didn't think that through at all. Well, we're here now. I couldn't get a good throw from where I was at the beginning. You do a lot of damage with that at 10. Okay, so first enemy get to go is you. Let's get you over here and try and kill you before you get a chance to participate. Okay, next candidate is you. So in that case, let's have you run up here. And stab you immediately. And you're going to stab me back. So that archer's going to go next. No one's going to be able to get in that archer in time. So let's go ahead and pop over here. It probably wasn't a priority. Okay, so the next one to go there. So you're going to get to go. Then you get to go. Let's tie you up before you can become a problem. Let's give everyone a little bit of armor. Okay. So next one is you. And then you. Okay. You only get one more person to move before our turn's done, which is going to be you. Let's have you not... Oh, I moved you wrong. It's fine. That was a waste. I misread which person was in which position and put them behind my own person versus putting them behind the enemy. Okay, so with that said, we can go ahead and wrap these up here. So first one getting to go is you. In that case, will that finish you off? Not guaranteed. Will this finish you off? Yes. Come on. Come on. There. Okay, so you get to go first. Let's prevent that. I also just realized I don't want you to be standing there. I want you to be standing like here. For the extra damage. You're gonna fire your arrow and then run away. Okay, so next one to go is you. Let's try to finish you off. We're gonna have Pagey Cakes move out here a little this time. And drop bombs on both of them. And then stand there for potentially getting a bonus. Oh, I can do the capture. So you are now my prisoner. You run out of here because you don't have an angle to do anything constructive in that area. They might as well start getting ready to put up the chase. If I was smart, I would have checked my order. So you're the next one to go. Okay, so you're all finished. And we all do more damage now. You run over here to start working your way to meet up with the others. Okay, so you're the next one to go. So have you run over here. Shoot them. Reload. Shoot them again. That's what you're bringing to the table. Okay, I think you're the last one I have who hasn't gone yet, so you'll have to just run for it. So you get to shoot back. Ow, quit it. Alright. What we can do here is you run up behind the archer and prevent that retreat. And no need to take more damage. Okay, literally everyone gets to go before you get to go again. And got him. So he probably would take a wound or two. Yeah, I was going to say, we took enough damage, we probably were going to take a wound before that was over. Lair location. After defeating a member of the bandits, you have obtained a map indicating a location of their lair. Neat. Money, ball, wood, some kind of crappy armor. We will heal our wound and repair our armor. Ganjanite gained a level. So I can now choose to make you into a berserker, which basically means you'll deal 3 times more. Deals 3 times, so you do 3 or 4 damage 3 times to a target, and if you critical on any of them, you'll gain Fury, giving yourself 50% more damage on your next attack. So we would assume 9 to 12 and maybe sometimes more. We can make you an Executioner, which means you get a big swing that does 3 damage to all units nearby, and then does an extra swing for every unit nearby. It does take more Valor points to do that, but it is one of those things, if we ever get you really piled in on some enemy, you can clear house with that. And now you can get Sentinel, which gives you heavy armor. And then you can get Riposte, which every time an enemy unit is attacked or attacks you, you get an attack of opportunity for everyone in range, which has some interesting implications if we go and use the Protective Shout and Riposte together. It means I can just throw my people into the mess of it and do a lot of damage. It's honestly 50-50 that both of these are situational. That's 9 to 12 damage, which is still solid versus your regular old hit. I think is like 6. And then this one, like I said, it's very situational. If we hit 3 targets, actually, let's see, if we hit 2 targets, okay, if we hit 2 targets, well, no, for this to make more sense from the Valor point cost, it'd need to be 3 targets. That'd be kind of the break point, is 2 targets would be about the same as the first attack, whereas 3 targets, this would be monstrously more damage. I think I am going to be greedy and go for Executioner on this one, and see if we can make that work. But it is one of those ones that's going to be a lot flukier. It's also interesting that this doesn't seem to make any difference to those attacks. Okay, so this does give stuff for your equipment and woodcutter. So let's go career plan. That'd be 40 to take that. Okay, that would actually help everything. So we are going to spend a lot of influence to put the points where we want them versus where I was randomly assigning them. Okay, there's a bunch of boxes to lockpick. Before I do that, I'm surprised I'm not seeing hemp anywhere. Most places do seem to have them. All right, let's take save that real fast. Because like I said, for me, I found the lockpicking game to not be my favorite. Okay, so yeah, you know what? You'll become our thief. Congratulations. So I did break one lockpick, but we got in. Officer's Gala helmet. Cool. It's a heavy helmet. Leather straps, which gives us the skill leather straps, which increases guard, passive, and a military report that gives us knowledge. Alright, well, I did get into both of those. We got some chicken, some wine, and some cabbage. And I think that's everything, even though I could distinctly see there's rope there. And I do want rope, but it looks like that's going to be a no-go. That's fine. Alright, so we can go here. We have the bandit's lair is now shown. We got the military report. We could also look at our stuff here. Okay. So with this, we can go to our workshop information, potentially get the better campfire and all that. We can also give more recipes. I think for right now, I will learn the campfire. So that gives us the recipes for all of those things. We can then go up here to DG, because you are the one who's getting all of our heavier armor. Let's have you have a little bit more defense. And then you get this shiny helmet. Oh, level 3 required. Okay, so you have a level reason you can't do that. Which has sharp fin, which any unit dealing melee damage to this unit has a 20% chance of going. So if anyone hits you, you have a chance of causing them bleeding. And you get extra attacks of opportunity, but you just get, it's better armor. That's the key aspect. It's better armor. Okay, so you're still wearing farmer's rags. Let's get you out of those farmer rags. Get you something a little bit better. Then around us, we don't have too much nearby. So let's see here. We gain more knowledge. We got another level there. That might be the enemies we're looking for? Maybe? And grab all this stuff that's not bolted down. Then we're going to probably go down there and harass those enemies. And then once we do... Okay. Okay, so we got 3 enemies there. 2 enemies back here. So I definitely feel like you should be over here. Where's our axe guy? So you'll be over here on this front. As well as our person with the shield. Put the crossbowman and our assassin over here. You can sword and board over there. I think that'll be our let up. Alright, so first enemy to go is you. We've got them tied up for a minute. You finish your turn. So you need to go next. Let's go ahead and set this up. Yeah, so you're a very small radius, so that'll be hard to do much with. So let's go ahead and have Pagey Cakes do their opening. We walk a little ways in here. And drop the bomb on all of them. Exclamation mark join. And then we go right into the middle of them all and detonate. And you've done your job. Okay. Sure, why not? So put them down to like 1 health each. So you get to go next after that one. So let's run down here. It looks like you can only keep 1 prisoner at a time from what it's appearing. So you go next. Let's run you up so you're not just loose doing whatever. Okay, so you get to go. That'll be your turn, so let's run over. Oh, that's... Okay, that'll still work. No, actually where I meant to put you, but that's fine. Okay, so you get to go. I'm a little worried about these targeting things that take a full turn to do. So... You get to go first. Let's have you deal with this. If you kill this guy really fast, that frees our higher damage people up. Yeah, Coup de Gras does 12 damage to all units there, so it's a really hard-hitting hit, but it does take a while to go. Okay, so let's go ahead. Oh, your turn's not done yet. We'll do that for the extra victory point and damage. That's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do there was use that damage bonus and put a crap ton of damage on there. But I fast clicked to mess it all up. Really hoping you get a better hit than that. Okay, so we got 2 more till that's done. You've already gone. So you're taking that hit. I don't see that we're getting out of that. I can sneak up behind you, put a good amount of damage into you. No, I got you, Darth. In this case, I shouldn't be letting that continue. Because you are going to take a really solid hit. What I'm hoping I can do... Oh, I don't have a victory point. Or a valor point. I was going to valor point and see if I could chuck a bomb all the way over. Of course, now I get a valor point. Okay, so it didn't do any real damage, it just hit the armor. In that case, Whack. Because if I let them retreat, I don't get the chance of getting the armor and all that. The XP is not necessarily as good. Okay. See, Burning Sun gained a level. Alright, so you can get Vanguard, Relentless Charge, disengages and charges in a straight line, deals 5 damage to all enemies in their path, and applies slowdown. So basically we can have you just bull rush through the enemy. We get Smasher, deals 5 damage to all enemies in a unit, and applies 2 poisons to bleeding units. To bleeding units. Okay, so they have to already be bleeding for that to matter. And then we have Destroyer. Deals 5 to 6 damage to a target, applies Weaken on them, which reduces their damage. I can see this Relentless Charge being really good. I'm leaning towards Relentless Charge, because I feel like that's those cases where you start having enemies swarm, and I can use Relentless Charge to shove my way through enemies, and I'm assuming it'll push them out of the way. It doesn't matter if it does or doesn't. But if I could do that, then we can potentially, like, set up attack where I bull rush through there, and then I send in the guy who can do, like, the whirlwind to go and fill in the gap. Or just the same, if you got a lot of weak enemies, we can just bull rush through the group of them. I'm willing to accept Constitution. Just as it is, 2 points of Constitution. Because I also want you to get, like, just straight up Strength, but either of those is fine. So if I already have a prisoner, let's go ahead and run back over to drop off our prisoner. Am I really that far away from the prison already? It's fine. Oh, wait. Harry Paulzak also gained a level. So we are going to use that to give you strength. We got knowledge. And then we got this thing. So we got for exploring, and we also, for gaining cooking, we got trained craftsman. Yeah, because I suspect, you know, you sleep with a prisoner around, you probably have chances of the prisoner escaping or causing problems. I would like to discard the prisoner before they've been with us too long. I actually don't know what all the implications are, but it's like, yeah, that's money in my pocket. Let's go cash in. I wonder what the 99 on the right is. So that's my money. Ah, wages due. Right, they're telling me I got to pay my troop today. All right.
The Lady Mayonnaise has offered a reward for any outlaw captured in the region. You should give bounty hunting a try.
So hand over a prisoner. We've got the Hoodlum Alchemist. Oh, you only pay 60. That's actually not that good.
Thanks for
okay, at least we get the chains back, so it doesn't take the chains. They got a crossbowman, an assassin. And you're just a hoodlum? Oh, you're the person I brought in. And another crossbowman. So no one we want to recruit this time. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm right by Stockholm, so let's go ahead and work our way back over there. Grabbing our mission. Are you better than my current axe? You probably aren't. I assume you aren't, but we'll check here in a minute. Okay, time to make camp. So I've got this axe, the chipped axe. Let's go check, was it... Yours is +2 and gives maim. Does 10 damage to all units in an area. You give +3 and you do 8 to 11 damage to a single target. I'll probably do that even though the maim has way more opportunity. But a lot of times I'm only getting like one target in there, so I think I'll just take what I can get. So you got all your stuff going. Anything I can cook? Yep, we could do 2 braised chicken. And a syrup. And now I can check for tinkering. So I can make a camp chest to sell stolen goods as we sleep. But we're not really stealing anything, so I'd rather save those materials for other stuff. We don't have what we need for any of that. I will make myself a second lockpick to always keep 2 on hand. We can check on our tavern here real fast. Yeah, there's nothing new to mention here. Okay. So with that, we need to pay our salaries, which is fine. Hey, Dragon Rose, thank you so much for the 60 stream streak. Catch the last 60 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. So we're not strategically transferring equipment to an alternate location? No, not really. We're not, like, direly opposed to it or anything. It's just not a thing I'm kind of going out of my way to do. There, so we got our meat that we require, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Alright. Cool. So we gain some more influence, we gain some more happiness, all that kind of stuff. Our shift report's basically telling us we only made a tiny bit of profit. A very light profit day. Most of our patrons are bandits. That is what it is. Generally speaking, the only things helping us is we are getting a little bit of a bonus from drink variety. Which is weird because they only have one kind of drink. GG. If only my parents could see me now, they'd be a proud fighter of what I become. So we could choose to write to the loved one to share your past success. You get a little boost of XP immediately. Show off your skills in front of the group, which means you gain a tribute. Or you can celebrate the success of the whole group. You're going to show off your skills. Because I like instant stats. Alright, so you are our sword and board, you are the wall. So you're going to get more health and more constitution. Alright. Okay, we'll make our way back to town real fast. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the acronym, Darth. You've used it a bunch of times here. Okay. Let's go in here.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Okay, we've got a bunch of that all sorted. I can take this here. So I just kind of swap some goods around. We can go down here real quick. So what do we got today? We still have a pugilist in town. You're a brawny pickpocket. I'm actually okay with that. Oh, we've already got a warrior. You've already got a spearman. So let's bring...
I was part of another group of mercenaries, but one morning they left without me.
We're going to recruit them. Alright, we got our pugilist here. And that is going to be JD2V0. Oh my god, please. So you're going to punch people.
Might she be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
And we get our 205 cash. Cool. And let's see what we got on the board now. We can accept this easy one that is to help people who are going into the woods to hunt who don't know what they're doing. And then an average difficulty one of clearing a rat infestation. Now, last time, the rat infestation was the very last thing we did the last time we played. And so what we're going to do here is... Well, actually, if I remember correctly, the cure didn't matter. I was able to come back and use the cure. And I do have 2 people right now who are... people who could do alchemy. Let's take a quick peek at our professions. What I'll probably do is I'll probably make JD. I'll probably make you our mining person once we get that unlocked. Because I know we're going to need that. You should be able to do that just fine.
You touch it, you buy
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, no, we've already changed professions a couple times while we were playing. The catch is you'll lose whatever XP you have on your existing level, but you will keep levels. So if I was a novice and a novice alchemist 90% of my way up and I switched, I would lose that 90%. But if I was like an expert alchemist, I would stay an expert alchemist. I wouldn't drop down like from level 2 to 1 or whatever when I switched. That's my understanding at least. Okay. So I've got all that. I've still got plenty of salt for right now. Let's check on the map here. So I've got way to the west. We can help the amateur hunters. We got the rat infestation. We've got the gang there. And additional content, so that's the pirates. So let's start by working our way to the left to check on the amateur hunters. I don't know if it's the northwest route or the west route that's going to take me there. I'm going to go with the northwest route. And I'm going to grab goodies along the way. Okay, we gained a knowledge point. Nothing else I care about for the camp right now. I can get more food options. You can get more money from battle and valor points. I think I'm going to keep going for the food options.
I am terribly sorry, mercenaries, but there is nothing of interest for you here. This is but a simple sawmill, and I am its humble owner.
Thank you Pankrara for subscribing for 45 months. 45 big number.
And thank you Pankrara for the tier 1 sub. That is 45 months been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that. And yeah, that's not what I want to do. And yeah, that is a big number. It's coming up on 4 years pretty quick. For those who don't know Pankrara as well, we should also go ahead and get a shout out if we can for Pankrara, another content creator on the platform. Does a pretty wide range of games over on their channel. A lot of kind of fun. Retro's not the word for it. turn-based, like actually turn-based tactics game tend to be some of the ones that Pank does play over there and all that stuff. But a lot of fun, a lot of chaos over there. I can't read the name of the game there. Esoteric. It was Esoteric something. I'm not familiar with the game you were playing there. That's a new one to me. Esoteric Ebb. I have never heard of that game before. Like what? Like obviously we're trying to chill and lurk and not answer a bunch of questions. That's fine. But if you don't mind, like what is Esoteric Ebb? It's like Fantasy Disco Elysium. Interesting. So what is this place we've just shown up at? Master Tinkerer.
Name's Brennan, Master Tracker. Our brotherhood is tasked with the culling of all the wild beasts on the continent. We reward hunters for their kills and protect the common folk from these vicious animals. If you want to join us and learn from us, you'll need to prove your worth and take part in your first hunt.
Let's see, you're 3 streams in, and it's already a contender for Game of the Year for you. Nice. That sounds absolutely fantastic. If you've not seen Wartales, Pank, like, you know you do, like, your turn-based tactics games, like you do, like, your XCOM-S games. This has definitely been a really, really good one. You may have already played it. Sure, I'll accept your quest. I don't know who you are.
Or do not come back at all.
Cool, I'll worry about that later.
Don't even bother trying to sell me your filth. I am in need of fangs to accomplish our ancient rituals.
Yeah. You hadn't heard of it until someone out of the blue bought it for you. Gotcha. Yeah, it's fine. We can get more than... It's totally fine to have a second shout out. It's not the end of the world. How's it been so far? It's been really good. It's definitely of the turn-based tactics game. It's probably been my favorite one since like the old school Fallout games, like back in the day. And I've played a bunch of them on and off, but I very much have enjoyed it. I know, like, quality-wise, more than likely, why am I blanking on the big one that everyone's been playing since it dropped? That really set the, Baldur's Gate. I know Baldur's Gate is going to definitely be the one that people resonate with a lot more. It probably is genuinely, as far as quality, objectively, the better game. But I have very much been enjoying this. Baldur's Gate I enjoyed as well, but I didn't get into it as much. Ooh, you expensive. Alright, so we get fangs from a bunch of different animals, and that's what these people want to trade in. But let's see what they've got for me. So I can get a miniature statue of an animal, which is pretty cool. Some rope, some pork, some white leather, which I assume is higher value. Traps, a meat drying rack, hunting gear, a friendship necklace, cabbage perch, defender's reinforced lair, sage's reinforced lair, or a huntsman's handiwork, which if I get a ridiculously large number of things, it allowed me to get a wildlife knowledge skill, which gives me 50%. Oh, okay, so this is something I would use on the animals, since you can have animals on your team, to give them special things. So I could give a fury to wolf, which means their next attack is 50% more damage. Deflection to a boar, which means they take 70% reduced damage. A repost on a bear, which means they basically effectively counterattack at 70%. Apparently you can get a mosquito, is the thing you can get, which gains dodge, which fully dodges the next attack entirely. Or a rat gets inspiration, which means it moves twice as fast. Or twice as far. Whatever. Which is interesting. You're slightly off in reading the item. It says willful knowledge. It says it's a skill. It could be that we get the skill to use. Oh, when this unit, I see. So whoever's wearing this gets those things when facing those enemies. I'm not giving it to the animal. I see, correct. So the hunter gets the ability against it. So if I'm fighting a wolf, my first attack is going to be Fury. I see, it's sort of fancy. Is there magic? It's not really, from what I've seen, it's not really fancy. It's a little bit more on the, more like medieval grounded. Like, I haven't seen like straight up spells like fireball or anything else like that. Yeah, it's more historical, but then you do get like all sorts of buffs and abilities and all that stuff. But yeah, so there's not a whole lot of like proper magic like fireball or ice bolt or anything like that. Yeah, so regardless, this is probably a place to come back to when I got a bunch of fangs. And you can steal stuff from everyone, because of course all these games are like, hey, you want to steal stuff? That's fine. You know, face the consequences.
Envious of our war paint, are you? You're not the first.
Yeah, no real magic, but there's things like undead and that, yes.
Sorry, mercenaries. Only those who have been initiated in our ways may sport these. To become part of the lucky few, you must travel to Ludern and ask the druid in the Tull's Glade. But be warned, the way there is fraught with danger.
Yeah, no, they, this stream isn't sponsored, but I played my first time a couple of days ago and it was sponsored and that was part of it. They're promoting, they just came out with a new DLC this week. And so, like, all the sales and all that around is promoting it for selling the DLC.
You're the most handsome boy in this whole room.
I don't know. I don't have cool war paints like that guy.
That's true. That guy's pretty cool.
Sorry.
You try, though.
I do try.
Yeah.
I don't succeed, but I try. Yeah, I have been warned that some of the DLC is a little bit mixed bag, and some of it's really good, and then some of it people are less you know, some of the people are like, was it really worth the money and all that? I grabbed them all because there was a really big bundle that gave me almost all of them, so they were on sale, and then I got discounted. So we got ambusher, so we're gonna try and ambush these boar. Oh. That is a lot of boar. That is a lot of boar. I have all the DLC. Because I just went ahead and got the bundle and picked up the one new one that came out and the one that was missing. That is a F-ton of boar. Let's get all of our people on the same side for this one and just kind of try and hold up. Okay. So, Pagey Cakes... I'm gonna need you to stand up in the front and be like, you know, singing yourself like need a hero or whatever. Because you're gonna go right in here and we're gonna see if you can just absolutely blow these boar up. So, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have you take a big ol' huff from your stuff here. And you're gonna follow that big ol' huff by taking another big ol' huff of your stuff there. We have you move about halfway up. And what is the most boar you can get? I think you're only gonna be able to get... we barely get 3 boar in there. So throw your little bomb. Okay, so you got pretty good range. You might be able to get 4, maybe 5. Oh, yeah. You land this attack and you've done... That's just all I seem to do in this run there, Rual. It's pretty much what you do, is you just huff your incense aggressively, run in the front, and then do a big explosion of damage on everything. And then you try and survive. Okay, so the next boar that's going to go is that one. Can I get... I can't get you into position to take advantage. Alright, so let's have you run up here. And I didn't notice the bear trap, that's on me. Stab the boar in the face. To force it to attack you. I probably should have run up my actual tank. Oh, you... Okay, that's actually pretty bad. Okay, so gave the boar a big ol' smack on the head. Okay, so that one might just get straight up blocked by its buddies. So we might get lucky here that you can't really get much in there. Yeah, so you're getting bogarted by your teammates. So the next board to go is that one way in the back. So let's plan for you to run up here. And you're going to smack this boar to lock him into melee. So that way our tank can, you know, kind of do their job. Cool, so we're bottlenecking them where they're all getting caught on each other and not really able to do a whole lot. Let's go run over here and have you smack this one to lock it into combat. Because that's kind of like the Warhammer rules where, like, if you put two people into melee, they'll stay tied up on each other. If one wants to break away and run, the other person gets a target of opportunity, so it's like getting a free hit on them. There's a couple of ways you could break out of it, but that is a thing. Alright, so you're going to get to go in a minute, and then you way back there are going to have a whole thing. So let's see. So we can probably have our crossbowmen finish that one off. Let's try to avoid some friendly fire if we can. Ah. 2 damage short. I don't have an extra Valor point to get the extra shot in, that's fine. Yeah, the fact that they've all got each other tangled up is really doing work for us. Okay, let's grab our pugilist here and tie this boar up into this. When do you get to go? So you get to go next, so we will use the defensive punches. Alright. So you're having somewhat limited options. Let's have you sneak up behind this one. I actually wanted to hit that one. I stepped too far. Alright. Okay, that's bad for Pagey Cakes. We're gonna need to get Pagey Cakes out of here. Alright. So let's go and clear some things up. So I don't want to waste bravado there. So let's see, that board's gonna get to go next. And then that one. So let's have you pop up here and finish you off. That gave all of the boar 1.5 their damage. That's not my favorite. So you can't do anything because it got you all locked up on top of each other. So you go next. Let's try and kill you. If I have you do that, that's not going to give me what I want. So you're going to open up. You do not do much damage to that boar. Okay, you're dying. That's our first time. So we need to get you out of the fight. So you're going to get to go next, then you. So those two are tied up, so let's just get you out of here before you get yourself killed. Because they'll be fine as long as nothing else hits them. Pagey. Get you out of here. Why did you die? Alright. Time to save scum. Let's see here. I believe that would be the autosave. Because I don't think you had inhalation, which is what would have done you... Oh, well no, because that'd be... If you did inhalation, you would have taken the damage, but you didn't have the inhalation debuff that I saw, which is what I hesitated on. Yeah, so the answer was to not just run up and engage a giant swarm of boar without looking. Then you get one turn? Well, still, they just got dying and they walked to the edge on that turn. Oh. So put us back at that same fight. Alright, let's try and be a little smarter about this. So you to the front, then you, then you. So while it was very nice to see Paigey do all of that damage, I think Paigey's probably better suited not being right there. Alright, so first boar to go is that one. So let's go ahead here. And I'm going to run you up. And my goal here is to block this path. So that way none of the boar can get past this side. Oh, that worked out perfectly. You wasted your turn, and I love everything about that. Meanwhile, you're going to go here. And you're going to try and block this up, bait someone into stepping into the trap. And we're going to go ahead and buff our armor. Okay, you're another relatively tanky unit. Let's see, the next one to get to go is down there. That's fine. We'll have our pugilist run up here, because they're also a relatively tanky unit. And again, we're going to try and block this off. I could taunt you to reduce your damage. Yeah, so you'll get to hit, but that's fully blocked. No more units can go down here. Okay, and the rest of you are here just to do as much damage as possible. So the next board to go is that one back there, then this one, then that one. Okay, so we got a while before this board gets to go. So let's see what we can do to soften these ones up to give ourselves some more breathing room. So we're going to have Paigey stand relatively close to this boar so that it gets poisoned, but far enough away from her teammates to not poison them. Okay. That should be far enough away you don't take the penalty there. Let's make sure you don't get free hits on them. Free hits on our tank. Nice crit. Alright, so where do I want to put you? So you put you here to do some damage. The trap's over there, so you don't want to trigger the trap. Let's maybe put you here. So that way you can get a back hit on this one to do extra damage. Okay. So I've got them all tangled up right now. Okay, first boar is down. That does mean they all get bonus damage. Okay, you're not going to be able to do anything. I'm not going to be able to take you down in time. I might be able to take you down before you get your hit in. So let's run you up here. Yeah, you're not going to be contributing much damage in this fight, unfortunately. I'll save that Valor point for a more damaging move. Okay, so next board to go is you down here. You're going to start taking a lot of damage relatively soon, which is a problem. Then you get to go, then you... Okay, so it's going to be this front end that's going to get hammered the worst here in a minute. Can I move into the middle of that? No. I was about to say, like, can I move in here and just blast this whole group? What we can do, though, is a little bit of damage all around, so Page of Cake's going to take it. And then continue to stand there for the goodies. So you're probably going to need to back off, Burning Sun, if we can get you out of there soon. Let's have you try... What? Should be able to hit that one. Give you a chance to break away, so we'll shove the boar away. Did not work. That was not part of the plan. Okay. Yeah, so JD's also in trouble. Okay, so let's grab you. Give everyone another armor bonus. Burning Sun's in trouble. Okay, who's next? So you get to go. Then you're not going to be in the fight, you're probably not in the fight, and you're probably not in the fight. So that's the next one that's going to do anything. I don't think I can prevent that. I do think we want to take down that dominating Sow up there, but I'm also worried about Burning Sun. If we can't get Burning Sun cut loose from this, then they could very easily die. Let's get you over here. So you're supported. Okay, cool. So that got them off Burning Sun. DG is still in trouble. So you're blocked there, so we should be okay with that. I don't think I can get you in a position to finish the job on that one. Alright, so Burning Sun is going to kind of fall back over here. I want to keep them having the supported bonus and be able to put hits in. As long as you're tied up, we shouldn't have to worry about Burning Sun taking our hit till something can manage to flank through it all. Okay. So you go, then you go, then you go. So, okay. So let's see if we can't finish off another boar. You are not in a position to do much of anything, are you? Alright. So soften it up. And then you can retreat just to be out of the way for right now. Yep, so you're all blocked up for the moment. And then you can go over here. And stab that one. Okay, so new round. Again, let's drop the bomb right here in the middle. Okay, you get to go. then you. Alright, well, regardless, your turn's done. So let's go down here. Yeah, so you'll go, then you. Alright. Can we finish you off? Yeah, we can. So I gained Fury again. And you are going to hold this position. No, you're not. You're going to scooch. I need him to scooch one tile forward, just so none of the enemies can get at Burning Sun. Alright. So next, we need to kill this boar. This boar up here has got to go. Can you finish that job? Is not looking encouraging. Can you finish the job? What if I put you into attack stance? If I do that, I believe I'm committing you to that turn. You probably don't have damage. Who had the charge move? That's Burning Sun. I guess we're just hoping for a crit. Do it. I mean, it's more than advertised, but not as much as I needed. So JD got the kill, and then ran away. Alright, so who's next? You get to go. Then you. Then you. And you. Unfortunately, this is going to get really messy up here really fast. You've already done your move. You've already done your move. Even though you're not really meant to be a frontliner, well, you're not doing anything because there's a rocket away and I can't get you in a position where it's useful. Can bait that attack into you. Nice solid crit hit. Yeah, so I at least got the damage split between Ganja and Pretty Pictures. You still can't do anything up here. Alright, so you're getting to go next. We only got the crossbowmen and you to be able to do much. Go for a crit. That's not what I needed. That's fine. Nice hit. Alright, can I get a free hit on something where you can get away in a hurry if you need to? Not especially. And you're really softened up, so I think you're just literally going to stand there. Ow. Okay, you're gonna boost everyone's defense again. Oh, 1 health, come on. That'll still work, because we can go and drop you right there. Okay, so that's 1 boar down. Do I run in now with Pagey Cakes and just throw some damage to I think we do. That puts Pagey Cakes in danger. They'll take the pressure off the others for a minute and get a lot of damage out there. Okay, so who goes next? So you go, then you. The boar are relatively big, so they have difficulty going. If we go and we grab from here, that should prevent Pagey Cakes from being able to be outflanked. This should also open up my ability to have Burning Sun jump in, be at least contribute to the fight now that they've had to back off because of health. Okay, so the next one to go is you. We can have Burning Sun run in here. I was really hoping for a better hit, but we'll take what we can get. Okay, so you go next. They're holding up relatively okay. Then you. Alright. So you've already gone. You've already gone. You two have gone. These two have yet to go. And then you have JD. So JD can jump in here as well. And finish the job there. And then we're going to have you retreat back just to make you a little bit less of a juicy target. Alright. So you get to go, then you two. And the people we've got left, I've got you two and you. So in this particular case, the positioning sucks is what it is. I honestly think It's fine. Okay, we did not hit Pagey Cakes. Because I want the big boar to move up so that we can hit it and then get the full damage spear on it as well. Actually, it's not going to work that way even if I wanted to. Oh, you switch targets. I hope that doesn't count as a back hit for you. Interesting, I'm allowed to do that through someone else. Okay, so we got double damage for doing it that way versus hitting more down there. Oh, that's okay. You're in trouble. Alright. So, we need to get Ganja Knight out of there. So you get to go in 2 turns. So I've got to get Ganja Knight out of there in the next 2 turns. So we move out here. I need that to die. So you can hold up to that abuse for a minute. You can hold up to that abuse for a minute. You are both very softened up. You've got 20-something health. So I need to take that down. Let's move you. I was kind of really hoping I could move this person into a position where I could pull the big boar off. I don't think that's going to happen. So for right now, let's drop you back a little bit just to make room for others to get through there if they need to. Alright, so you're going to go. We can just take that hit. That's the hit that's probably going to be the end of Ganja Knight, because Ganja Knight will go down. Actually, I'll have a little bit of time. And I can't get you around there. I can get you around there, though. Get in there, champ. Because I could pull you off of Ganja Knight. And that might buy Ganja Knight another turn. Thanks for taking it for the team, Pagey. Oh. I didn't see that. I didn't see Burning Sun was in range, so if I pop that off, it's gonna do 10 damage, which is gonna down Burning Sun. It'll do a number of damage here, but that was a bad play on my part. You are poisoning them all. Okay. Does someone have a bandage who can get over there? I don't have the point. To get you at least clear where nothing's gonna hit you real fast. This unit can no longer use moves. It moves by half capacity. The unit dies if they take any damage. Alright. That's gonna be the next one attack. We can just take that hit. Try and finish this one. No luck. Switch to aggressive stance. Oh, actually. And block you. Oh, that was... Okay, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Let's back up. Okay. Alright. I was hoping for the crit. Yeah. That's what I want to see. Okay. So people still hanging in here a little bit. Okay, who has not gone? Oh, it's just you. Okay, so we can go up here. Finish this. Giving ourselves that. Run back over here. And then use the bandage on Cannonite. And then run back over here. Give you the supported bonus. That even worked out better. I'm glad they wasted the hit over there. So you're basically done for right now. So you're gonna hit up there. We can take that hit. So what is your range on this? As I've already had you huffing everything. If you run over here, let's see. So we got 3 left. You're almost dead, so you get to go, And then we get basically a ton of attacks in the meantime. So let's go here. I'm going to have you run to this side on this one. And do your hit. I can have you pass your turn. Which would get the poison there and give me another special move point. And then you've already done your turn. So have you move down here. And you finish the job I was hoping. No, we're taking everything now. At this point, I've got this fight secured. We're taking it all. So you get up here, attack stance. Okay, you've got 9 health and you do 5 to 6. Actually, finish the job there. Run back over here to get surrounded. Go for the back hit. Alright. They've had a bunch of DLC and all that stuff. Okay, so we did get through that. Everyone just about got injured. A lot of damage between us. That was a massive fight. Lots of meat. Frame rate apparently is not a thing we get to have. Alright, so let's see here. So, we've got you under Protector, defensive. Each time the unit takes damage, we get a Valor point. Each time an attack hits multiple units, we get a Valor point. Or every time this unit engages in combat, we get a Valor point. It's probably every time you take a hit. And out of those ones, I will go ahead and take the Strength. Constitution's more important, but that's fine. Oh, you've got our Archer here. So we can get it... probably every time we're near another friendly that's non-combat. Now we can use the Dexterity for more damage, since your damage is terrible right now. I can go to Pretty Pictures here. In Pretty Pictures here. So we can get you Harpooner, which means we do a Piercing Throw, which does 6 damage to all enemies in a 8-meter line and causes them bleeding on the first enemy. Herald gives everyone 1.5 damage for the next attack. And then the Pikeman, we specify in an area. When an enemy enters that area, you perform an attack of opportunity and prevent them from continuing to move. I think in this particular case, unless there's like... okay, so they're all the same armor. I think we do that. That can be a good one for situations like we just had there, where we had bottleneck points, where I could put the spear wall on the bottleneck to give me an extra turn before stuff gets on top of me. Okay, so let's save real fast. It also happens to be we're at nearly full reps issues. Alright. So everyone is injured here just about. So let's look at our stuff here. What injuries do we even have? We have can't crit. Damage halved. Can no longer be chosen to complete tasks. Willpower reduced by half. No crits. Doubles damage taken. Doubles damage taken. So, I don't know with a lot of this how it determines things. Also, you're probably level 3 now. So there's your helmet. Now I'm going to make a whole lot of grilled pork. And a little bit of syrup. Then go... Okay, so you can't do that because of your injury. Then go to you. And... we'll heal your sprain. And we can still do the camp chest. But we can make a rope. And then with the rope, we make the hitching post. The animals can carry more, or we can make a tent and we get more free valor. We're going to make the tent. And then with that, take a bunch of them and chuck them all in the tent instead. They're still getting the 1 happiness for having you at the fire. The pony just does pony things. And we will arrange that. So luckily there's no real danger level. We'll have some booze. And I'm mostly having them eat our, like, large quantities of cheap food. And then just throwing a carcass or two in there for the lycanthrope. Alright. So we made our 60 bucks in profit at the tavern. Nothing really to add. People are just continuing to do their stuff. It's all good. Alright. Reach battle. A new injury. I'm not built for this life. I should have listened to my mother and become a farmer. We can choose to overanalyze your worries and fears, which will burn a valor point. We can demand a raise for the risk, increases your wage by 30%, curl up in a ball and cry, which still takes a point of valor, and all that. So we're going to sit here and overanalyze it. And that's because of probably sleeping while injured. Because I didn't have enough medicine for everyone because people got shredded pretty badly. So we can upgrade the tent. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get the tent upgrade. You vote for the ball and crying. There's an exclamation mark on the bar. Okay, not sure about that. So we got about 200 bucks here. So let's go here. And we can get a loot for $100. Let's order ourselves a loot. So you get a landscape painting, which attracts different factions depending on the region depicted, increases the comfort, grants extra prestige during the shift, and gives me better clientele, and an intimidating insignia, which increases stuff, but attracts working class patrons. And most of the rest of it doesn't change, I think. So now let's check our staff. So we can have a bard. Increase the effect of sales by 25%. Increase the comfort a lot. Okay, so let's go down here, and you are now the bard. Cool. Alright, so looking at those decorations, it looks like we can get a painting here. One of those. And apparently we could change the painting to get different ones here. Can you rename the bar staff? I'm not going to go through renaming the bar staff. We already have enough characters. The bar staff, I'm going to leave them alone. Because they mostly just sit here and do anything. Like, don't do anything. So I don't feel much reason to do that compared to other stuff. Okay, so we get some more meal options. They'll do mutton. Confirm. Venison skewers. Confirmed. There we go. The fact that you can only decorate the back wall kind of bugs you, but otherwise the tavern is cool. Yeah, no, it's just I think the camera angle. I wish they opened up the back of the bar more, like this area up here, so you could put that as well. Why are you asking me the name? That was weird, because we are on limited save, so I shouldn't get to change the name. So we want to get down off this mountain. Because we came here for a quest, but half of our people are injured now. I was saying, you need to handle that fight, because if I go in there, I might not get back out of that fight. Okay, I'll try... Oh, let's grab that wood while we're here. Alright. So I can grab this, get ourselves patched up. We didn't technically finish a quest, we actually gained a quest. 1 second. That's fine. Alright, so... let's go through our stuff and get ourselves restocked. Let's talk to you.
Use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith. If you happen to know one.
Okay. So I'll need to go in here. He gets those. Surprise, 45 more boars. Well, that was the thing when he picked that fight. We went and picked the fight. It's like, oh, there's a lot of you. Alright, so you can go to the apothecary.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them. There. I hope you will be more careful next time.
Ow! My wallet. She charged me 120 bucks for that. Well, we got plenty of food here. And sadly, I didn't actually have a quest to turn in. We found other stuff that wasn't the quest. Oh, we also gained a thing for collecting resources. Alright, so level 1 here. Okay, so we can reduce our risk of getting injuries. We can make it so animals have reduced regression range and give chase for less time. We can make it so our troops eat less food. We can get better prices at the Trackers Guild. We can gain more influence for purging rat nests. We can cost of upgrading a legendary weapon is reduced heavily, and torches last longer. The injuries is going to pay for itself so many times over. All right. So let's save and try going back the way we came. But I still have 8 days of food, so I have no need to go and get food right now. So basically, instead of... Wait, actually, does this literally lead up to just the mounds? Nah. We can go along the mounds, right? Right? Or am I just literally going to be looping back and having no progress? I think this path strictly leads up to the mountains. And if I don't want to go up to the mountains, I gotta go the other way around. Okay, let's just cut through the woods and probably get into 2 or 3 fights along the way. So we're going to attack the deserters here. I mean, you can keep cackling if you like. I feel like I outnumber and outlevel you in every way possible. Okay, so we got a couple turns till I think comes up. Where is Pagey Cakes? Let's get you out of the mud. We'll start by making you have a little bit of your good stuff. Drop the bomb right in between them. And you get way over here. And you do get all 3. As far as damage done, you are definitely the one who kind of leads the charge in this whole thing. The AoE and Pagey Cake's pretty nuts. When you look at half of my other characters, like how much damage they do, oh, it's like 6. And then Pagey Cakes is like, alright, well there's 3 on everyone, and then here's 10 on everyone to follow it up. Alright, I've done my job, all the rest of you take care of this. Taken 5. So you get to go next. Yeah, so you can go up here. And do a little stabby. No, you don't get to retreat. That's not how this whole thing works. You're made out of goodies. To be fair, I'm bullying a low-level enemy. Because they were just along the way. Hey, that's probably better than the armor we got. So here's Pagey Cakes. Alright. So this is where we get to decide on Pagey Cake's future. Because the Thaumaturg has a lot of options. So we can get Coordinator, where when we inhale the stuff, we can do different things. So we can use this to do Unstable Concoction, which means all allies in an area do an attack of opportunity, and I gain 1 Valor for each one. And 1 inhalation guarantees when we do that, it'll be a crit. when that happens. 2 inhalations gets a second target of opportunity. So that is ridiculously strong. Well, you don't really have a healer. Isn't that a good one to get here? Yeah, so that's exceptionally strong. And its area of coverage is 10 meters, which is huge. We then also have healer, which instead heals allies for 30% of their maximum health and removes any debuffs. With inhalation 1, bounces to the ally closest to the target within 3 meters. So I can heal a person and I can effectively heal another person. And then with 2 inhalations, then they get 70% reduced damage taken for a turn. So that gives me a pretty strong healing option. And then the third one, which is the most cursed, and I want it even if it's probably not the strongest, is we can use Pathogenic Concoction, which is, I believe it's ranged, but, like, I don't know the targeting on it, because it says 8 meters shot. And it applies 2 poison, 2 corrosive, bleeding, and burning to a target. And let's see. If 1 inhalation of this skill is already applied to the target, it triggers other stats effects. So you put all these dots on it, and then if I hit them again, it does, like, a whole extra tick of damage immediately. Which is 5% of their maximum health times 2, so 10%. 15% of their maximum armor goes down. 20% of their health goes down. And then the burning does another 15% of their life goes down. So you get the idea. So that is a straight up, this tanky target, I want it dead. That's what that is. Now, one of the key aspects if you look at this is medium armor, medium armor for the one where we boost everyone with targets of opportunity and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, it's light armor for the other 2. And then none of those give us any kind of stats. But yeah, so all of these seem like they're strong. Mixologist seems like if you're doing a fight and there's the one really strong enemy, you would want to start just slapping it with Mixologist. The healer is straightforward. And the thing to keep in mind is it does cost me Valor points to use the healing. I can't just use it every turn. I have to have the spare use your special attack things. But 30% of the health is a pretty solid amount, and the removing debuffs can save lives and all that. And the fact that it could do it to potentially 2 targets. It says melee range 8 meters, which I think I have to be next to the person directly to heal them. But if I have the inhalation, I can have it trigger to where it bounces to another person. And that person has to be within 8 meters. And in your 10-meter area, your 8-meter shot, which I think it's a single target shot. Yeah, that's the thing. For saving or tanking units, this is probably our best one. For just throwing a ton of damage around, this is probably the best one. Because it would just be a ton of attacks, because it is all attacks, all units nearby. And the other nice thing about this one is it gives me Valor points back. Is the key. So if I've got some softened up units and I use this, then we spend 1 Valor point, everyone hits, someone kills something, and I've gotten my refund. And if I get extra, I could do that. So this could be a way to, like, dump a bunch of Valor points in. I think I'm going this way. Healing is very tempting, but the medium armor is also a perk. The Mixologist is the one I want to play with the most, but is probably strategically not the best choice. And also, actually, let's check Pagey Cake's armor. Yep, so you're able to use medium armor, and there is your immediate upgrade in armor. Since I do continuously have you run to the front line and just throw yourself in the midst of it all. probably should prioritize you getting the armor, since you do seem to catch some hits to your face. And side, and back. And pretty much every part of you. It's the, for the World of Warcraft equivalent, you're basically playing as the Warlock who just runs into the middle of it and starts AoEing that ring of fire that just rapidly kills you, but also makes everything nearby you dead. That's kind of what you bring to the table right now. Yeah, Hellfire. Was that Hellfire? Yeah. Trying to remember, because it was, oh yeah, it was Hellfire and Rain of Fire was the other one. The Rain of Fire was the safe AoE, and the Hellfire was the, you send me in, coach. Healers get ready. Alright, so we got the people here.
I am terribly sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to this, but we'd run out of food, and we were starving.
Yeah, I used to main lock for a long time.
Are you mercenaries? Oh, blessed be the all-seeing eye. You are our last hope. I swear I will find a way to pay you. You must warn my husband's friends. They need to come and help him. Yes, ask them to come. If only they could speak in his favor. Reason with the people who want to kill him for a handful of grain.
Alright, so she'll give us a bar of soap, some influence, and it will continue the refugee story on the area. Like, for the record, the way it seems to be is anytime you see, like, there's a little icon above my mouse down there that looks like a little bag, like a little bag on a stick, the refugee symbol. That continues the story for this area. And it is a thing that usually they'll be like, you could choose an A or B, and I'm sure that's going to change the outcome of the region. Yeah, no, that was, I did a bunch of characters. Like, I did Protection Warrior for a long time. I did Warlock was the one I played the most, probably. I did one time I did the Rogue. Rogue was one that I did that, got to the end game, did that for a little while, and was like, I am not enjoying this, and switched off to something else. That's kind of the way I felt with most of the damage, like the DPS classes, is they were fun to play for a while, but I kind of didn't enjoy doing, like, raiding and all that with them, with the exception of the Warlock, because there was so much utility in there, that it was like, you could play a Warlock, change your spec, it was almost playing, like, an entirely different type of character. I did Resto Shaman for a while. The one I ended up playing the most after, like, later on, was Priest. I liked to go, Discipline Priest was the one I always liked to go for. I really enjoyed Disc Priest.
My husband only told me that his friends live north of the lake, not far from here. Please come back quickly.
Do not take pity on this scoundrel. He fled his home country to come and steal our crops. This Ediranian leech will be strung up for his crime. And soon we'll all sleep easy.
You played Prop Pally for a long time? Yeah. Oh, I should have checked. Is there hemp? I do kind of wish all the interactables, I could just highlight them. Because, like, yeah, you can highlight this when you see this bag's in play, but there's a billion things in here that are not in play that could very well easily be in play. So it is kind of just a game of, like, run the mouse over everything and see what highlights. There might be a button for it, but I haven't seen it yet. Alright, so up this hill. Oh, we need to rest. Alright, so let's take a look here. So first, let's check your stuff. We can make more rope. We don't need any of the rest of the stuff now. Make more syrup. Yeah, so generate a little bit of knowledge, gain profession experience. Alright. So with that we can go here, and then we need food, so drink your beer. Slightly too much, but there we go. Because it won't be too much longer before we have to go there. Alright. So we just gained a bunch of happiness and influence and all that because we're taking good care of our people. The bouncer, Finham, prevented some bandits from stealing a few bottles. Okay, so we gained XP. The promotion items have changed. Your menu thing. Let's see. Loroth unlocked the specialty Ease Tensions. Alright, let's see what that means. Okay, so we made 96 bucks. Everything's going fine there. So what? Oh. Ha! My old mother used to say that mercenaries never eat their fill. If only she'd seen yesterday's meal. A feast worthy of brokers. So we can, we can have DG sing, which will gain DG the trait Noisy, which means enemies will aggress us from farther away in the world, but the relationship with the whole troop will go up. We can have Clean, scrape the bottom of yesterday's bowl, leaving nothing. This unit will consume 0 food for the next rest. We can compliment the group on a delicious meal, gain happiness and relationship with the whole troop. So, this and this give me the same thing I care about, because we're already max happiness. But the idea of deliberately making it so we aggro stuff farther away, I don't think we want that right now. So let's go ahead and get relationship with the whole troop. And you unlocked the trait Sociable, so you make friends easier now. Okay. So Specialize in De-escalation attracts upscale patrons. Nice. Let's see what we got here. So you have 160 bucks available here. I can still only make brandy. Just brandy. You want some other type of booze? That's too bad. We make brandy here. Alright, so the specials now are sardines, salt, and mutton, and cabbage has a markup. We do actually have mutton on the menu, so we will get a bit of a better profit rate on that. But otherwise, there's not a whole lot to change right now. What's that say? Oh yeah, it's just items have changed. Is there anything else we could do here in the meantime? Menu requires 100 prestige. Right now, our prestige is at 96. We can get intimidating insignia. Factions attracted. So this will bring more working class people in. It implies it has an X near the factions. Unfortunately, I can't see because this disappears to mouse over to look at what that is. So it's whatever the eye, the paw on that. They have an X on them. Oh, and that says factions attracted. I'm gonna find out because it's not communicated effectively. Yes, that tracks working class and that tracks upscale. Because it mentions you actually gain more for having a variety of people. Like you don't want to lean all in on one or the other. Why do you have an exclamation mark above your head? I'll move you. Scoot you up here. There you go. There. And then we're basically broke here. And eventually we'll need to run back to town and probably spend some time and money on crafting stuff as I'm picking up all these random bits and baubles off the map. You see, there's one group here and another group here. Okay, that's a pretty decent sized group. Two of them were called bombers. Yeah, so you got flaming arrows. We got 3 here. And 3 over there. There's a trap there making that spot up there not very easy to use. So, I don't think Paigey gets to open up super violently like she has been, unfortunately. I think your job on this front is just kind of hold your own since I can't fit everyone over here, and that spot's kind of useless. Actually, it's probably not that useless. Where is our crossbowman? You can go over here, because you can shoot across that. And my thought is these two are just going to kind of hold their ground. And Paigey's just going to take what opportunities they can. Happy times and... Oh, Wartales, I love a little bit of Wartales. Yeah, no, I'm glad. Like, I did not anticipate this being nearly as popular as it's been. Okay, so got you tied up to force you to hit me. So next one to go is going to be you way over here. So honestly, if I have you run in and you run in, we can probably avoid their next set of attacks. So if you sneak up over here, you've got some armor on you. Yeah, because they're not going to be able to get anything done then. Oh, you're not in range of me. Huh. I guess you can't hit diagonals. That's a surprise to me. Oh, no, you can get a shot. Well, that sucks a whole lot. I guess you could start that throw if you want. Alright, so let's run you up. Just so you don't bully someone who's softened up already. In the future, I should have used your inhalation. Let's get to this side. Stab you in the back. Yeah, so that archer is a bit of a problem. Because burning looks like it hurts a whole lot. Okay, we're fine. Alright, so before this damage has a chance to really stack up, well, I can't get you into position to do anything about that archer, unfortunately. But I can run you up here. Okay, I can just bonk you in the back of the head. That's fine by me. Should not have gone that way. It's too late now. So hit you. Put some extra damage into both of you. Shouldn't have done that. Oh, that's dirty. Alright, well, we're gonna reload that then. So I've learned that some weapons have like a follow-up. What's the range in that charge? It's not very long. It's enough I could shove my way through like maybe 2 enemies. Yeah, no, that's what I kind of noticed is you can't just have them like diagonal side, diagonal, have to be like slightly over. So I learned a little bit of information there that I was missing. That's the reason why we're not playing in like Iron Man or super sweaty tryhard settings, is I'm brand new to the game, so we are going to have stuff that, you know, I don't know that I don't know. So let's go ahead and have Sir DG, because we're going to try and run you in on Bomber, because that fire did a lot of damage. That fire seems legitimately kind of dangerous and all that. So you standing in the mud's not going to do me any good. It's going to take you 2 turns to reach something. Here, let's scoot you that way so you don't have to worry about that trap. Alright. So the first enemy that's going to get to go is you, and then Bomber. So we could take the henchman here. I could run you right up here. And whack you on the head. So now you're tied up with Burning Sun. I don't think it's worth charging through you. Alright, now DG here. And no diagonal. Ah, come on. It's fine. You're gonna be right there in the middle and hopefully draw a hit or 2. Alright, so the rest of you are gonna jump in on this. So you get to go. So everyone's spread out this time. So you're probably all going to bully DG there. So that'll probably be okay. So then you're gonna go. So in this case, I didn't leave anyone set up to really shut you down, which is not amazing. Let's try to deliberately put you just enough. You're counted as being on him. Might as well put you in defensive stance. It's fine. I'm trying to bait them there. You're probably going to target one person. Okay, so it's much better for me than last time. Meanwhile, you get to go next. You're going to go after DG. You're probably also going to go after DG. You've just gone. Let's not worry about you right now. So next one to worry about for a threat is going to be you. Can I get you over there? I can, actually. Okay. So meanwhile, take a little sniffy sniff. Drop you over here. Drop this here so y'all get your targets of opportunity. That will guarantee crit. I'm gonna drop a bomb right there. Oh, I'm sorry, JD. Okay. Maybe my fault. Run you over here real quick. Reload. And you got the hit we wanted. Just worried about that. That is not what you want to see. I'm pretty sure. Excellent. Let's try and do our best to block you in. Yep, and let you back on fire. Don't be a jerk. Alright. So what I might be able to do here is run you down here. Cancel your hard hit. Then run you back up here. Stop lighting everything on fire. Triggers an attack of opportunity that ignores guard. So that would do 8 damage to me. So we are in trouble there. Let's see, you're gonna get to go next. And you're in deep trouble. And we don't get to do anything with the attack of opportunity, really. Can you get over there? No. Same here. So what we might be able to do, run over here, drop the armor, then run back over here and hit you. Give ourselves, you know, maybe a little bit of help there. This might actually work. Defensive stance, do this, hit you, cut your damage in half. I give you back out of the way. Move away, move away, move away. Yes, that's a new one, is enemies being able to immediately follow up a downing hit with a instant kill. That guy has it and it sucks. Because that's been a new thing for me. The ability for them to kind of guarantee the kill as opposed to just downing you. Because once a character's dead, that's it, they're dead. You can't bring them back as far as I'm aware. Alright. So this archer is the big problem. The archer is straight up the big problem. That archer is getting way too much damage into me. Yeah, no, that was the thing, and it's the one guy in this group does have a weapon capable of that. So I think we're going to change up our strategy. So let's bring as many of them into the middle as we can. Yeah, so we're fighting from one area, because you're all melee. So we can probably make that work. So let's, again, try to get to this archer as fast as we can. Okay, the archer gets to go next. And you can get just barely one tile from them. Let's see. Do we have anyone who's got much better running range? Yeah, so we're going to run you right up to this archer. Right from the opener. And prevent you from starting all that fire. Okay. You've done your job here. That's what you came here to do. So get weaken on you so you do less damage. That's much better than lighting everyone on fire. This is not really a good position for any of you. So I'll have you stand back here to give you the poison debuff. We'll drop the bomb over there. Now have you do one round of that, then you just wait. Give a little defense. Give him a bonk. So you're going to run up and probably lower my damage as well. Or do a lot of damage. Oh, you're going for my crossbow person. Okay. So let's see. So you get to go first, then you, then you. So we can probably do is have you run down here. That's a maybe if I'm going to be allowed to stab that way. Yep. There we go. Canceled your attack. Okay, you switched. Alright, that's fine. That was a dumb thing for you to do. Alright, so let's see. So you get to go over here next. We're not actually tied up in the punch here. So I wonder if I go over here. I know what will and won't count. Because I'm worried if I let you get another round of hits, then you're just going to finish me off. It's probably okay. Stand by you so you're supported. Okay, that works out. They got baited by Pagey. That's okay. Can run you through here. Page is doing what they can. So if you try to run, you're going to take 12 damage on the retreat. You could do that. It would certainly be a choice, but I'm not sure you'd actually break away and survive. Let's have you hold. Get that poison buff. So then you're going to go over here. You can't quite get into range to help, unfortunately. It's going to have them try and run over to get the taunt. Not sure if you're aware, or if not, but with your own archer crossbow users, if they stand with bases touching allies' base, they can shoot past each other. Yeah, no, I've noticed that they're close enough, it's fine. Let's try and free up our, rogue. Unfortunately, DG's not being able to do much for the whole, being the tank thing. Alright. They've got you to go. I guess... crit, please. So if you try to run now, I believe you'll take the full force of this hit. Yeah, it does 17 damage to all units in the area at the start of the next turn, or if the enemy attempts to disengage, or if the opponent disengages. I mean, but we're not engaged. Are you considered engaged? Because it doesn't look like we're engaged. Like, we're standing in the area, but we don't have the animation showing us as engaged. I do have a strong suspicion. Okay, gotcha. I was like, I do have a strong suspicion that we could have problems, but still. Not a lot else for you to do. Okay. Alright, so the next one to go is you. You're not going to do much damage, so then there's you. These two are the problem right now. I need to get them handled. So you're the one who's got Pagey locked in a fight. We can make this work. I'm gonna run you down here. I'm gonna go attack stance. We're gonna try and just finish you off. Come on, crits. Or not. We're gonna taunt you, which is a little dangerous for you. Gonna run you over here. Gotta go one step farther. I was really hoping that would finish the job. Oh, you are barely still standing. So you get to go, then you, then you. Alright, so let's move you down here, and I'm going to deliberately draw you in to keep you off the softened people. Okay. So you finish the job there. You get over there to get ready to jump on this guy so he stops causing problems. Meanwhile, let's get rid of this archer. Okay, this one says we are engaged. We got the disengage button. Ow. Okay, sure, why not? Okay, first move is yours. Let's not let you ever have that move. Good night, sweet prince. And you're gonna run over here. And finish that one off too. Okay, so you're the next biggest threat if we're being reasonable here. So you're going to walk around to this side. do that. And then you are not engaged. You step just out of range. And finish that off. Nope. You do not get to leave. So you're up. Have you run back over here. And then start just wailing on him. There we go. Okay, so that was a bit of a fight. Alright, so we can repair everything. Maybe. Yep. Holy frame rates, Batman. We can heal our injuries. We've got some armor, cloth, money, some flowers. A throwing hatchet. This hatchet is both light and deadly. Critical damage, and it's an offhanded. And we got ourselves a fugitive's bow with the flaming arrow skill. Alright, so let's go to Randall Thor. So you now have the throwing hatchet as a secondary. Okay, so you can be a cutthroat where you do 2 additional attacks if it hits from behind. We can do a strategist, which forces enemies engaged in an area to disengage. They occur in attack of opportunity with happening that. That one I feel like is very much, no, Randall Thor, I believe, is not our archer. And then we have Poisoner, which applies 4 poison to all enemies in an area. So I've been taking the cutthroat in the past, because don't get me wrong, the poison being able to do a bunch of damage is good and all that, but I don't get that many opportunities where I get a bunch of enemies piled in where I can just really drop it, versus being able to roll up and guarantee myself between, what is that, 12 and 15 damage, not counting crits, is pretty solid. That's a great, I want this enemy out of here fight. That is 12 meters, though. The thing is, poison only applies at the end of the enemy's turn. Alright. So that gets me more damage with all my hits. We're going to spend a bunch of influence to get that. Okay. You've gone light armor, and you can equip medium. There's your medium armor. 2 points in strength? Yep. Alright. Every time this unit engages in combat, you gain 1. Every time an attack hits multiple enemies, you gain 1. Every time this unit takes damage. Probably engage. But before we get too far, let's pop over here, because Randall Thor here, still using their farmer's clothes. Let's give you better armor. We also got the bow. I don't actually have an archer, now that I think about it. So we can hold on to the flaming bow. And those are both like my basic garbage clothes. Let's go deal with what we actually came here for, which is fighting these ones, I think. Or no, not fighting them. I'm telling them to leave. That's right, they're hunting.
We came to hunt for food for our families, but the animals here, their calls are enough to make your hair stand on end. I'm beginning to wonder if we did the right thing coming here. But now that we're here, we can't go back empty-handed.
Okay. I can give them 5 of the carcasses we've collected, and they'll give me 2 piton. I can use 20 of my influence to gain 3 rope. I actually do need the rope. I'm willing to pay the influence.
I see. Thank you for warning us. We were venturing into unknown territory. Thanks to you, we'll get back to our families, safe and sound.
All right. Why is it letting me name these? Doomed Scholars. It seems like every once in a while after I finish something, instead of just saving, because we're on limited saves, not on free. But it seems like every once in a while when I like finish a quest, it asks me to name the save, and I think that's how it works when you do free saves. Versus otherwise, if I just hit save again now, it will just save without any farther anything. Maybe when you make a choice, you can go back and make another one. Well, that's the thing. Limited saves are supposed to not let you do that. That's kind of the... Yeah, so that's how it works. As you see, I hit save that time, it didn't ask. But that's the whole point of limited saves is you have, like, your hardcore mode. And you have the limited saves one. Okay, so it looks like this actually does go through to the tracker's camp. Alright, let's get out of here. But yeah, the classes I know we don't have is I know we don't have the archer yet. I'm not sure, because I actually don't know how many classes there are in the game. Okay, and the other two are way, way to the south. So it mentions there's a question mark up here of another place that we can go to. So let's go see what's up this way. That's probably the wealthy family. They mentioned there's people north along the river. I'm assuming this person's friends, because they're in quotes, are bandits or thieves or something like that. So we got deserters. I'm just going to go and push for them. Careful in the woods. Hey, I mean, there's scary stuff in the woods. This feels mildly unfair. We'll go ahead and drop in here. Give you a smack. And have a crushing blow on that one. So you're going to be the first one to go. We'll have you run up. Switch to defensive stance. Get weakening on you. Then I'll run up to you. Stab you in the face. Alright, can we get you into a position? So you drop your bomb and hit both of them as the opener. Oh, right, I don't have any more points for anything. Can I get you positioned just right to explode on them? Ooh, 20 damage each. There's no question about which person on this entire group is doing the most damage. Because Paigey is just straight up showing up doing like 30, 40 damage and leaving nothing for anyone else at the time. Everyone else's role is just to kind of whittle down whatever Paigey leaves. Because you look at this. 9 damage to 1 target. Let's see, swordsman, brute, warrior, archer, pugilist, spearman, and 12 professions, but obviously each class has multiple paths. They be built in different ways. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. I feel like one thing we would potentially want to do is get another Thermatorge or whatever to get a healer as well. I mean, the big catch is a lot of those require Valor points. And that is a pretty strong limiter. Because a lot of the cool stuff all requires Valor. Let's see. Every time this unit engages, every time this enemy hits multiple things. Probably engages. That pretty much guarantees me, well, not quite every turn, but pretty close to it. There's more Constitution on Burning Sun, so you don't die as fast. I've got JD here, who is Punchy McPunchface. They punch things. Probably the same thing that each time you engage an enemy, because you're not going to be necessarily the highest damage character. That's gonna be expensive. What stat goes to your punching? Yeah, so takedown. Yeah, can remember, it seemed like there wasn't as easy to scale with the first attack of the battle applies all stance effects. Personal challenge, each round this unit. Let's see, look at the weapon. It should tell you it's Dex. It looks like Dex. I wish I could change stuff there. Okay. Brawling weapon dexterity. Deals damage 2 targets at a time. Melee dex. Okay, it is dex. Thank you. Burn that influence. And you all need to sleep. Alright, so we do have someone in our group who has a lumberjack. There you go. You can go have yourself a rest. We got nothing to cook here. We can check on our tinkering. So I can make the hitching post since we got that rope. There you go. We have you now. So we have gained enough influence that we have gotten a point for being mildly famous. And not a whole lot to do here. But the up arrow button on the top of the screen is the toggle for gear screens. Gotcha. Good to know. Alright, so let's go ahead and we will eat. Take a wine. I'll make sure. Alright, so failing to pay wages today will make companions unhappy. Well, crap. Well, I can't pay them all. So that's going to cost us some happiness. Get a thing of meat in there. I did not keep enough money. Your companions are not happy with the wage delays, but our companions are happy we gained influence. You know that Snickers commercial selling those, you're not you when you're hungry? Apparently that's a completely valid argument. So, okay. It's valid in the sense that, yes, being hungry can screw with your mood. So I would say it's a valid argument, but not a valid excuse, if that makes sense. Because, like, people just kind of being, you know, not great. I dare say I'm quite proud of myself. Some even might say that the troop can't do it without me. Hey, Gord, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Gord McLeod? By the way, it's a library raid. You've been bookmarked. That thematically works really well with our run right now, and I'll explain that in a minute. Playing some Enshrouded, I hope you had fun with Enshrouded and that you did not commit die in the fog, or if you did, at least it was meaningful and entertaining. What's up? How's Wartales? It's going good. We are playing as scholars. That we are a group of scholars, and we had kind of our own canon before we read the flavor text that came out at the beginning, but it's close enough. I'm going to pretend that our people are telling everyone what I was saying for the start versus what they actually are. So I've been having it say that, well, first, check out Gord McLeod. Plays a whole bunch of games similar to us, so if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there as well. And all good stuff. You did die in the fog a few times. You don't think you died from the fog today, though. Just the enemies in it. That's fair. But yeah, so definitely good times over there to check out as well. But yeah, so we did the scholar start, and thematically what we're going with is we are scholars who have a secret that one of our, like, a dangerous secret that one of our people is actually a lycanthrope, so basically a werewolf. Granted, we've done literally nothing with that. They're just a werewolf and they're chilling, doing their best werewolf life. But also we are not skilled in professions. We level up our profession slower. So we are fresh out of university, the academy, whatever students. You know, we're just getting our very first skills into the world and all that. Then we started the game, and apparently we've been telling everyone that we became mercenaries to experience the world and all that. But we actually got rejected from all the universities. That's what apparently the in-game canon is that it told us. I'm going to just pretend one story is what we're saying, and the other story is, you know, the actual reality. Also, check out Ultrasource, an absolutely fantastic content creator you should absolutely check out. If you've been around here for any length of time, you probably already know her, but does play a very, very heavy amount of overlapping games to what we have. Been doing some Kerbal Space Program recently, so if you like any of the content here, you will probably like it over there. Very, very excellent content over there. Highly recommend. And that is a cursed emote set that I've seen a good number of times, but is still cursed and excellent. But yeah, so with that, we are leveling up. We are definitely going to be making our pony into a war pony. What's up? You had a couple of tacos at a burrito and helped with the irritable mood headache. Yeah, no, that's absolutely Darth. Like, it is a thing that, like, when you get too hungry, it can really sour your mood and make you short-tempered and all that. The only reason I gave you some, like, push on that is, like, yes, that is a phenomena that is real, but also it's not an excuse if you are mean to people. Not that you did that. You made a war pony? We will be. Right now it's just a pony. But, you know, eventually we'll make a war pony. That way we could start every fight and go, oh god, what's the pony doing? And try our best to keep it alive. Because the pony demands blood. Little known secret, that's what all ponies desire. See, those are malicious lies and untruths. They were all threatened by our intellect, and we are famous mercenaries to prove it, yes. Because I only poked with it briefly off stream that I had one, and I saw that you don't control the horse or whatever, it just beelines at the first enemy, like, oh, I see how this is. I see how this is. The pony leads the charge, like it or not, and you just do your best to try and get in the way so it doesn't die. Let's see. I dare say I'm quite proud of myself. Some might even say that the troop couldn't do it without me, so we could choose to brag to make sure that the entire troop knows how amazing we are, which will permanently increase our willpower stat by 1. That's the way I'm reading it. And we will get 4 valor points. And you can let that one through. But it'll make the entire troop not like you as much. We can celebrate. Valor deserves a celebration, which will make everyone a little bit happier, which might help because we accidentally didn't pay our wages yet, so, you know, don't worry about it. but it makes everyone else like us. Or we can daydream about our feats of daring do and get instant XP. We're going to go ahead and celebrate and get everyone to be friends, getting the sociable traits so everyone gets to like each other a little bit faster. But is the lycanthrope werewolf, werebear, werehuman? It's like a werewolf. Most of the time when you hear the lycanthrope, it's almost always a werewolf. It's actually very unusual for it to not be a werewolf. We do have all the DLC. I am relatively new to the game. Real profitable day at the old tavern. Making some good money here today. Send an infiltrator to a rival tavern. Excuse me? What? Okay, so we are the less than ethical brews. Okay. All right. So I've not had anyone, like, I've not had a thief come up here. I have a feeling I'm going to need to bring in someone who is a thief, which doesn't excite me because then that's an actual person versus I'm liking to keep the civilian staff and putting as little effort into this whole thing as possible, out of my own people. The heck is your pony's name? Oh, we had it where it's named after Chap. I'll have to look up who the pony is. But it's just one of the community. So we will send our brewer. You have a 0%. Let's see. The targeted tavern's prestige minus 1400%. Weird. They have a 27% chance of success here, due to the prestige and the number of shifts and the profession level. You're trying the top one? Oh, I thought I'd already clicked down here, and that's why I was confused. I'm like, why am I 0% at the easiest one? I thought I'd already clicked down to the bottom. Alright, so 80% chance? Yeah, get out of here. And I guess I'll hire an extra brewer for now. Make sure you're doing your job. Because we currently can make brandy or brandy. Less than ethical brews? Yes. So yeah, so the pony is Harry Palzak. It's done. And Harry Palzak is now our captain. And we are playing unlimited saves, so I can, like, revert back to a previous state, but I can't, like, roll back multiple saves or whatever. So it's mostly when I get cheese killed and all that, we're not overcommitted. Alright. So let's see what we got here.
Our boss is open to recruiting anyone, including refugees. The villagers are blaming us for taking advantage of the situation, but at least we're not letting these people starve to death.
You are a lot quieter than most of the other people.
One of our new recruits hasn't returned from his first assignment. I'm starting to worry. Stealing grain should be quick and easy, Something must have gone terribly wrong. He probably just got delayed. He seemed capable enough for a refugee.
Okay, we can warn that one of your friends is going to be hung on the gallows.
Oh, caught red-handed on his first try. I never should have recruited a simple farmer. He just doesn't have it in him.
Yeah, so you can actually have it so the horse can fight. I can't yet. I have to let it level up just a little bit more, and then you can choose to basically make it like a work pony or a war pony, and the war pony can go in and fight.
He cannot hang by my fault. Pack it up, lads. We are leaving. As for you, come and meet me at the farm. We could do with your help.
Alright. And now that they're gone, I'm going to steal everything they didn't take with them. Alright. And I believe they just had booze. Fair enough. Let's see. You ask, like, Captain give combat actives? Oh, so it's probably a waste if you couldn't. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go back over here. And let me guess, I gotta choose on the side of the bandits or the side of the villagers here. And I love how there's the group of refugees just going by, ignoring the war, and the city guard going by, being like, not my
Refugee immediately.
Not my problem.
But you brought bandits, mercenaries. Are you willing to let them slaughter us to save a thief?
He's just a desperate farmer. Let him go, and no harm will come to you.
Who's to say you won't be back in a few days to plunder our supplies? No, we won't let any of you leave.
Very well. Have at you.
Mercenaries? Whatever those thieves promised you, I can pay you much more to defend us. We'll even forget you were ever involved in this.
Okay. The captain activity is going to be available, but having a horse at the strategy table would be hilarious. Alright, so what we've got going on here, I have no idea what that symbol means. Let's see. Oh, this is, they can't be captured, and they're just the tougher unit. So we got a pretty decent number of enemies here. So you have the choice of, I can attack the village chief, and I'll get a little bit of influence, and it'll progress the area. Or I can attack the bandits, I'll get an adjustable strap, and all that. Now, to fill in the context of what's going on here, is there was a farmer who, basically there's a war going on in a neighboring region, and a bunch of people are becoming refugees because of that, and desperately trying to get food. So as they're not being taken, like, the villagers are all very anti-refugee and everything, a lot of them are being forced to turn to stealing and, you know, taking high-risk things like hunting animals they have no idea about and all that, just trying to survive. And so what ends up happening is one of these farmers that has become a refugee joined with this group, and they just tried to steal a little bit of grain and get out, but they're bad at it and they got caught. And the people here are like, all right, you tried to steal any grain, you're getting hung. Which is a pretty extreme response for what was effectively going to be petty theft. Now, we went over to the bandit friends and said, hey, your buddy's about to be hanged. And they said, hey, we just want our friend back. We'll leave. We won't cause a problem. We just want our friend and we want to go. And the guy's like, nope, absolutely not. You're all going to die. So I'm actually more on the side of the bandits on this one. Because, again, this is a situation where you've got a refugee crisis. And part of the thing that's escalating the crisis is the locals' very anti-refugee mentality. Basically is forcing more and more people into a desperate situation that doesn't need to be as desperate as it is, which is what's creating the catalyst for all the crime and the violence. And it's not that either party is right or wrong, but it is a thing here. Now, in this case, part of the other thing is petty theft, and then murder being the response to petty theft is pretty heavy-handed. So I am going to go ahead and attack the villagers, because let's be real, they're offering soap, and if there's anything we know as gamers, It's that we really should use more soap. And also have no context to what adjustable straps do. So yeah. Done. Some characters are important. If they die, the battle will end. Important allied characters must be protected, and important enemies captured. It said I couldn't capture them. 1 second. Yeah, it specifically says seasoned cannot be captured. I do have shackles if they do that. Wait, what are you trying to tell me? Look, I didn't want to call you out on it. I really didn't. But at the same time... Alright, so that's our important unit. We do have plenty of defenses, so let's just figure out what we got for the attack. So we got a crossbowman down here. We got 2 melee over here. We got a nice little pocket of friendlies here. So it looks like, do we just straight up outnumber them that severely? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to reach them because of this terrain. It looks like these three are going to go in there. Yeah, it looks like 11 to 6. That's the thing. It's like, holy crap, this feels pretty one-sided. So we got 3 here. We got the 3 here. So this is going to be straight up. Yeah, with that terrain, you might be able to get over to that vigilante. That's going to be a bit of a stretch. Shift you and you. You can tie those 2 up. You're just going to do your best to run down that crossbowman. Alright, so first enemy to go. That's friendly. That's friendly. Okay, so the first one that you get to go is that one. Where is Pagey Cakes? Because Pagey Cakes, you take a little sniffy sniff of your goods. You're gonna run on over here. You're gonna drop a bomb. Then you're gonna drop 33 damage by getting to that supply real quick. And you've done your job. You can check their movement while setting up, just cancel their moves till you restart. Yeah. And you had no need to get yourself poisoned, but I mean, if that's the way you want to live your life, I won't tell you not to. Oh, did I go a tile too far? Boo. My plan was to shove through so I could tie him up into melee, but I went 1 step too far. I do wish there was a cancel last action button. Like, you know, make it keep whatever you're... Well, I can see the abuse there. But it's kind of one of those things I do wish there was a way to, deal with, like, misclicks, that kind of thing. So I'll grab you. Get you locked into combat as well. At least they give the option of, like, restarting the fight. Yeah, I didn't think you're going to be able to quite get that far. Yeah, so you're going to get to go. Let's have you run up here. You can just probably keep in your normal stance. And taunt you to reduce your damage. Ow. So almost all of them seem to have where they could two-hit. So stab. Ow. And get our bonus damage from here. Oh, you tried to break and run? That was not the move. Okay, let's get you over here to try and draw that arrow. Ow. For an archer, that's actually a decent amount of damage. You're doing nothing this fight. You do not have enough movement speed to get anywhere useful. Trait unlocked. Unlocked Shield Connoisseur. Allied reinforcements coming. Hey. This is already a very, very one-sided fight. Normally I would just be like, oh cool, allies. But very genuinely, this is feeling a little unfair at this point. I do feel like we're just straight up bullying right now. Okay, so you're gonna get to go. Do crits, and then you're gonna get to know next. Let's reduce your damage. Ow. Being bullied by shields. What did you hit him with? What is your moveset? Poison knife throw? It's just a poison knife. You just did 36 damage with a poison knife. Alright, that's fair. Alright, so let's go over here. Okay, so you're bleeding here. You're not gonna jump on the village chief. Please don't shoot me in the back. Thank you. Especially if you can do like 30-something damage, don't shoot me in the back. Trait unlocked. Lively. Why is DG just getting so many traits and all that? I'm not unhappy about it. I'm just not sure why I'm getting all these things. Okay. Let's see, normally they're counted in the background like block decks attacks. He's just getting those goals at the same time. Yeah. Ow. Okay, so I'm seeing that I cannot capture you. I was curious, if that was going to be a thing we could do, is to capture the person in charge. But that does not appear to be the case. Alright, so heal the 1 wound. Repair equipment. We did get the Master's Jacket, so a really nice light armor. Like a really, really nice light armor. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So we got things. Okay, so we can get the better hitching post, which will allow battle ponies to gain more XP. Yeah, and they get extra carrying capacity and all that kind of stuff. That's just what's happening right now. Okay, and let's take a second to go through our stuff here. Alright. So we got down here some level 3 light armor. So you got medium armor, medium armor. You've got, like, basic stuff there. What I'm looking for is somewhat... Yeah, so you're going to be in light armor no matter what. So let's give you... Oh, you're not high enough level. There you go. So massive upgrade to your light armor. Then you can have... You can't use light armor yet. Alright, so it's just going to sit there for right now in our inventory. That's okay. Meanwhile, we have a chipped axe. We already have a chipped axe equipped on people, so let's not worry about that. And now if we check our map... Oh, we still have to go to Wealthy Farm, I guess. Okay. You wouldn't happen to have hemp? Thank you. It's still considered stealing. Come on, we murdered everyone.
Thank you, mercenaries. I promise I will never steal again. Isabel told us about the Haven, a refuge where pariahs like us can come together and help each other out. That's where we're heading.
All right.
Oh, thank you so much. Had I known that his friends were bandits and that he turned to a life of crime, I would have done everything in my power to stop him.
Okay.
Thank you for your help. Recruiting refugees seemed like a good idea at the time, but being desperate does not make them good thieves. Without your help, my mistake could have cost this poor soul dearly. Please accept this on behalf of our people. It's not much, but I hope you mercenaries will not be too disappointed.
The idea that you fought this battle, killed a whole bunch of people, and they're like, here's a piece of soap. Because the others are like influence in that. Those aren't actual things. That's just like the intangible you have influence on people.
Now, to take these good people to the Haven.
But yeah, and they're just like, here's a piece of soap. You know, don't use it all in one place. All right. So, we've got the worrisome delay handled. There's the Fang still. We got the sentence to death handled. Let's probably work our way back to town. Yeah, it's the right way. Work our way back to town real quick. Looks like there's a fight going on. It'll probably be sorted long before I get there. Then you look at the soap's purpose. Reduces suspicious gains by thieved.
Help us! I beg you!
All right, so we can attack the merchant, and we just get a bunch of wanted level. Or we can attack the bandits. So we're gonna go ahead and do the attack of the bandits. Oh, you are not going to be giving much support. It's okay. What is that symbol? This unit is carrying items and will try to flee the battle. So it's a merchant. You have extra dodge. Oh, you are all bunched up for me? And Pagey Cakes I could put right... Let's really make sure Pagey Cakes is just ready to capitalize on that. Meanwhile, we got you. All right, where do I want people? So you got 4 enemies over here. Let's have you pop over here to help. Actually, no, I take that back. Pagey's moves. Let's get JD over here. And Randall Thor over there. I think that's going to be the setup. So you'll get to run, then you get to run, and then this enemy goes first, and then that goes next. So we've got until that point to set up as much as possible to capitalize. That said, I do think, because right now we have like an anti-synergistic thing with Pagey Cakes, where we can go in here and dump a ton of damage, like a ton of damage. But I have to open up to really do that. Otherwise, I got this ability over here, Unstable Concoction, which gives me free attack of opportunities, but that requires them to already be locked up into melee with my people. And so it is one of those things, I could do one or the other. They don't really go together. Alright, so you are the first enemy. Let's go ahead and have JD just roll up over here on this edge. And punch you in the face. You're gonna run for the hills. Oh, you run real slowly. I understand. So the problem I have right now... You're fine. Okay, that's fine. So Pagey's gonna set this up. First, you're going to get a whiff of your stuff. We're going to have you run a little ways towards it. Drop the bomb right in the midst of it. Okay. So I'm pretty sure Purge. I don't think that gives me extra for, like, inhaling more. So I think just the one inhale is all I need. Yeah, so that'll do 13. Because it doesn't imply... Let's see. Inhalation... loses 5 stacks. We can do it. It's the effect cost of ours. So that would be 13 each. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to do more. Trait unlocked, Tormentor. And then honestly, run away. Yeah, my hesitation here, and why I was like, I don't know, is because if I get another Valor point, we can have Ganjane run in the middle and just spin to win the whole group right there. What moves do you have? So you have the one where you charge through them, but that caused Valor points. All right, so let's run over here. I'm going to grab this archer in the back so they can't run. Doesn't it gain 1 point from engaging? We could double check that. How? I'm actually trying to remember where we could check that right now. Because I have some that gain it from there and some that gain it from other places. I'm not exactly sure where we even check. Yeah, okay, so you gain it from engaging. So if we run over here, right in the middle of this, and I could smack you with the bonus damage. That gives us 2. Alright, so who's the next one that goes? So you go next. Can I get you tied up? I can't tie you... Well, actually, that's not true. I can maybe tie you up. Alright, both archers are pulled out of the fight now. Nah, we'll save that. If it finished them off, I would use it, but... Alright, so who's next? So you're next. And you've got a poison dagger, and you deal a lot of damage. And I mean a very large amount of damage. Okay. We're down to just 2 people left. So you haven't gone in on this fight. Yeah, if we kill you, I believe that'll give me a Valor point. Yep. And it should drop the debuff for being surrounded. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Okay, you've got a bandage there? Okay. That's really bad. Okay, so step 1. You need to move as far as you can this way. That just killed you. Never mind. Alright, we're gonna potentially have 2 people. Alright, Ultra. You have a good one, and thank you again for hanging out and all good stuff. Yeah, that was the thing, is I couldn't get my crossbowmen to reach them, and I couldn't get them to get over there and all that, and plus the person on the other side also actively dying to poison. That's kind of the big danger, is them having like poison and bleed debuffs. It just means it guarantees death on their turn. Yep, so let's do this again. Pagey Cakes did a good job in there. I was pretty happy with the rest of them and how they were doing. That's all fine. So you'd go, then you go, then you go. Alright, so let's have Pagey Cakes open up. If you're aware, when they reach 15 Constitution, they get a second chance buff. Yeah, no, I did see it mentioned there. Alright. Same as last time, we're gonna run in here. That is not the character I thought it was. We can salvage it. Okay. I actually want Knight here.
Thank you Papa_Joe__ for subscribing for 3 months. Smiley face.
And thank you, Papa Joe, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and used it here, and that means a heck of a lot. And you've been subbed to the channel for 3 months, and I really do appreciate that continued support. Okay, so let's see who's next. So we got that archer going next. And I do think we do the same thing as last time, where I run up here, and I've already done the big initial hit. Draw you so you can't run around and just pepper us with arrows. Yeah, so you've got that really nasty poison. So I think this time, instead of focusing so much on trying to prevent that archer from getting away, we let the archer do their thing and just get that queued up. Wow, you hurt a lot. Actually, I could have... Too late, I've already stance switched. Okay, so we reduce the damage, which will help a great deal. That's fine. And if you try and run in, you'll take a hit. You know what? I can live with that. Or not. Okay, no, I don't. Actually... I thought he was doing the one hit. I didn't expect to do the whole spin to win because I wasn't watching what daggers he had equipped. So... We don't have bandages much over here, do we? We do not. I don't think we can save those. Yeah, that was, So you're gonna go down on your turn. You're not down yet. You're going to die on your turn. And there is nothing I can do to help with that situation. And I very much doubt these three can take those three out. That's gonna be the determining factor here. So let's try moving here. Charge through you. Oh, there's 4 of them. Never mind. That's absolutely not doable, unfortunately. All right. Yeah, no, the fact that I got crit twice and everything, I might try and rearrange it a little bit better to see if I can't get all of our forces as much onto one side. But yeah, no, that hitting you hard and then leaving the poison around, making sure you stay dead, is pretty gnarly. Try to double AoE the big group, maybe? That's something worth considering. Actually, that's really not a bad idea. So we get you in here. We don't worry about so much about you. We grab you. And then bring our tankier people over here real quick. Just tie them up for a minute. we just straight up glass cannon that side and then just go in for broke for damage? I think we do. Okay. So this style side's job is to just hold. Just do their job, do their best to just hold as long as they can. And then meanwhile, this side's job is just dump damage in there as rapidly as possible. So to open it up, same plan we've been doing. AG runs up here, gets relatively close, drops a bomb in the whole set. And then backs off again. So I'm going to let the group on the right just kind of run loose. It's probably not the call, but that's the plan right now. Then meanwhile... Oh, you're not going to be able to get all three of them on there. I'm only going to be able to stack two because of the limited range. Yeah, and you're going to retreat. We're still going to have to do it. Because these are the two that are killing everything. Okay, so you get to go loose. What daggers do you have? So you're going to stab one person for a lot of damage. Ah, so you guarantee crit on poisoned targets. And you AoE damage. That... Oh no, sorry. That's the danger with those marauders, I understand. Right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's go here. Move over here to grab your attention. So you're going to run up and put the poison on. And the big thing is to make sure he can't jump on that person. Let's have you run up, defensive stance onto you. Keep that damage down. That's fine. Get you next. You've gone, you've gone, you've gone. You're not gonna tie anyone up in melee, so we'll just let you keep doing your thing. We can go over here and grab you from behind. We will pop the armor. You grabbed into the fight. Ow. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna shove you. I think we just leave that alone, actually. Same here. There we go. That should be the last moves there. So you're not going to be able to contribute too much, so I'm going to run you ahead. And maybe I get the leader to jump on you. Don't get, like... Oh my god, you hit so hard. Let me check. Is that guaranteed crit and poison? Is that what's happening here? Because twice in a row they poisoned me and then immediately crit. Yeah, so it deals... Yeah, so basically they hit me with 15 and then followed up with, 6 to 14. Which is just some bull right there. This time, though, we're better prepared for it. So I'm going to run up here and go, you know what? Didn't happen. And now, shoot you in the face. Alright, so you keep doing your thing over here. Let's deal with this before this becomes too of a problem. I need to get rid of the leader. So what we can do is we can run behind... Well, actually, you're not tied up in attack yet. Okay. And then spin to win. Grab you. That sucks. I'm gonna have to cross through and get that poison because that does mean he's gonna get guaranteed 14 damage. So 5 to 6, 8 to 10. I was really hoping you'd finish that. Ow. Wait, what am I doing? I can do this. Yeah, actually, I think you just keep running. Okay, so let's check on the list of enemies. So you're gonna get to go. You get to go, but you're tied up. You get to go. And then you get to go. But everyone over here is already gone. So you're gonna get to do what you're gonna get to do. So that should be okay. So let's focus on this. In this particular instance, I can move a step over here. Not quite there yet. And I'll keep you out of the fight. Don't you do it. Thank you. Alright, so which way am I having you go? Let's jump back in you and pull you back into the fight. So attack stance this time. Save that point. Oh, right, you have the helmet that causes bleeding. I was like, why are you bleeding? I don't understand. Alright, so let's go over here. Plunk you on the head. And this way, when that guy goes to move, we'll grab him anyways. Alright, you're gonna down him. Figured that was coming. I hope it didn't run you too far away. It probably did. I might also just be able to finish this. Oh no, we can solve this right fast. Let's go right here. All right. Of course you're right there. How much life do you have? Ah, we won't do it. Okay. You don't get to go for a while, and you've not used your turn. So get to running to support the others.
Husband?
Wifey.
Heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I love you.
I love you more.
You're a sweet boy.
No, that doesn't sound right.
Love you.
Love. Alright, because now Randall Thor can run... Oh, just tank the poison. I'm worried if I do the other way around, I won't be able to move more. So we're galvanized for the extra damage. Alright. So you get to go next. You're probably handled. Randall Thor from Wheel of Time? If it is a thing, I am unfamiliar with the stuff it's from. Alright, so let's finish you off. And then move you over here. And then taunt you. Make you switch over to me. Not gonna lie, that made me feel good. Okay. So, are you the only enemy left before we do that? Yeah, you're the only enemy left. Just so I don't accidentally die being dumb. As everyone is poisoned. Hey, Blue Pastry, how's it going? Alright, so repair all the equipment. We have this long hang while it reloads the world. I see a ring there and I want to see what it is. Okay, so we only have 2 medicine, and we have 3 people who need healing, so let's grab that. We've got a really good set of light armor. Got a bunch of stuff here. Another bow I can't use. An iron torque. It's just a trinket. That's pretty underwhelming, but understandable. Alright. Oh, you can't equip that yet. That's fine. Alright, so you can get Scorpion. Imbibed Bolt deals 6 to 11 damage to a target, randomly applies burning, bleeding, or 2 poison. Alright. Gunner deals 2 to 4 damage to the target, attacks 1 time for each reload, and then Cannoneer deals 5 to 10 damage to the target. If they are engaged with an ally, the ally executes an attack of opportunity. Okay. So definitely Scorpion and Cannoneer can both be situationally good. But Scorpion doesn't give me any type of stats. Whereas this gives me 2 movement, 2 construction, and movement's one of the things we're kind of lacking on this character. Yeah, because that seems like all we do is we let someone get engaged and immediately just pop this on whatever the biggest threat is. We'll definitely grab that dex that's sitting right there. So we earn gold for protecting. Meanwhile, our horses gained a level. Alright, so now we can make them a work pony. If we make them a work pony, they simply get a little bit more carry weight. Or they can become a war pony, which means they can now fight and wear armor plating. Welcome, war pony. So let's go ahead and give you the double strength. We're going to be mostly focused on strength and constitution and not a whole lot else. Okay, so with that, what do you got going on? So you take double damage. You cannot deal crit damage. You can no longer complete tasks. We're probably going to ignore those problems for right now. Because we should be very close to town. And I could just pay to get them patched up. Alright. Let's start by going here.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Fine, I could use a raider's bow. We can sell the trinket. Can only be used at the tavern. Yes, the rest that we probably want to hold on to. Let's see about these. Oh, the chipped axe we don't need. Let's take 2 seconds and just check into our inventory because, yeah, you've already got your level 3. So that gives me slightly reduced armor if we do it that way. But then we get crit hit chance and movement speed. So I think that makes sense in this case. JD can't use better armor yet. There you go. I got the Outlaw's Tabard light armor. There we go. So basically just getting rid of the not as good stuff. Operator aboard, get
Might
paid.
you be looking for work? Our role as emissary. Here is your reward.
Okay, we got easy, average. We got another gang to kill. Let's see, we got one that's right and one that's down. Both of these are down right, so it doesn't make a difference. Okay, so one of those is near where we should be heading anyways. Okay, we've got a brute. Alright, there's our archer, and they are strong, so there's a good archer. And our brute. So this might be the last person we bring on.
Before becoming a refugee, I used to be a soldier.
Never mind. I would like to have them, but they are not in our budget. We do not have enough influence because we spend it all. Let's go to the apothecary. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just get them later.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them. There. I hope you will be more careful next time.
Almost certainly I will not. And we sold the soap. We're absolutely not going to be using that. And then meanwhile, you go ahead and make us all the medicine you can. You're now an apprenticed alchemist. Love to see it. Which we gained a level in alchemy. There we go. Yeah, no, if you're going to be stealing stuff and all that, absolutely. We're probably not going to be stealing stuff. How are we doing on our salt supply? So I still have 11 salt. They're probably good here.
You touch it, you buy it.
Okay, and that gives me 7 days of food again. Yeah, weirdly, every once in a while as we change that. Doomed Scholars. Alright, so we have the infestation way over there. We got 2 missions down there. We got a mission and a DLC thing down there. I think we go way down here to the right. That way we can get like the main story thing as well as the Vanquish down there. Let's start working our way this way. There's a dead body over here, which is mildly concerning. Parts of this corpse are horribly mangled. Only an animal could tear off such large chunks of flesh. That sounds like someone else's problem. Right now, I got stuff to do. Okay, where's my scholar? You stand there, you move here. Make some syrup. Check our tinkering stuff. Okay, so we can make the cooking pot, the workshop, and the strategy table. So this will reduce our daily food use. All of this is good. And the thing is, so I can build 2 of them. I can choose the strategy table and one or the other. I think I'm going with the cooking pot and the strategy table. The horse, in case anyone missed, is actually manning the strategy table. In case you were curious, the pony is manning the strategy table. Damage of opportunity do 10 opportunity increased by 10%, so it basically do 85% damage. Increases the bonus from supported. This unit is engaged in combat next to 2 free allies. Damage taken reduced by 20%. Flanking increases the debuff applied by surrounded. Ooh. All right. And Astara, yeah, we have the horse at the strategy table. So all of these are very situational. Attacks of opportunity do happen kind of no matter what. Sometimes I get the support. Now the curiosity, I'm assuming it's a flat 10 support, not 10% of, because that'd be pretty worthless. So the surrounded we get a lot of times, and the opportunity we get a lot of times. But 10% damage, I feel, is a smaller thing than the 20 and all that. I think flanking. I think flanking might... Well, no. We'll keep this one in case you do the stuff with Pagey Cakes. It does look like we can change that. Right, and the crossbowmen. Yeah. So that's the thing. Between Pagey Cakes and the crossbowmen, I think that'll do more for us. Alright, so with that said, we do need to rest. So we will pay the last of our you know, required amount. We'll go ahead and toss a bunch of these veggies in here. One beer, one hunk of meat. And that's everyone happy. So there's 10 more influence. We became an apprentice scholar on DG. And we gain our supplies. We gained our influence, our happiness. We can check the shift report. Very lucrative night. So that's all going well. Not only am I a very capable fighter, but I'm also an accomplished artisan. Who wouldn't want to marry me? Says Pagey Cakes. So we can brag about it and remind the group how exceptional you are, which will get us 2 points of valor and make people happy, which is a weird thing. We can celebrate about it, which makes it so everyone will like Pagey Cakes a little bit more, and then everyone is happy. Or you can show off getting a ton of influence, but also getting a little bit tired right from the get-go. I keep leaning in on the relationship with the whole troop, because I do imagine that is going to have perks later. Obviously, getting a quick influx of 30 influence is not anything... Like, all of these are good. I think I'll take the relationship, though. Alright, and then we also got knowledge. So, we can get... Herbarium. This comprehensive collection identifies almost every herb and grass from Belron to Alazar. Readers can look up the dried specimens and easily identify various plant species. Has a chance to retrieve part of a resource used in alchemy. Pristine essence. It's just a thing we make. We have our cooking stuff. We could unlock another cooking recipe. I'm not too worried about that right now. We can get a higher level cooking pot. Done. We also got a point for gaining more knowledge. Cool. And we got a point for crafting 5 camp upgrades. Cool. So one more and we'll get knowledge about trade and crafting. And now let's actually look at the tavern, which I was trying to do before. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead here. Increase the sales odds for everyone around if we drop the menu. Oh, I can only get one of those. That's fine. Okay. We can buy a barrel. Go to staffing. Oh, there's not another brewer available. That's fine. When our other brewer comes back from swiping brewskis and all that, we can worry about that. Yeah, so if we get a bunch more money, then we can get these upgrades, and they'll make the place nicer as well. Alright. All considered, that is, that's pretty decent. Let's just check to make sure we don't have the availability more, because when we level them up again, we'll get more menu spots. Alright, so let's save that. Okay, so we are going to the south. And the place we're looking for is down this way and then to the west. Alright, let's see if we can't get down into position to help here.
Help us!
Okay, so we got a group of 4 random civilians. Or some bandits. And it doesn't imply I get anything for either way. The only thing we gain is whatever their rotting corpses drop on the ground. Okay, so Sir DG is going to go over here. And between Randall Thor and Sir DG, they should more than have that sorted. And we got Pagey Cakes there to do Pagey Cake things. Where is our axe? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I moved the crossbowman over here. Because you're going to run off and do your thing, which is fine. As long as you don't stand in the lightning and instantly die. That's the only wrong answer. Which means that's what's happening exactly. So you're going to be the first of them to go. So let's run over here. Immediately jump behind you and slap you. So that way you can't run over there and cause grief for the refugees. And you'll be the next one. Let's take a little whiffy whiff here. Immediately drop a bomb right in the middle of them. Run close enough that you hit them all. And then run back out of the way. And Harry has taken his first victim, galvanizing his troops behind him, for they are all inspired by the mighty awe of the pony. Did that trigger another round of galvanize? Ow. They are demoralized. Yup. It's fine. There's no point in having all those points and not using them. Ow. And Done. You're just hearing the thing procking that, like, they're just cheering again and again. Trade unlocked. Giant. Seeing the horse out there cracks you up. Yeah, no, later on we're going to get armor for it. Oh, wow, you're just taking 2 armor repair materials. Okay. Before I forget, I didn't look to see what half these traits we unlocked did for us. So you didn't get anything new on you. You got Tormentor. Critical hit and critical damage increased by 5% when two-handed weapon is equipped. I guess technically that is a two-handed weapon, so sure. You didn't get anything new. You're the one who got the most. So you got Lively. Strength and Dexterity increased by 5% when a one-handed weapon is equipped. 5% additional guard when holding a shield. You make friends easier. The fact that our leader is strong, quick, and depressed. Poor pony. You got Glorious. You generate 1 Valor at the end of their turn. Oh, chance. Okay, so there's an RNG chance we just get a Valor every so often. You didn't get anything. You also got Glorious. And then you got Giant. Strength and Dexterity increased by 5% when equipped with a two-handed weapon. I'm curious, mechanically, if the way the game works, if they considered this a two-handed weapon. I would not. Hey, Penny, how's it going? You love that the horse gets its own character sheet? It is also the captain that leads our army. It is the horse. The horse is in charge. It is a two-handed weapon as far as the game's concerned. Yeah, that's what I was curious about, is if it was going by the paper doll where it's taking up both slots or not. But yeah, so the pony has its own character sheet. We've assigned the pony to be our captain. It is currently standing forth at the strategy table making our strategy, and it is actually making our strategy. So it is a whole thing. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, and someone you should absolutely check out. Very often horses are actually less careless than humans. Not in this game. In this game your animals just yell Leroy and run straight in. So check out Penny Meowie is playing some Scriptorium. So if you're looking for that, that's a game I haven't played yet. It looks good. I haven't had the chance yet myself. Oh, it looks like I gotta cut through these trees to then go up. I was like, why can't they go? But yeah, no, absolutely, definitely check it out. And also, all right, you are just snow blinding me entirely. Stop snow blinding me. Snowblind is actually usually the reflection of light off the snow, but it feels... That is actually kind of a scary group. I think we'll be fine, but it might take 1 or 2 goes because I could see him getting some lucky kills. It's a nice little game, makes some good memes. 0 action, of course, but it's a good game. I mean, not all games need to have action. Alright, so right now, the game has decided that it actively hates Burning Sun and has put Burning Sun in the middle of everything by themselves. I'm not sure if you've offended the devs in some manner or another, but I am observing that they seem to want to have you dead. Hey, I'm willing to put you in the middle and see if you can hold. I'm willing to play this game. Let's bring Pagey Cakes down here, because Pagey Cakes... I think that's a rock we can't get around. Let's go and put Pagey Cakes up here to roll in here and try and just dump damage. That Hoodlum up there is going to do a lot of damage. Let's get Ganja Knight over here as well. Same reasoning. Randall Thor could probably go up here. Your job, Randall Thor, you see that archer? You put those in that. That's what you do here. You make the 2 of those things one. Honestly, low-key, it wouldn't even necessarily be a bad idea to just plunk both of our tanks in the middle here and then just let them hold while everyone else goes into mop-up crew. Honestly, don't think that's that bad of a setup. Okay. So I think the way we're going to roll with this is I need to go before the horse, or the horse is going to ruin everything. So we're going to have Paige take a whiff of their incense, per the usual. They're going to drop an explosive on our enemies. I think I gotta get a little bit closer. I need you to get like 2-3 steps closer. You're gonna detonate poison on them. And you've done your job, so you run away. Alright. Now your job is keep that archer from causing me grief. So you stab him right in the face. Alright, so that is... I just noticed that they're all assassins over there. Okay. So the next one to go is going to be you. I do think this is a case we want to shut them down as much as possible. Now, one thing we got to keep in mind is they have this bullcrap thing where they stab me for about 11 to 14, then poison me, and then followed up with another like 8 damage and poison. So they're going to hit for like 22 damage or some nonsense. It's what we call a hot sack of garbage. So we're going to run over here. I'm going to smash your face in. Nice solid crit there, friend. Oh, you didn't follow it up. I'm down to not have you follow that up. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to run you over this way. Switch you to defensive stance. To make you have the reduced damage. Oh, you hit... Harry's in trouble. Save the horse. We didn't buy the horse armor. And I can't make Harry retreat. Harry knows no fear. Ow. That actually might be a real big problem for you. Okay. So I have an interesting consideration. I could trigger any one of them to get an immediate attack of opportunity. I think in this case, Randall Thor's the right choice, as an assassin does way more damage. Now stab him. Nicely done. Can I do that twice? Can we just abuse this into the dirt? Do it again. Opportunistic. Okay. I like that. No. Oh, you don't get a... You're getting downed. Alright. Immediately murdered poor Harry. Anyone got like $100? I need to buy some horse armor. Oh wait, sorry, wrong game. There is actually horse armor in the game. It's just not DLC. Alright, so we gotta change the strategy. So Horse is going to beeline directly into certain death. These two are dangerous because the wombo combo with the poison. These three, it's not even that they're specifically dangerous. Do you get the extra crit on poisoned enemies? Yes. So these two do a wombo combo, and then these two do a wombo combo. So that's the danger there. So what is the best way? You know what we could actually... Hey, Harry. I know how to make you do what I need you to do. By, Harry, your job, you're going to take over Randall Thor's job. That archer right there, trample. That's your only goal there. You run up there, and you squish yourself. Some stuff real fast. I did like the opportunity that this gave me here, where you could follow that up, and you can actually be in that corner. So we need someone who could deal with those cutthroats pretty easily. Alright, so we need someone to kind of take them off the table as a primary threat. You need to be over here, Paigey. I don't think Pretty Pictures helps that situation. JD can shut down one of them. Actually, let's bring Randall Thor back over. Because between JD and Randall Thor, we might be able to drop one of the hoodlums real fast. Yeah, Harry wasn't ready. Yeah, no, didn't say time in. Alright, so Harry's gonna beeline up after that archer and start roughing up an archer. Then you're going to go, then you go. So let's try our best to deal with this. So I'm going to run you right over here. We're going to use our regular attacks. And immediately weaken you. Go get that archer. Who's a good pony? And now, with knowledge of how that works, we can run over here and abuse this. Target it, offer opportunity. Reload. It's going good, Bentley. Oh, yeah. So, that crossbow went from not particularly great to very, very, very strong. Alright, so the next person who's getting to go is you. So, let's focus on getting this going. So, take a whiff. Run on up. Set us up the bomb. You need to go again, like one more set of steps. And get blasting. And then back off. Alright, so you're gonna get to go. I don't think you can get into position. Yeah, you can't get into position quite right. Alright, so you're gonna go run up over here. You're gonna give them a smack. And I'm gonna pop the armor. And just because you're, like, not elite, but whatever it is, I'm gonna have your damage. Gonna end your turn. Okay. So you're gonna take your turn. I'm not too worried about that. Then you. Then you. Okay, so it's a bit of a hard call if I should run which way to deal with what. I think we run over here. Trigger surrounded on you. We thunk you on the head. So you're gonna run, you're gonna shoot an arrow. That's not where I expected you to go. I'm okay with it. But I expected you to want to shoot me over here. Oh, actually, I could probably take good advantage of this. You need to go a little bit farther forward. So we could stop you from being able to get into the fight. There you go. Can I get you into position? I can, so let's do it. Alright, and that's our last person to go. Gonna run over here so you get supported, but unfortunately you can't do anything to help. Oh! I mean, okay. Sure. So you're gonna do your thing here. And then you're already engaged, so let's abuse this. Reload. Lovely. Nice to see. Why were you allowed to shoot your arrow? Oh, because the horse repositioned? Come on, Harry. You didn't need to reposition to do anything. And I goofed by switching characters out of panic for Harry's well-being. Don't die. You're fine? And... well, honestly, you can just wait, because we can just hit you with that stuff later. Alright. So, we can still do some cool stuff with this. The first thing we need to do is get you all tied up as best we can into melee combat. So let's run you down here, smack you. That gives me the bonus there. All good here. Okay, you get to go next. That's fine. So what I'd like to do is get you actually tied up. That's fine. I was trying to get it where I could stack all of them, get attacks of opportunity, but it's okay. Okay, so you're gonna get loose next. Okay, that gets you tied up in there. Okay, so now what you're gonna do, you're gonna pop a whiff. You're gonna pop a whiff. You're gonna run over here. Oh, they're one tile shy of being able to hit both. Let's go this way. You get the next move anyways. And again. Alright. And the bomb. Nicely done. Oh, I'm gonna poison you. My bad. Alright, so let's check. So you get to go, then you get to go. So let's thunk you on the head. I probably didn't need to use that, but honestly, it being a one-time use item kind of really undermines its value. It'd be nice if you could just have like a little dagger or something that you'd take care of that. Alright, so you're over here. Yeah, so you get to go. So let's go ahead and move you. Move you down here. Alrighty then. An angry pony is on the way. And finish it. Alright. The bonus stats are good. Yeah, they're better for the 5% crit bonus generally. Yeah. Alright, so we got a couple of healing. Okay, for a moment it looked like the game was crashed. I was like, no. I have run out of stuff to repair my equipment, which is not my favorite. So let's grab the hat. Alright, so there's an axe there and some armor. Okay, so we got that done. Let's take a quick peek at our stuff here. So I got a lot of armor here that's getting busted up, unfortunately. I'm gonna need to start carrying way more supplies on me. So let's see here. So you have the axe. So we could trade the axe that we have already, which does bravado, which just hits one target from 11 to 13. Instead, this one does 15 to all enemies in an area. And it has a guaranteed crit on poison enemies. And on top of that, it knocks him back if it crits. So that's a pretty good upgrade. This is light armor, so we don't want to necessarily use that. We do have a damaged dagger. That's technically better than we've had before. That's Assassin's Stertion. Damage increased against poison enemies by 25%. Which is interesting, because I could put that on here and it'd still help. So let's see. So is Randall was our assassin? Okay, so there is your slightly less terrible dagger. Because your dagger just does stab. Cool. This one does apply poison and deals a considerable amount of damage. I do wish you could, like, dual wield. And on this, we do extra damage. Oh, I can't equip that yet? Yeah, we can. So you've got good armor that's badly damaged. So we're looking for someone who needs light armor. Or is just rocking nothing. Farmer's clothes. You can't equip that yet. You've got better. That's better what you than what you had. All right. Get the heck off this mountain since I can't see anything in all this snow. I didn't really want to be heading back this quickly. But unless I find some supplies, I must have not resupplied. To be fair, I've got a fairly large force. So we are going through our supplies and food much quicker, which does check out. But at the same time, you know. Does work out. Yeah, so when we get one of our future levels, Do you have blacksmith in your camp? I don't have the building blacksmith, I don't believe. Yeah, no, I don't have, like, the blacksmith like a thing. I do have a character who is a blacksmith. But, I probably need to get, like, the actual blacksmith building or whatever. Alright, so let's start here. So we've got some rope. Let's make that. We don't have a thing. Unless it's changed, there isn't a blacksmith camp without a mod. Just the one in town. Yeah, and I was gonna say, I haven't had the option at any point, so I didn't... It's like I wasn't ruling it out being a thing, I just hadn't seen anything to that nature. We could check on this and make some syrup. Nothing else to do here. Alright, so let's make take some beer. We'll take some apples. A hunk of meat. Now some syrup. Alright, so we got 2 supplies and all that. And we made a bunch of money out there, so that's fine. Yeah, no, I've got the workshop level 2 as a thing, but, like, we've unlocked the recipe, but it is a matter of the fact that I don't actually have it yet. Completing missions is all well and good, but while we're at it, why don't we take prisoners and hand them over to the guard? Making a few extra crowns wouldn't hurt. Fault the troops for their lack of ambition. We get a bunch of valor, but it costs us relationship. Suggest capturing outlaws. We get influence and valor. Overanalyze. Keep your ideas to yourself. We lose happiness and valor. Well, obviously we're going to take the one that's just nothing but good. We're not far from town. Yeah, it's every time I sleep, it seems like it resets this. So again, doomed scholars. What the heck am I looking at there? I definitely feel like that is a bad time is what that is. Considering we have like a localized area of fog. Alright. It's fun time, it's hard. Yeah, if my armor wasn't totally trashed and I'm out of supplies to repair it, I would go right for it. I think we're going to repair our armor and then find out our next objectives and go from there. Because if I go back here, I just go to you and be like, hey man.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to... You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith. If you happen to know one.
Alright. So I've got all that stuff. Give me everything you got here. So I got a bunch of salvage. That looks like the path to Candy Mountain. Oh, okay.
Looking for work. Here is your reward.
All right, so we got our bounty. Okay, so we've got down and right. We already have bounties. And we have another one that's down right. Yeah, so it's by one of our other objectives. Alright. Do we have a straight-up archer who's any good? No. We got 2 brutes and a crossbowman. So we're going to leave here. Let's go here. Check the craft table. And you can't make anything right now because we don't have supplies, which is fine. Wages due. That's fine.
You touch it, you buy it.
Okay. All right, so the next place we have is I've got 2 down here. So you have one that's kind of down left. We've got some right back the way we came, and if we kept going would be our next main story objective. Oh, right, we also have the rat infestation. So I think we are literally turning around and going right back the way we came. And I do actually have shackles. I'm probably just not watching as carefully as I should. Hello, free captors right by the prison. Okay, we got the ambush on them. There's only 3 of them. I also getting too many people too fast. The problem, scaling with numbers can mess with things too much. All right. The game knows what's up, putting Pagey in the front lines. All right. The enemy wants to flee. No, I think we'll let that turn play out. Well, I said I could capture them. PG just rolled up and was like, this is mine, back off. Okay, so we can do Wrestler, which means they'll have medium armor, +2 dexterity, and 1 crit. 6 to 7 damage to target 2 times, and switches places with them. If I'm in attack stance, I do 50% more crit damage. If I'm in defense stance, I gain in position, which means we get double our guard. We could choose Bruiser, which means 2 dex, 1 crit hit, and then we get medium armor, which does 4 to 6 damage 2 times. It ignores guard entirely, so bypasses armor. If we're in attack stance, it increases its damage for amount equal to half of the thing. So basically, we go to a very, very armored target, we can do a lot of damage. In defense stance, it causes fragility, which makes it so they take 30% extra damage. And then we have Slayer. Slayer gives me dexterity and crit, and I lose constitution, and we drop to light armor. Deals 4 to 7 damage 2 times, applies bleeding. If I'm in attack stance, it applies poison as well. If I'm in defense stance, it applies corrosion as well. Corrosion reduces their armor by 15% its max at the end of each turn, and then poison reduces their health by 5% of their max each turn, and both of those can stack. So yeah. Yeah, it's like crazy to think 12 max. You had someone cover each profession, but even 8, a couple of prisoners is fine too. So the big downside is Slayer makes you a softer target, and while bleeding and poison are nice, it's at the end of the enemy's turn. Now we have seen there are things that can trigger them early, but we haven't taken those yet. Now, Bruiser feels like a good choice for if we have a very tanky enemy. I can start slapping them with the Bruiser to start doing a bunch of extra damage. Wrestler, on the other hand, seems like a good way to, like, group up, run up, pull a guy into your units away from its support. I feel like that's very situational, though. I think I'm going to go with Bruiser. Now go ahead and take the extra Constitution. Because it's already got it set up for 2 points. So I had run up there thinking, alright, we're right by the prison. And we got people who could very well get captured or whatever. Let's do that. Unfortunately for them, because we are on the region leveling, I must have shown up at, like, you know, I must have shown up at the kindergarten and started kicking people. I mean, I'm kind of just following where the contracts take me. Because we're not seeing much duplication in the contracts, which is one bonus. And on the other hand, like, we are finishing, like, actual story things that I'm sure are one and done. You finish and it's out. And I also don't know if the contracts keep regenerating. I assume, like, the random contract of, like, kill this gang group or whatever, those feel like the kind of contracts that they would just keep regenerating endlessly. Whereas I'm assuming, like, when we go to some random farms, like, help my family, then, you know, that's a one and done once you conclude that story's done. Hello, building over here. Oh, that must be Haven. There we go. And there's these really cool boars hanging out right behind it. Hey, I'm gonna hang here for a minute if you don't mind. If you do mind, I'm also gonna hang here for a minute.
I know that Fergus and the others are doing their best, but let's face it, we won't survive the winter months if we stay here.
We are trying to rebuild a village from scratch. We've got more than enough farmers, but we are in dire need of skilled craftspeople. If you find a blacksmith amongst the refugees, please bring them to us. We are in such a bind that we are willing to pay for your help.
Interesting. Okay. So, the last one when we were playing, we did find a blacksmith and we took him into town. Like, I was like, you brought me this wanted blacksmith. Fine. He has to sit out back, though, because I can't have anyone know he's here. But this means I've got an alternate location I can bring the blacksmith. And since most of these people are kind of fugitives and all that anyways, this does make a lot more sense.
We sell all our surplus to help with the cost of rebuilding this ruin.
Okay. And I mean, your prices seem reasonable. Honestly, your prices are very reasonable.
I asked Bertram to bring me everything I need to sew warmer clothing. When do you think he will be back?
Last time we played, we murdered Bertram, not aware that that was a thing. Alright.
Ah, mercenaries. Just in the nick of time. Welcome to the Haven. My name is Fergus. I'm the former Lord Mayor of Courtier, and I now lead the refugees. As you have discovered, the locals haven't exactly welcomed us with open arms. I've therefore decided to move our people to this cold and isolated wasteland. But it seems that it's still not far enough for the Lady Mayoress of Stromcap. Take our woodcutter camp, for example. We need wood to fortify our new home and survive the winter months. But the local farmers have been harassing us ceaselessly. I fear the worst. We haven't heard from our woodcutters in several days. Hence, the reason for your presence here. This situation could be far too dangerous for the humble farmers we are. I need mercenaries to find out what happened to our men. Thank you. The woodcutters are just north of here.
Okay, that works out. I need to head up there anyways. So this is interesting. So, because I've done a lot of things differently, yeah, that's what I figured. All right. Okay. So, we've got our warhorse here, who is not going to take no for an answer. So let's go ahead and put Harry up here on the back line. JD is not going to stand alone over there. So, I'm trying to split this up effectively into 2 waves. First wave, we kill those ones. The second one's close in, we kill that set. Because it looks like these are just the regular... Well, there's one dominant sow there. Yeah, so it's split up evenly. Alright. So this will be another one of those ones where is Pagey Cakes? Let's get you up here. Let's get our tankier people on this side. And the reason I'm thinking that is because the plan here is to have the tanky people, because this group is probably going to get pinched between the groups. So the goal here is going to be just trying to chuck damage into this as fast as we can. Alright, so Pagey Cakes is going to be our opener. We'll scooch you up. Get you here. So we're going to try and run you in there to take opportunity shots, because we got full Valor points. So you're going to do your usual. Get a whiffy whiff of the good stuff. Oh yeah, all 5. Hey, 3 out of 4 crits. Can you pet that dog? Alright. You've done your job, and I accidentally poisoned you. Okay, so that's the one that needs to go down. So let's get you down here. Yeah. And yell at you. Or don't yell at you? Okay. I would say that's been a very effective opener. As far as openers go, I feel like we have delivered well. And meanwhile, they're going to take a moment to rally, which I'm going to take this opportunity to do my best to finish this off. Nicely done. We're going to rally to force them all to, like, bottleneck into us. And by that I mean I'm going to say those things, and then Harry's going to get their turn and scream Leroy Jenkins, and all the planning's going to go out the window. Harry's like, yes. Captain says charge, we charge. Pretty much the way it's gonna go. Alright. So let's get whoever's the farthest back So Pagey's probably not going to be able to do much this turn anyways. We're just going to let Pagey take a little snooze. And where does Harry... I keep poisoning my own people because I forget if Pagey's next to someone, they poison them. Alright, so we did manage to avoid having Harry charge directly in. We're going to move you all up. Okay. Yes, I'm trying to not have them run out ahead. Not till we can make sure we can actually initiate and get hits in. So now, so we stop poisoning ourselves, like a scooch you one tile apart. Alright. So this is the point where Harry's going to go dashing in. So let's go and do this to force Harry to go a little ways around so that hopefully Harry doesn't get too far ahead of us. Alright. We in it. Where's... Alright. We didn't position ourselves well. Who should move to make room? So Burning Sun. Okay. You're not going to be able to follow that up with anything. So Pagey's playing a little bit of bait here. Ever so... Well, you're going to get poisoned. It's fine. That's everyone getting the protection bonus. And get you here. I can't quite get into position to get to the next one. Gonna drop you back just a hair. That's fine. Nicely done. That might be close enough to not trigger. Nah, I'm gonna friendly fire into the dumpster. It's fine. Okay, so with that, you run up. And get you tied into combat. And then Pagey Cake's here. Wait, first you gotta finish your turn, don't I? So you're gonna go finish your turn. Alright. So, we're gonna have you run over here. Actually, let's start this. So, inhale again. Trigger attack of opportunity. Drop a bomb on the back line. And then land right around here, maybe? PG Cakes is such ridiculous damage. I'm very much enjoying it, but the fact, like, you look at the damage everyone else is doing, and they're doing, like, 10s and 20s and all that, and Pagey's just like, I am just gonna do, like, 30, 40, 50 damage all across the entire group. Don't mind me as I carry this entire team. They're really not carrying the whole team, but as far as the people just dumping damage, there's no question about who is the one bringing the damage. Alright, so let's get the grilled pork. And then some bread. And we are out of salt. Let's go to you. Make us another unit of rope. We can upgrade our tent, which will increase our valor if we use that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I don't have the money. Let's not do that. If I build that, I won't be able to pay my people for their time. And then I understand they get mildly, slightly, extremely pissed off if I don't do that. So have a brandy. We'll have ourselves some braised chicken. Eat a bunch of apples. Have a piece of bread. Pay them their salary. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to, Oh, Ganjane has earned the title Nimble Elbow. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Alright, so we got some of our supplies. We prevented 2 fist fights, increasing comfort at our bar. A lot of money, some prestige, good times. Bar continues to grow, making the real money. The troop is more structured. You can now appoint one of your companions as a lieutenant. Okay. The world is much bigger than I imagined. It feels like I could spend my life traveling and still never visit the same place twice. We can celebrate this great adventure with others, giving us a little bit of happiness, which will just go to waste, and 15 influence. Chat about your adventures on the road and gain 1 relationship, or chat about our adventures on the road and gain 1 relationship. All right, so we got a really hard decision here, chat. We've got 2 of these that are labeled for you. And so we need to choose between chatting about our adventures on the road and chatting about our adventures on the road for the same results. Or the wrong answer. Sure. Relationships improved. Trade unlocked. Sociable. Cool. So you gained a level last night somehow. Alright. So you don't have anything new over here to grab. That's not till level 5. Right. So, I am still into leaning more and more towards give more damage. Okay, get plague rat. Can we get a plagued rat for our lieutenant? I have no idea about those things, so we're gonna burn 40 influence to get you more heckin' damage. He gained the level because of his nimble elbow title. Gotcha. I should probably look at what that actually does. Nimble elbow. So I see like the titles here, but I don't see anything else. I guess titles might just be random or something. Like I have no idea how that works as a mechanic. Let's see here. So we don't have anything to worry about there. Does nothing other than give you a level and a title. Gotcha. As I say, it didn't seem like I did anything that I'm aware of to trigger. It could be like you hit some threshold or whatever. Alright. And it said I can appoint a lieutenant. Which is an interesting thought. So you're our captain. And I have no idea with the titles in this game, like, what's higher, what does what, or anything like that. What is Pagey Cakes doing here? So you are chilling in the tent. I feel like Pagey Cakes here. So that costs 100 to make you a lieutenant. Low-key part of me just wants to get a bunch of ponies and make them all into our leadership team, but I have a feeling that is setting myself up pretty heavily for failure. So I don't really understand what this involves, but okay, you are our Lieutenant Pagey Cakes. I guess you get off the table and you get on the table? Okay, that didn't change anything, so you can go here. Let's see, you lose a lot of skills if you do that unless you get an archer that can control them. Oh, the animals? And let's check to make sure there's nothing new we can make. Alright. Okay, meanwhile, you've got an exclamation mark on you.
We've had a tough hunt this time, mercenaries. We're tired, and some of us are injured.
Okay.
I know our presence can be frightening to the people of other kingdoms, but we need some time to recover in your tavern. We're willing to pay extra.
So letting such a big group of tractors is out of the question. I will get plus 10 upscale ambiance for 5 shifts. Or hunting down the ghost pack is important to everyone's safety. So we'll take a little hit to our prestige But for 5 shifts, we'll get more working class and a bunch of cash. You got me at money. I appreciate your cash. Okay, we can get a brewer, so you age alcohol faster. All right, let's go ahead and get ourselves another brewer. All right, so we really hope the other person gets back soon, because we're kind of just continuing to set up more and more and more of the other stuff. All right, so we did get list of bounties. Okay, so that's placed there. Okay, so we can add a few rough elements are enough to improve your look space without taking away from the natural simplicity. Add 6 comfort and attracts working class. Or we can, materials are admirable, but not everyone will feel at home in the opulent setting. So both of those give me 6, and we can get working class or upper class. We definitely are going to be standing by the working class. They moved up from dirt floors to wood floors. Because when we have the uprising to take down the bourgeoisie, we don't want to be mistaken as one of them. Sorry. Alright, so we get Reckless for spending 30 non-temporary Valor points. Okay. Safeguarding. Finish fights with no injuries. Okay. New level. Alright. So, we can get Bravest of the Brave. Your troop is highly trained and ready to do anything to win with class. Which gives us 1 extra thing if we got Feat Makers in the Compendium. So that would effectively give us 2 extra. Left Hand Specialist. Having 2 hands means you should use both of them effectively. Forging left-hand weapons requires 1 less parts, minimum of 1. Your troop optimizes armor maintenance. Repair materials and village blacksmith restore 5 additional armor points. Requires restoration compendium. Art of the Forge. Your troop can rely on passionate and diligent blacksmith. Bonus, forged weapon stats is increased by 10%, and an armor is also 10%. Strict rationing. Your companions eat very, very sparingly. Let's say lieutenant is a deputy to the captain, and increases the valor from 1 to 2 within certain radius of each banner in the camp. Interesting. Let's see. So we would dramatically reduce our food consumption. Your troop can count on substantially from your forge. Improves the quality of armor and weapons. Champion Craftsman. As long as a piece of armor is properly cared for, it is possible to improve it beyond the usual limitations. Forged armor has 1 additional armor layer slot, maximum 3. I have not touched the armor layer slots at all. Yeah, so if I do strict rationing, that means less buying food forever. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We got a point in Explorer, and that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so we go across here. There's nothing that way. There's an enemy up here we need to kill, and we need to investigate some stuff as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm suddenly sniffling. Alright, so we got a bunch of level 2 deserters who are going to murder the crap out of, because not only they're only level 2 deserters, but we ambushed them, and not only did we ambush them, we've ambushed them where they're all piled on top of each other, too. So this... Oh, okay, tactical order. Allies around this unit gain orderly. This unit generates twice as much valor, and then everything else. So... You're going to take a little whiffy whiff. And then you're going to move up a little bit here. You can set up the bomb right in the middle of them. And you're going to have to get almost right in the middle of this, unfortunately. And you're going to retreat as far as you can, which is not going to be that far. But you did your job at softening everything up. Don't worry, Harry's got your back. Alright, that won't do it good, so I'm going to actually back you off slightly to make room. Okay, so who's the one who's going to get to go next? You? Can Randall Thor get there? Yes, they can. That's not good. That's not where I need you to be. I need you to be one tile to the left there. There you go. And stab him in the face. There you go. And then next up is going to be you. You might be able to get there? Yes, you can. Cool. Don't care that they're demoralized. I'm not done yet. Alright. Okay. Yeah, no, they were very underleveled. This is actually the reason why the last time I was like, oh yeah, we won't grab the, Yeah, so you're still my tank. Like, the last I was like, oh yeah, we'll grab, like, the adaptive or whatever. This time we didn't go the adaptive. A lot of people being like, oh yeah, you should choose to not do adaptive. So we're definitely starting to, like, really feel these levels coming up. Medium armor. I might actually have someone who can use that. Yeah, so you can move up to the medium armor. That frees up that... Oh, that's also medium armor. Never mind. I literally just swapped out. Same thing. So you've got your medium armor. You've got medium armor. You still got medium armor. We don't have any horse armor yet. You're on light armor. But you can be in medium armor. You have better light armor. You have better light armor. And there you go. So everyone's got better than the starting armor. And I got a group over here and a camp over there. Alright, bear with me one moment, chat. There, hopefully I'll stop sniffling there. Because everything was fine, then it just suddenly started sniffling. It's like, come on.
My only job is to fend off the Tiltram farmers who come and interfere with the woodcutters' work. Believe me, there's as many of them as there are trees around here.
Okay.
Huh? The chief is worried about us, and so he should be. The locals are getting more vindictive by the minute. They harass us, and we haven't enough men to send a message, and... What? Watch out! The farmers are back! You there, mercenaries. Since the chief sent you,
Hurry up and join our lads outside the camp. And stop these fools from getting in.
Okay. It's also interesting to me, they're like, oh yeah, we need lots of wood to be able to work on stuff. And then after I bought all the wood from them, they're like, we need wood. It's like, then why'd you sell it?
Now? Don't you have anything better to do than harass refugees?
Even if you were Eddor himself, you couldn't cut down those trees.
What do you mean? What's it to you if we cut those trees instead of any others?
The Mount Altis forest is sacred. It has belonged to the Tools since the dawn of time. If you upset the little folk, they will attack all the surrounding settlements, including ours and your haven.
Don't be absurd. The Tools aren't even real. They're just fairy tales. We won't freeze to death over some imaginary pixies.
How dare you? For the eye's sake.
Go and tell your hallucinations to move out. There's no lack of trees in this county.
Mercenaries, did you hear that? Name your price and give those blasphemers the punishment they deserve. The Tools will be most grateful.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not siding with someone who's like theoretical things that could cause problems. Yep, so we would get, if we defend the Tools, or if we attack the Tools, we get wood, we get, influence. If we attack the refugees, we get beans and all that. Yep, so I'm definitely 100% going this way. And we're way over leveled for this all of a sudden. It's also definitely one of those things that you also kind of want to be like, hey man, you do realize the fight you're picking here, right? Like, as you roll up on the situation, you really should have a good look around at what all is here, because you're definitely making a bold choice. Yep. Take a whiff. Run up a little ways. Drop the bomb. Run up a bit closer. Do all that. And then run away. Yeah, you'll be able to get 3 of them in there. Alright, can I have you shackle them? Trade unlocked. Glorious. And prisoner. Hey, none good left. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff and whatnot. Captain's Bicockle. Or Bicocket. Enhance visibility. Every time this unit is engaged by an enemy, they perform an attack of opportunity. Ooh. Okay, that's abusable. And thank you so much for that raid and all that stuff. Playing some Scriptorium. I hope you had good fun with that. And again, welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream and all that good stuff. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for last kill count run ever streamed. But all that said, that record's long since been beaten. And, these days I play a whole... I mean, I've always been variety, but I play a whole variety of games, from simulation to settlement builders, city builders, all that kind of stuff. Playing, like, strategy games. It's honestly pretty... just almost everything. But today we're doing some Wartales, and it's going pretty good. Granted, I am noticing I don't have a lot of money. and my people are going to want to get paid again. And I'm not a big fan of that. I'd really like them to not want to get paid right now. You're influenced by Penny to start play Scriptorium? Nice. One, you're getting influenced by an excellent person to be influenced by. And then two, you know, Scriptorium has sounded pretty good. Are you friends? Are you enemies? What is your deal here?
We were sent from Alazar to rid the northern forest of its plague rat infestation. However, we are also looking for an infected man. Apparently, Stromcap cast him out.
Okay. How would you like some random stuff I don't need? Okay, we want to use that. That'll help a little bit with the wage issue. And then before I forget, enhanced visibility. Yeah, so if this enemy is engaged, every time this unit is engaged by an enemy, they perform an attack of opportunity. Which I'm curious with the +1 range of how that will end up working with some of our stuff here. So I'm thinking you might be the one to wear that. Because I do tend to throw you in the middle of it. This will give you some armor. And it'll give you the opportunity to potentially get some defense on yourself. We can move that around when we have someone better suited for it. Okay, we still have the group of enemies to kill. I also need to go back to the camp and turn it in. Actually, scooch around that. Kill the wolves. So I've ambushed a fairly large wolf pack. So we do have them fully surrounded. So it seems like when I ambush them, generally speaking, I get to have them fully surrounded. Right, let's get you up towards the front. Let's put you here. All right, actually, and we'll put Pagey Cakes there. So you're the front line on this side. You'll just be damaged coming around the back there. And shove you as far back over here as possible so you get stuck on everything else so you don't kill yourself. Alright. Well, that's the alpha over there. Well, that's the... Okay, we got both the alphas are on this side. So let's put Sir over here. This is going to be a little painful for some of the people running up for the early damage. So let's run you forward. Oh, Pagey. You're going in deep, Pagey. You can get 5 there. And 6 targets here. And do your best to just extract yourself as much as possible. Alright, so the horse is going to go next, then you, and then that wolf back there. So that actually will work out because I think that wolf's going to be bow-guarded by all the other wolves. I don't know why I did that, but okay. And you get attack of opportunity. Alright, and also check out Treacle, another fantastic content. Oh, you were playing Loftia. Yeah, it's another game that looked very interesting that I haven't had a chance to play. But yeah, no, definitely check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of fun stuff over there. Highly recommend. Very good for the chill vibe times. Alright, so let's put that here to help defend yourself against a hit. There we go. So now, you're gonna go, so let's run up here. So the danger here is I could easily get the surrounded penalty. Let's boost everyone's protection. And when do you get to go? Okay, you got a while till you get to go. I'll probably be able to kill you before you get your chance. Yeah, that's what I figured. You're gonna get surrounded. Run over here. Burden Sun doing work. Yeah, it's a bit of a closed beta. Loftia, it's pretty cute. Yeah, no, from what I saw, it looked really good. Definitely something I want to check out more. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. Do appreciate it. Let's give the horse a hand. Nicely done, horse. And everyone has now been galvanized as the horse has shown up and done its job. Yeah, the crossbowman getting opportunity was the right choice. It's just so many extra hits in there. You can't get into range, so you just stop. Oh, I'm surprised you're actually able to get in the range there. Nope. We're not done yet. And horse gets to take down another one. Pony's tougher than the Alpha Wolf. So give me all that stuff. Pagey Cake's gained a level. Alright. So it's interesting. So you're gonna get +3 on that. So we're getting a bunch of stuff here. So I'm gonna burn a lot of stats here. To continue to level that stuff up. Repair everything. I mean, pretty much I'm burning all of our influence for stats. Gold earrings. Okay, so let's run over here. Grab the wood, turn in this quest. I need to deal with the bandits over there.
All this talk of tools was driving me mad. It was high time someone talked sense into them. Here is your reward. We'll be sure to let the chief know we're safe now you've cleared the way.
Okay, so we got our wood and all that goodies. We are on the cusp of being overburdened.
Tools? That is the most ridiculous excuse I've ever heard. These farmers cannot be serious. They're just trying to scare us away.
Alright. Okay, before we actually engage in this fight, I need to burn some materials. We've got some... So we can get famous for the influence. Cool. Let's make camp. So we can upgrade the tent. That'll cost me more money than I can afford to give up right now. You've already got your stuff set up here. I see. I understand. Alright, so we're very likely going to have inventory woes right here. Let's take care of them. And also Pangor the 55 stream streak. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Alright, so we've got 5 enemies. We got 1 over there, 3 over here. Where's your last friend? We've got 1 more friend I'm not seeing. Oh, you got 1 over there. Okay. So the archers shouldn't be a problem. Honestly, most likely, Harry's going to murder the hell out of that archer. And I won't have to worry about it. Who's going to be in the best? So, Pagey Cakes can go here. You'll be in position to deal with that. Let's have JD go and run down the other archer over there. Yeah, so this is the team to go in. So you're going to be the first one to move in here. Yeah, so you're obstructed vision there. Let's get Pagey in here to start doing Pagey things. There you go, there's the bomb. Okay. I didn't notice that there was a flaming barrel back there, but sure, that makes sense. Just immediately opens up. More than half the enemy's dead. Like, it's kind of a weird thing, because there's still story stuff here, and I'm just out-leveling the place way faster than I could reasonably get the story stuff done. Alright, so you run that one down. Before we forget... Who did I position? Oh, I thought Harry was going to go that way. That's right. And Harry ended up going the other way. I don't know what you're doing right now. And let's have you cut this way just in case that archer goes to the run to the right here. Ow, quit it. Alright, so now we run you up over here. Actually, pop the armor. and then finish the job. I can go over here. You weirdly decided to charge up here, not try and run, but that's okay. Not complaining, makes my life easier. Alright. So let's see here. I guess we just drop a bomb on you because you can. And run over here. Trigger an attack of opportunity. And done. Here, pair of stuff. So I grabbed all that stuff. We're not overburdened yet. If I grab the armor, we go overburdened. Okay. This is Randall Thor, so as much as I would love to be like, hey, let's just juice you to give you more carry weight, we don't want to do that. So we are 1.5 weight over. Then we got more goodies we could steal inside here. All right. They've got that. I assume we can't cook anything. Nope, so not sparing any weight there. I don't have the money to build the tent. I could build you to get rid of a bunch of weight. Not that I particularly actually need the thieves chest. But we're overburdened, so I'm going to have to chuck stuff anyways. And now I'm not overburdened, so that worked out. Okay. We'll take some grilled pork. A couple things of bread. And a thing of brandy. Let's see, it's so expensive, it must be good. Make at least 100 coins. I missed what that said. It must be good. It's so expensive, it must be good. Make at least 100 coins in a rest with a working class tavern. Excellent. The the trackers defeated the ghost pack and have given you a trophy in thanks. Cool. So we got some influence and some happiness. So let's go and check on our tavern real fast. Slaughtering bandits doesn't bother me one bit. Better than me. Even so, I have to believe that if the Matthias Lund hadn't found me, this troop would have cut my throat. Rejoice, appreciate your good luck. Randall Thorne will gain the trait Lucky Devil. This character should have come to a tragic end, but miraculously survive. Does not suffer injuries retreating. Join. Feel satisfied with your new life. Randall Thorne will gain Reformed Criminal trait. Abandoning their life as a bandit for the career of mercenary. This character hunts for their former colleagues without remorse. Increases rewards by 25% when delivering an outlaw to prison. I'm going to go with this one because we don't retreat very often. Okay. So, we have knowledge stuff. I could get those same potions we've had. We can expand our menu. We can get a better version of the strategy table. Which, doing that immediately. Which that's more iron, which is fine. That's not surprising. We can check on the tavern now. It's got a quest thing here. So we can go here. So we did get a increased trophy. Increases comfort and security. Attracts working class patrons. Alright, so we've got all this stuff already put up. Okay, so increases comfort and security. We're going to order a couple of these. Okay. And pretty soon, space is going to start being a problem. Alright. And how close are we to... Yeah, we're still waiting for you to get back from your infiltration, which is fine. Alright, so we've achieved our objectives over here. I missed that. And I'll need to get back to town, because I'm going to need to not be so stubborn and get rid of some of the stuff. Now, part of that could be me, like, just selling it for the cash. Oh, there's the Haven. It's way over there. Alright. So that'll be 2 quests out of the way. There's another item over here. So I'm coming to realize, while we've got our war pony, there is something to say about getting the extra 10 carry weight. That would actually probably go a long way for us. But, you know, it is what it is. Alright.
We sell all our surplus to help with the cost of rebuilding this ruin.
So sell that armor, sell the trinket, sell the other trinket. I've been holding on to that bow just for when we get an archer, because I am planning on taking on one of each class. So I've got all that. I don't think I need any more of the grease and all that, because I have no inventory space for it.
Thank you for helping our woodcutters. I do not know if their work will be enough to see us through until spring, but at least you have given us hope.
I know that Fergus and the others are doing their best, but...
Alright, so we got that sorted. Okay. So, we want to get back to town, because inventory is becoming a problem. And maybe I can get myself another recruit to add to our carry weight and all that. It'll also be a thing where maybe I could acquire some supplies and all that to do more alchemy, to burn up some of that material. You get the idea. Start trying to clear out some inventory space by just doing a bunch of crafting, that kind of thing. If not, we will probably go through and start selling some things. Okay. We could also buy some salt for cooking. I've got a bunch of ingredients I can't cook, because I'm out of salt. Which of course means weight. We do have the prisoner to drop off while we're in the area. Okay. And we've got the reformed criminal who gives us a bonus for dropping off prisoners. Okay.
The Lady Mayonnaise has offered a reward For any outlaw...
Should be an outlaw. Okay, we got a pugilist. We do have an archer. They're cowardly. They'll flee in combat if their morale goes too low. Heavy sleeper, hard worker. So you're actually pretty terrible. And a warrior. Can I let you go? I was under the impression I was going to be... Yeah, so I didn't catch it was a farmer I took as a prisoner. Which has some mildly concerning implications that they're considered, like, in the eyes of the law, that I've just taken prisoner someone who in theory is an innocent person. I mean, in the eyes of the law, they were attacking refugees, and refugees are seen as no better than criminals by a lot of the people here. Which is a pretty crap attitude. Granted, there are a lot of refugees that show up here who turn to criminality out of desperation. But, you know, the classic, don't hold everyone by the actions of a few. Hey, do you want your farmer back? Because I'm really not sure what to do with them. Alright.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Logs the other way, on a lot of things in this world. I take that. I understand, because, like, I mean, again, in that particular case, they were antagonists, and we responded to the provocation.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissary.
Alright, so give me my pay. Okay, help requested. Desperate refugees. Bandits have been attacking caravans and travelers on the road. It must end. Or the merchants will refuse to travel through the area. Cool, and that puts another one over by where the infestation is. So I've already got you. I'm looking for an archer, preferably. Okay, so you can make 2 medicine. Alright, so what are we missing? So we are missing vials. Vials and fish oil. If you go into your camp and open the prisoner profile, you should see your gear icon to release them. Gotcha, I can do that once we're done here.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the... There. I hope you will be more careful next time.
You healed Othar, which deepens your trust between you. Oh, is it a strategy that you can recruit people by capturing them and then just working them up? Yeah, that's the way it seems. I don't think I'd want to grab this person. I'm perfectly happy,
My concoctions can
bringing
heal the
people
most
in.
grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them.
Okay. Alright. Some factions have totally different skill sets. Gotcha. So there'd be a reason to be like, oh, I'm not just looking for a insert name of type, you know, like character or whatever. But like, no, I'm looking for this character in this faction, so like a different warrior from a different faction might have a totally different thing to offer me. Alright, so defensive oil.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them.
Alright. So I could sell you for a little bit of a, basically, we made a better potion. And then sold it. To try and, you know, get ourselves a little extra benefit from our stuff. Also to like work on some of our skills, because we have not been doing much with a bunch of our skills. The problem here...
Touch it, you buy it.
We're gonna go overburned again. Man, you don't give me hardly any money for selling that stuff back. Alright. We gained a point here for alchemy. I'd love to see it. So immediately pop into our camp. Manage companion. We will release them. Alright. So that is a real problem. So releasing them did cut down our carry weight even worse. Okay, and we're gonna make some wolf sausage. Know that. Means now you're an even better cook. Which did reduce the weight we had a little bit there. And now we don't have the materials we need to upgrade stuff. Let's grab some more rope. What are we missing? Coal and sandstone. Iron. 1 unit of salt. Okay. In that case, let's go here. And grab this. Go to the market. Buy 1 unit of salt.
Those refugees. I understand there's a...
Go back to our camp. Go to building stuff. Grab you. Oh, that's just for a hitching post. It's not upgrading my hitching. Well, no, actually, that is my upgrade my hitching post. Upgrade the hitching post. Cool, and that brought us under the weight, so we're in good shape now. I need to be lower, even lower than that, but still, that's at least something. And with that, we gained 10 levels of oppression. Alright. So we gained a level in trading things. Need a pony adjunct. Need pony next to the captain. I don't think you can have more than one of them on the strategy table. Alright, so we can do cooperative. Wages are negotiated downwards for the good of the troop. All their wages go down 10%. You can carry more. You can sell more. That's the key. Just adds 10 carry weight. Your troop knows how to get better prices from merchants. We get more money from selling things. Patrons offering missions can be more generous with their bounties. All it takes is a little explaining. Possibility to negotiate missions on the list bounty board. Self-learning important, but sharing in knowledge of elders is just as beneficial. Profession experience is doubled if there's a higher level companion with the same profession. Untouchable. Serving justice for money is also does wonders of reputation. Turning in prisoners gains 20 influence. Okay. Well, my biggest money spent is probably my salary. So we're going to cut everyone's pay. You're welcome. Alright. So it does make me wonder, do I want to bring? So raised by boars and patient? No. Unlucky and confident. No. Yep, yearly pay cut. That's almost wrong, gorgeous to begin with. Patient and all that. Yep, so none of those are ones you'd want to bring on. At least they got pay. Your mods just get fish heads now and again. I take good care of my mods. I make sure they're fed. Alright. So we've got that group over there, and the group down here. But you also have the Pirates of Belron. No, you also get fish heads. I don't leave any of my mods out. What do you take me for? Alright, so we're going to cut up this way. We're on the lookout for iron. We may be pushing... Oh. We may be pushing the limit of our carry weight. But also iron. Oh, you're just bad at resting, I guess. That's fine. Sure. And we used our salt and all that. Oh, you mean like I missed an iron node or whatever? I mean, I'm sure I've overlooked some. Alright, so let's see here. So one thing that would help is we'll add 1 brandy and a big old pile of corpses. Uncooked and unprepared. Perfect for your dining pleasure. Because those individual stacks are just going to have added a bunch of weight. Yeah, literally we just dropped a ton of weight by just selling a whole, or by using thing. Alright, so we've unlocked a banner and a bunch of other stuff. So what do you want? It's just a little stomach trouble. Nothing serious, I'm sure. The wolves eat their food raw. Why shouldn't I? Hope the pain will go away. We lose some valor and we gain fatigue. Rushed into the bushes. We risk injury and we lose valor. Rest for a few hours and hope it settles. It's almost like there's consequences of making my people eat a raw pile of meat. Alright, so I've learned my lesson. Making them eat copious piles of corpses raw is not the play. Alright, so I made a bunch of money. Got some patrons, got some prestige, and we stole the recipe for rum. We are now making rum. And then with that, we can remember how on earth we infiltrated places again. Alright. So we stole one recipe. So if we send a bard, we would potentially get prestige. We send a bouncer. We could remove our rival's prestige. If we send a cook, we can get a recipe. If we send a thief, we can get a small amount of cash. Potential rewards, 5 patrons. What if I grab one of my experienced ones? Also 5 patrons. So, oh, it's gonna be one beverage recipe and 1 cooking recipe. I see. Right. So let's put you on it. Alright, you got an 80% chance of success, so go ahead and steal that recipe. We needing of the booze. Meanwhile, we gained a cat. Prevents rat infested. Comfort 5. Increases sales for all people near it. Excellent. Did I steal their cat? Is that my understanding what's occurred here? I have a cat now. Okay. Sure. Okay. We can do that. A hoppy barley jig. Cool, and we can also extract money from our bar, which is neat. What's this? This faction does not offer a reward. Welcome 100 scholars to your tavern to receive awards. Ah, I see. So different people have different music they like. May appear with a list of things. That's the Brotherhood. Interesting. So, where I just told you to change that music, change it back. And line go up. And line go up. And line go up. And line's complicated. Okay, so we're going up this way. There's a cave up ahead. You know, I have noticed the iron appears near the edge of the mountains, and I also noticed a lot of those materials do respawn. Yeah, the happiness, it's just, it goes up like a single point at a time and down a single point, so it just goes like whipping up and down constantly. Alright, so we have found that this person coming up here is actually trying to acquire cloth for the people in trouble back there. Okay, so we can get a better hitching post. We can add more recipes onto our stuff here. We can also get more stuff here. So this would give me some of my herbal materials back, giving me more chances and more dice rolls of making our recipes. The weight training gives me more capacity. This will be a rope and a lot of salt.
I will never help the refugees after what happened. They are all just like Bertram. Lawless scoundrels, the lot of them.
Cool, man. Little intense.
To think that we have to camp out here because of some pig-headed bandit. That Bertram will stop at nothing to terrorize the yokels. But when it comes to facing the guard, that's a whole other matter. You see that cave to the north? He's holed up in there. It's been 3 days and still he won't surrender. Bertram knows he's done for, yet he continues defending his lair with such doggedness that we have no choice but to starve him to death. That's why I need mercenaries. He doesn't know you. He might even let you in if he thinks he can convince you to help him. And once you've gained his trust, you can finish him off for us. We'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Alright, we'll accept that. Okay. Nothing else we care about here. There's a chest I don't have a gold key for. Now, when we played this, because we did this part before, we killed Bertram the last time. Well, we come to find out that he's supposedly getting cloth for the other refugees. So that's what I'm curious about here.
To think that 4 years ago, Bertram and I spent our days driving oxen. Seems like a lifetime ago.
I hate having to strong-arm the farmers, but we have no other choice. The citizens of Tiltron refuse to hire us or share their resources with us.
Ah, mercenaries. Did Fergus send you to help us? Rovand hired you to kill me. I beg of you, don't do this. We do not enjoy bullying the farmers, you know. We have no choice if we want to survive. Rovand is the one who must die. I will match his offer. In fact, I can pay you more. And you would be doing a good deed. Once he is gone, the farmers of Chiltern will have no one to protect them. We won't have to force them to share their resources with us. Kill the captain. It's the only solution.
But this time I'm going to accept this. Because last time I went the other way. And we're getting more and more of the vibe that between the mayor being like, all refugees are criminals and shouldn't be, like, they're not welcome here, and the farmers being, like, truly awful to all of the refugees and, like, really kind of compounding this humanitarian problem. And we see a lot of refugees just genuinely being like, look, man, we're trying to find work and they won't hire us and all that. Granted, there's a lot of the refugees who are stealing and all that, which is its own problem. But yeah. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Oh, iron ore. Right, okay. So at this point, we actually have 2 people who are working this. Let's get you to do mining. Cool. Yeah, so see there's the box to lockpick. I'm going to wait till this is done to do it. And I have a feeling we're going to be wanted after this.
Bertram hired you to kill us? No, wait, you don't understand. This man is not some poor refugee. He's been terrorizing the local farmers and stealing their crops. He must die. I will pay you to kill him.
Yeah, so you can just keep going back and forth. So we'll go ahead and we're going to attack him. Oh. This doesn't feel fair at all. Hey, sorry, Captain. Yeah, Captain. I feel a little bad about this one. Because you don't stand a chance, buddy. On the plus side, you were smart enough to position yourself so Pagey Cakes can't just demolish your entire squad in like 2 seconds, so good on you for being, you know, smarter than everyone else you've run into. Opening hit demoralized the entire enemy force. Oh. One tile too far. You might be able to get there. Yep. Victory? I'm surprised it didn't get wanted. Campton's Dubay. Light armor.
I can't believe Rovand is dead and we are free. We really owe you one. Here, take this. You deserve it. I'll be sure to tell Fergus and the other refugees in the Haven what you did.
Cool. The refugees are no longer have to fear Captain Roven. Why did they fear him in the first place? Captain Roven was pretty crap, actually. Ooh, okay, we got good armor. Alright. Okay, so let's look at our stuff. So, you are currently wearing medium armor, and that's what you can handle. So, you've got 10 and 19. So, you're definitely going to keep what you've got. You got Pagey Cakes here. Pagey Cakes is not using nearly as good armor, so that'll give you one more armor point and attack of opportunity bonus. Pretty Pictures is wearing that, which is going to do nothing to help. You are just kind of neutral on that one. Harry, you can't wear that. So you've got that armor. And then you have light armor. So yours is 2 movement, 13 armor. That would give you increased range, willpower, armor. So we'd lose a lot of armor off of you. If you're getting hit, I've already messed up. So let's give you the Captain's Dubé to be able to move around and get the extra range. We compare you to this. So give me more armor, no crit hit bonus. And we don't get the willpower, which is also crit. And there we go, you're straight up better. Okay, cool. Alright, so we got all that sorted out. So now that that's done, there was a box we could open in here. Let's hopefully not... Okay. Hey, you're an apprentice thief now. Alright, that is a lot of iron. Okay, and if we check on the map, we can start working our way over this way. Okay. We're in relatively good shape. So you grab that and save. Let's figure out what this whole ghost nonsense is about. Oh, wait, never mind. We have to rest. Alright, so... swap you out. We can upgrade this. Alright, let's upgrade you. That's 100. We can upgrade the... Alright, so I can afford to upgrade that. I will have enough to pay. You go dismantling. So that'll give us iron and leather. Iron and leather. Cool. And everything else is good. Oh, before we do that, any recipes we can cook? Nope. We'll pay all our people. So we're at average danger level. We're gonna have a drink. We're gonna have a brewski. We're gonna eat two carcasses. Make that one carcass. Alright. Combat. A ghost pack is attacking us of 2 ghost wolves and a ghost bear. I mean, we did go to sleep inside the ghost area. So you don't seem like you're going to be that strong. Let's still treat them as if they're a credible threat. Okay, you popped in and did your job. I don't think they're getting a turn. Get in there, Harry. Good horse. Okay. We got a red eyeball. Its vivid red color is nauseating. We got a ghost carcass. Wolf meat, pork, white leather. Alright. And so... let's go ahead and have you do that for extra damage. Definitely need to get you a weapon. Alright. So, you get the damage from strength, which is what I've been kind of juicing you, but it is starting to get a little expensive to keep having to pay the 40 to give you those stats. We're definitely going to need to spread those points out a little bit eventually. The promotion items have changed, and local jugglers put an improvised show adding comfort. We also got resin from the tree. Alright, so you have something there. Now, I dare not speak to the others anymore. I've forgotten their names. I've got to make more effort, or it'll get you in trouble. So... you could travel along Burning Sun 1 until the next rest, where you'll gain a relationship there and you'll gain fatigue. You can go to Fanul, where you'll share a bottle of wine with them to gain a relationship, or you'll go to Randalthor, where you'll share bread and gain a relationship. Okay, so basically we can give up bread, give up wine, or take fatigue. We're gonna go ahead and have you take the wine. Good job. Much friendship. Okay, we did get our full rest even though we got interrupted with that. That's fine. I was curious how that would work, because that's the first time we've been interrupted while trying to sleep. It's funny, we had like an 80-90% danger at one point and slept without problems, and then we had that one there. Alright, so we got boars and deserters fighting. See, we can hop in here as opportunists. Alright. I mean, I feel like no matter which way you went, the other one should attack you when you're done. Hey, Nightdweller, thank you so much for the 210 stream streak. I appreciate it. Because, like, either way, I'm gonna attack the henchmen. The boar should not side with me. It's so weird. Okay. Alright, so apparently we outnumber them enough that it's like, you showed up, you're galvanized. And by that I mean Pagey Cake said, look, man. We got Deserter's two-handed hammer. We got junk. That's what we got. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements incoming. Interesting. Alright, so you get up here. And Pagey Cakes is already kind of front-lined as is. Same exact plan. Take a sniffy sniff of your bottle. Run in close enough. Alright, you can get 4. You can't quite get all 5, but that's alright. Yeah, I don't think I can get all 5 with that one. Well, maybe. You might be able to get all 5. You can. So, the reason we're killing stuff is just because we are doing the region locked XP. And I'm trying to run down all like the story stuff as well as doing these missions, and we are just out leveling the area pretty heavily. Which is pretty fun and pretty amusing. Alright. So I'm gonna have to burn a bunch of points on you. Let's go with career plans. And we give you Constitution. Because then you'll carry more for me. And you'll survive better. Alright, what do you got bringing to the table? I don't care about your crit damage. I think it will take the 2 movement. Because their job right now is basically just to trigger targets' attacks of opportunity. Got some flowers. Oh, there's a question. I think our target might be up here. Okay, our target is up here. At least I'm assuming that's our target. Abandoned tower. Oh, no, that's not our target. Knowledge point earned. We keep getting more and more stuff for our camp, and I keep expecting to start exhausting all that. And yet we keep getting more. Sure. Next level workshop.
Please, untie me. Lahart's goons could be here any minute. They want to take me back to Edoran. I'm no danger to anyone. They're after me because I deserted. You can't imagine what they do to artisans like me in Wartales. Count Lahart treats us worse than slaves.
Alright, we'll pick your lock. Alright.
Thank you. I'll work for anyone, except Count Lahart. I'm an excellent craftsman, you know. I can do wonders. Take me with you, and lead me to my future boss. I may not have the gold to pay you, but times like these, I imagine he'll pay handsomely for a man of my talent.
Okay. Oh, we got some hemp here to make rope. Guess we're gonna need a bunch of that. Now it looks like what's here. Having a deserter in your troop could draw unwanted attention from Lionheart's men. Alright. Let's go deal with these problems down here. And I need to make my way back to the refugee, like, main camp thing. Alright, so we got some level 1 I need you to stop forcing me to murder such sad little groups. We're definitely gonna need to leave the region soon, because this is just a whole thing. Alright, so you're still in my range. You have to get all the way in there just to not friendly fire. Okay.
Please, have mercy, good sirs. Have mercy on us. We didn't attack you to hurt you, believe me. We only wanted to scare you, so that you would hand over your crowns. Please, don't hurt me. It was wrong and we knew it. But Gothenburg requires so much gold to cross the border that we had no other choice. We have no other choice but to rob travelers.
Yep, so sadly, I don't have anything I could do to give them, so literally my only option is to execute her. So regardless of what I wanted to do, that was... that was what we had to go with. There is the infested area up there. I'm going to run along this road because we're about to hit the border of the region. Yeah, I was going to figure there's going to be at least a building or something to indicate where we cross from one area to the other. Or it's just a farm. Never mind.
Go away! Go away! I'm starving! I'm beginning to lose control! I might kill you!
A plague rat bit my husband while he was out chopping wood, and Stromcap has cast us out. Ever since, I've had a very hard time finding enough food for him. I've nothing to offer in return, but could you take care of him?
I heard what my wife told you. She's right, you know. I will eventually turn against her. Do what you must. I'd rather die than hurt her.
Okay, let me... So I could bring you on board. This unit is sick with the plague. They can only eat meat and may go mad if they become famished. Alright, and then there is a plague cure that we can use to make them better. Do I need a second warrior, though? Because I don't feel like we do. Alright, sorry, Taurus.
I heard what my wife told you. She's right, you know. I will eventually turn against her. Do what you must. I'd rather die than hurt her.
You got infected blood.
May the all-seeing eye give me the strength to go on living without him.
Well, that's a big sad. I'll just leave you be. Hey, Kitten Karma. How's it going? Let's go ahead and do the save there. Alright, so let's see from here. So, is there an easy way to get back? There's just not really an easy way to get back. That's interesting that I marked you all as red there for a minute. You have a friendly zombie? Well, it's just... It was, just like the plague thing. There's a plague cure that you give people and they just get better. It's the exact problem we get when, plague rats get to be too much. Or, like, when we got infected. Because I remember the last time we played, I did have one of my guys got the plague thing. It's just, basically you have to give them meat until you get the cure. Or they will, you know, just turn on you. Okay, so we need to rest. Alright, so... I need to get the scholar out. So you in, scholar out, stand by the thing. The civilian can chill by the campfire. We can make some syrup. And we can make some rope. We can dismantle some junk equipment. The raw materials, iron and leather. Raw materials, iron and leather. Raw materials, iron and wood. Okay. There's an available event over here.
It's true. I haven't any coin to pay for my meal. But wait! Don't report me to the guard right away. I'm a carpenter by trade. I can take on a few jobs for you to pay my debt.
Let's see. Reinforced. Ask the carpenter to reinforce the door. Gets extra security for 5 shifts. Ask the carpenter to sand the table. Gets extra comfort for 5 shifts. Sure, sand the tables. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so go to sleep. Okay, so we'll start by doing 1 thing of the sausage, 1 thing of the wine, and a bunch of bread. We got a little bit of danger. Alright, got a bunch of money from there. And you gained stuff. I dare say I'm quite proud of myself. Some might even say the troop can't do without me. So we can brag, you'll gain willpower, but everyone else will not like you. You could daydream for a lot of XP. Or you can retell the story of your glorious battle again. Honestly, of those, I'm going to let you daydream for instant XP. You've got another exclamation mark here. Mayheim Tavern for sale. Rumors are there's a tavern for sale in Mayheim. Oh, did I drive the other tavern out of business? Is that what I'm understanding? Interesting. Alright. Control left click to upgrade. Oh, control right click. Cool, so we upgraded all that. So the upgrade Tavern Barrel is 450. We can get a games table at 400 reputation. And when we get 500 bucks, we can upgrade our walls. Alright, so where were we heading from here? I want to get down there is kind of the goal. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to work our way to the haven to the south. So I could go all the way back up to town and back down. I'd rather just cut across. We're definitely going to run into problems where we'll need money. I might have to go to town, get the money for our mission, then head back down to the south and turn in the blacksmith. It seems like all our decisions are deciding between the refugees and all that. Who are you and why were you chasing me?
Mercenaries. This man belongs to Count Lahart. Hand him over without resisting.
I'm gonna say no. Okay, so 2 legionaries and a sapper who are well below our level. We're just going to slaughter them, because I need to get out of this area. But I want to see the story stuff through. Hey, Pagey Cakes? Basically your job is to do all the work now. Then none of the other... It's just... You initiate, Ganja Knight finishes it up, and every once in a while the others get to participate, at least a little. I'm not going to get as far out of the way as I wanted. That's okay. You can be slightly out of the... Oh, no, I can get them all in the angle. You know, just move out of the way there. It's interesting that you're targeting and you cause yourself poison. But that's okay. Because now you're not. And go here. And charge to them. And then yell at you. Alright. I do kind of hope eventually when you get like a bit too strong past them, it'll just be like, it'll be like in Bannerlord where it's like, do you want to just auto-resolve this? Because right now I just feel like I'm slapping around stuff that like the load screens and all that. I'm like, you know what? I don't really need this. I'm just slaughtering them. Like they're doing nothing to me. It's all good. The answer is we get out of here. Alright. Oh, you're gonna have another group of them after me? Oh. The last time...
You have a deserter amongst you. In the name of Edarin, the All-Seeing Eye, and Count Lahart. Hand over the blacksmith.
Okay. I know, they're using the strategy of not piling themselves directly on top of each other, so I actually have to chase down one of their number. That's fine. Drop the bomb here. Probably that'd be close enough. Okay, so first I'm going to go is you up there. I'm going to go ahead and do... Can I get you all the way up there? Nope. It's fine. So drop you over here. I can't quite get into range to do the spin to win. It's fine. I was going to run in between them and spin, but slightly out of my reach. And you can't quite get into position. I can get to where I could stab you in the back. The sappers don't have a good strategy. Okay. Anti-coagulating weapon. Dude. I forgot you had the thing where sometimes you just trigger attack of opportunity. Like, dude, he's just hitting me so many times. That worked out. Alright, so you can move over here. We shoot you. And if you live, the horse gets an attack of opportunity. And it's done. Yeah, so it'll be good to get out of here, because I'm imagining we will get reduced loot or something like this. There'll be some way that we get penalized beyond just XP. Alright, we have money as a thing. Where are we on the map? So we gotta get all the way down to Haven. Alright, let's cut over this way. Get to town. Sell what we got in our inventory to get our money. Get our bounty, because otherwise we're gonna owe money soon, and there'll be a problem. Let's take 2 seconds. Check out our inventory stuff. Okay, so we have reinforced Gibson times 2. So that gives me movement and armor. We probably want the armor and guard. We'll give you that. And Randall Thor has crit, armor, and all that. I think that's the better one for Randall Thor. And then you've got the range and movement and all that. Yours is probably better. And then we're up to medium armor, and all the rest of this is light. Well, actually, that is medium armor. So let's see here. That's just a straight upgrade. Yep, I think we're good. And now let's see if we go here and do this and dismantle. Right, so you take apart the crappy stuff. We'll do that. But anytime we get the better stuff, we'll either use it or sell it. So here's hoping we finally get an archer. Because either lack influence when we get here, or there's always some reason. We could start this by going here. Grabbing you.
Might you be looking for work? Here is your reward.
Okay. We can bring a message to there. So we got a crossbowman, a spearman, and a swordsman. So not what I need. And we got safeguarding. Finished 10 fights without taking any injuries. We also got legendary craftsman. Reach journeyman or master level in a profession for the first time. Cool. And then we've got explorer for getting a couple exploration stuff, and reaper for collecting some resources. Okay, with that, we can pop over here. Go to you.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
For selling any trinkets we got. And keep the rest for now. Still keeping that bow for whenever. So we're not going to hand over to this one. That's what we did last time, and it worked fine. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab a bunch of coal because I got stuff I can upgrade in my camp and potentially do blacksmithy with it. All right. So you can make a shield that's not very good, and you can make rags, crude clothing that offers some protection from the cold. That's just basic armor. Into a throwing hatchet. And a throwing sickle. Alright. So I probably don't want to make a ton of this. Craft ones to reveal superior set in the compendium. Sure. Craft ones to reveal superior set in the compendium. Craft ones to reveal. I get the idea. Okay, we're an apprentice blacksmith, and we earned a point of knowledge. Yep, I get the idea. Gotta make each way. Oh, learn how to forge. The metal plates are heating up. Press left when the plate turns red to forge your item. Press left when the plates, when the metal plate give off sparks to forge an item to superior quality. Hit all plates at the right time for a chance to forge an exceptional quality. Okay, that's going to take some figuring out. And do that for better quality. Okay. Alright, so we forged all those to get the bonus there. We gained a knowledge. So now we have blacksmith stuff showing up here. Alright, so we can make apprentice blacksmith set with helms and all that. We can make a better buckler, we can make better weapons. Honestly, and then armor layers we'll get later. So honestly, let's add the helmet. Because I'm pretty sure almost none of my people have helmets. Let's take 2 seconds here. Then go here. Go to this. Dismantling. And if you wouldn't mind, all that crap we just made, just dismantle that back to nothing. Okay. So we can make a light hat. We can make an iron barboot. And an iron esket. Alright, we'll do this one first. Actually, let's check. So, JD has a special helmet, so I do not need a special helmet. Who needs a helmet? Alright. So, Pagey Cakes needs medium, and Pretty Pictures needs medium. Let's get those medium helmets coming. Okay. We got a slightly improved one with slightly better stability. We can close that out real fast. Grab this. We have the knowledge book. Alright. So we get an experienced blacksmith. If we get experienced blacksmith, we can make ghost helmets and boars and all that stuff. We make a reinforced buckler. Apprentice blacksmith weapons and all that. We're not going to worry about the weapons, I don't think. For right now, it looks like I need a higher level blacksmith, so we won't sweat that. We can get the higher level strategy table. Let's go to Pagey Cake since you run in the middle. So you get a better helmet. Hey, we got one that's perfect. Alright. So let's go to Pretty Pictures. There's your helmet. We have Burning Sun, who wears medium armor, so let's get a set of medium armor for you. And then we're right about to run out of iron. Alright. And this one is a 2-star helmet. And we could chuck in a light helmet while we're here. Alright, increases damage to unit. Okay. That means we're basically out of all the helmet stuff, so let's go here to Burning Sun, get you your medium helmet, and then you use light armor. Let's go ahead and give you a light helmet. Where'd you go? There's the light helmet. Alright, so we are slowly getting everyone some equipment. That's good. We can organize that. Let's go to the apothecary. See if there's anything we can do here. There's some oil. And you are mostly missing... Yeah, so you're just missing the various plants. It's not worth us fussing too much over that. We got more stuff here from gaining knowledge points. And I guess we depart. We got a bunch of goodies. Alright, so now we're heading down here to the tower and then to that bounty. This time instead of the route we took the last time, I'm going to go ahead and take the route southwest. So this way. So we explore a bit more of the map. We've got way more food than I need, and we're doing pretty good on money. But it looks like we're going to end up needing a want to have a lot more resources. The good news is with being able to dismantle equipment, it looks like I can get iron by means other than simply finding areas to mine. We could just fight things and then take our money gains. Oh, grab that. That's wood. Take our money gains and go from there. There's a knowledge point. I don't care about the whip. We're good here. So the question is, oh. Apprentice alchemy set. Poisoned throwing knives, petrifying throwing sickle, throwing axe. Interesting. We don't have to worry about all that. We can get more recipes though, which would be good. We can get more recipes here once people are leveled up more. Otherwise, you could potentially get stuff here, which honestly wouldn't be the worst. Okay, so you have deep knowledge. I don't remember this one. So your troop can publish vacancy notice through innkeepers. Intimidation. Bandits have reduced aggression range and will give up chase faster. Bandits have reduced aggression range and will give up chase faster. Fortitude. Your companions encourage one another, and their willpower grows stronger, so they gain a thing of willpower. Your companions traveled so much they now walk longer before getting tired, so we've reduced fatigue. Skill extraction. Your companions are skilled enough to gather several samples of plague-infested outgrowths. Plague-infested outgrowth samples obtained from each rast nest are increased by 1. Specialized training. Your companions are quick learner. Path challenges worth at least 2 PP grant 1 more. Path challenges are worth more. So that gives me fairly immediate benefit that's going to compound over time. Optimized gear. Companions know how to increase their armor's efficiency by wearing matching helmets. Wearing matching armor helmets will give you more. We're not worrying about that. Good communication improves our relationships faster among people. Experience gatherers. Every time you pick flowers, you also gather hemp. So honestly, the specialized training feels like something I'll want to grab early. So let's save our knowledge points. All right.
Are you here to catch some fish? Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Okay. And I don't have any people who can fish in my group, so that's fine. Okay, we need to rest. There's our scholar. Everyone else is good. Alright, so we got some grilled pork. And syrup. And we go to you. I was going to say, I probably can't do much because I'm using up all of my materials there. There's a rope. Yeah, so we need sandstone, iron, and rope. Salt iron and rope. Salt iron, sandstone, and rope. Iron and wood. Not a lot to be done there. Alright, so let's grab one of the sausage. We'll grab the carcasses and eat all of those because they're heavy. Eat the mushrooms. Take one of those off. There we go. Alright. So we gained happiness, we gained influence, we gained materials, our taverned. And the tavern's making us some pretty solid money. Yeah, and we're getting ourselves other goodies. It'll be a little while till they, like, max out themselves, and then we'll get more recipes and whatnot. Yeah, so chicken, carp, and wheat are the things. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't have anything that would fill that in. That's fine. We do have the chicken, though. And stringy meat and apples are in shortage. Yeah, we still need more money before the next thing. Alright, with that said though, chat, I'm actually going to grab these first. But we're probably going to be wrapping up here in a minute. Because I've already gone over my time. But I could definitely just get into this game and keep going. It does seem like people are enjoying it, so I am down to do more. When we get to the next time, I gotta drop off the blacksmith. We gotta be pretty close to finishing this region's stuff. Which is good, because we're getting very strong for the region. We're just kind of slapping everything around now. So we're definitely going to want to get ourselves leveled up so that we can, like, push into whatever the next region is and keep things moving. I don't really know how much this scales up and down and that kind of stuff. So this kind of, to me, makes me feel like I understand why there was some people who are, like, playing on very hard difficulties, and some people were like, oh yeah, no, the hard difficulties are really rough. And I think the region-locked exploration versus adaptive might genuinely be, like, the key thing there. Because with the adaptive, even on this difficulty, I felt like I had to put real effort into it. Whereas the region locked, we're kind of snowballing right now. And my assumption is we'll go and cross the region line and we'll kind of hit a wall and have to, like, work our way through it and, you know, repeat that process. But it's definitely a thing. I'm also curious when we look at the map how much we'll notice the region's different. But regardless, with all that said, I've definitely enjoyed streaming this tonight. We might end up playing this tomorrow. If not, we got a whole list of other games that have all come out with releases that, you know, releasing updates and all that stuff. Star Trucker had a major update that I want to check out at some point here in the not so distant future. We also there's a good handful of them. I did see that Hotel Architect next month is getting its 1.0 release. News Tower had a major update I've been considering playing where it adds hard mode to the game. Go-Go Town is going to be having its update not too long. We don't have the exact date for that yet. But they have started to reach out, and this isn't like any background information. They literally put up a Steam post about it, but they are reaching out looking for creators to play Go-Go Town. And that call out for the 1.0 one for Go-Go Town, if they're doing the call out, that usually means within a week or two of when it's going to drop for people to do that. Vintage Story has a major update, so there's a whole lot of good stuff. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to Hotel Arctic. The only downside is like May 14th, so it is like 2 full weeks and some change. But at least we have a date. It is coming up. But yeah, so we got a lot of stuff coming up. And then we have Farm Sim, we have a run going on. I'm down to play more of this. People seem to be enjoying it. People kept hanging out. And as long as that continues to happen, I don't see a reason not to play. Historically, I've always been scared to play a lot of these games that have like the more lengthy stories, because it's usually like the first stream you get like good viewership, the second stream it's not as good, the third stream, and that's just because people miss streams and they fall behind on the story, and then they're like, I have no idea what's going on. I feel like this one doesn't have, at least so far, I haven't seen some like big overarching story so much as like this region has a situation going on. We'll wrap that up, put a bow on it, and then maybe we go to the next region and it has its overarching thing. If that's a case, that might actually work really well for streaming it, because then, if I wrap up a stream or a region mostly within a stream or two, then I go on to the next one. It's almost like a reset, where we have like the same caster characters moving on to the next thing, doing the next story. But we can see. And so with all that said, I'm gonna hit save yet again because I'm paranoid. This game doesn't have a major story. Each area has a small story. So that might explain why this was doing better for content. Because like when I went in here, it's like, okay, there's this refugee crisis, and it kind of felt like there was going to like be building up on that. But then as I'm seeing this more and more, I'm like, oh no, this region is its own little isolated thing. I think that's a lot better for streaming, because like I said, the big problem you run into with streaming stuff that have narrative to them is if it's a very large overarching narrative, it's really hard to stream those kind of games. It's one thing if I can knock out a whole story in 2 or 3 streams, that's fine. But it is those things that when it's going to take you like 10, 12, 13 streams to get through a whole story, it can be real dire at the end with, because people just fall behind and they don't tune in because it's just not fun at that point when you have no idea what's going on. With all that said, what's going to end up happening here is if you are over on YouTube, your stream is going to get dropped over there because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here